You're, of course, all invited and very welcome to visit companies and institutions that came from various industries and from various countries to meet their representatives, collect relevant information, establish new business relations, and make new business partners and new business projects. Our intention is definitely to provide better service to sponsors to the conference and to offer more places for business meetings for all participants. One more important thing, we'll have very exciting company presentations in the presentations room. Our first sponsor presentation by Autoceste Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the Motorways of Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, starts at 9 o'clock. So I hope you'll all agree with me. There is truly something very exciting and interesting for everybody among us. One more time, very welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and please do not forget to download totally free app, Sarajevo Business Forum app, via Google Play Store or iTunes. Just search for Sarajevo Business Forum. Now, let's get started on today's, as I said, very exciting program with impulse for panel discussions. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Chris Barton, to join me on the stage, and please give him a warm welcome. He has a big smile, so this will be a great day. Hello, Mr. Barton. Mr. Chris Barton is Her Majesty's Trade Commissioner to Europe, leading a fantastic team from the UK's Department for International Trade based in 34 countries to encourage trade and investment between the UK and Europe. Welcome one more time, and the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is a huge pleasure to be here. As has just been said, Chris Barton, Trade Commissioner for Europe, and my job is to encourage trade and investment between the UK and other European nations, which is a total delight to do. And I just want to share with you three key messages from the UK government that are relevant to all that we're doing today. And the first is that the UK government is deeply committed to trade and investment. We believe very strongly that trade and investment drives economic growth, it creates jobs, it improves living standards. And that's important at any time. But I think it's particularly important at the moment as we all want to drive our economic recovery post-COVID, as we want to see the low-carbon transition and all the investment needed to improve the sustainability of our economies and societies, and as we want to level up living standards across our countries. So there's a very compelling economic case for our trade and investment. But I also think it's more than that, and the UK government thinks is more than just about economics. Trade and investment supports shared standards in terms of labour, in terms of environment, in terms of the rule of law. Trade and investment supports closer international relations with neighbours and partners in friendly cooperation. And trade and investment helps deliver deeper security for all of us, both in terms of stable and prosperous societies and closer, strengthened international partnership. So that is why the UK government is a strong champion of trade and investment, and we want to deepen trade relations with any country, be it near or be it far, who share that commitment to high standards, to friendly cooperation, to democracy and the rule of law. So first message, the UK government is very strongly supportive of trade and investment. Second message is that the UK government is deeply committed to Bosnia and Herzegovina, to the Western Balkans, to Croatia, to Slovenia. This is a region that is hugely important to us. Just to illustrate, UK with Bosnia and Herzegovina, as we're here in Sarajevo, the last 3-4 years have been really difficult years for us generally in terms of trade, including as the UK has changed its trading relations with a number of countries, notably the EU, and of course with the COVID pandemic. But what has happened in those difficult years between the UK and Bosnian and Herzegovinian trade? Well, actually, it has increased. It has increased by 75% over the last 4 years. UK exports to Bosnia and Herzegovina have gone up double over those 4 years, despite all those challenges. You've got UK companies selling services, chemicals, electrical goods, plastics, and machinery and more. You've got UK companies buying from Bosnia-Herzegovina services, furniture, paper, plumbing and electrical fixtures, and vehicles and more. And crucially, you've got UK businesses investing in Bosnia-Herzegovina, including in mining, infrastructure, low-carbon energy, and health and more. And I'd like to give a particular shout out, if I may, to a UK-based company, Adriatic Metals, who are here today, and yesterday were awarded the prize for the Investor of the Year in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So that's a really good illustration of the deep commitment that the UK government has to this region. And also we have free trade agreements with Albania, with Kosovo, with North Macedonia, with Serbia, and via the EU with Croatia and Slovenia. And trade and investment we're supporting in low carbon energy, in technology, in services, auto, pharma, and more. So not only are we deeply committed to trade and investment in general, we're deeply committed to trade and investment with Bosnia-Herzegovina, Western Balkans, and Croatia and Slovenia. Final brief message. UK government wants to show that deep commitment, not just in words, but in action. So we had our export strategy with our aspiration to get £1 trillion worth of exports from the UK under the banner Made in the UK, Sold in the World. We've got expert teams throughout the region who can provide advice to businesses on the opportunities for trade with the UK and investment with the UK. We can support in terms of advocacy of that trade, practical assistance, making the connections. And importantly, we can also provide finance. UK has the UK Export Finance. We have £2 billion worth of finance we can provide in Bosnia-Herzegovina alone, over 20 billion in the region. And that can make sure that no viable UK export fails due to lack of finance or lack of insurance. So if you're interested in that, please do come and talk to us. And finally, I'd say in terms of free trade agreements, I mentioned that we have FTAs with free trade agreements with so many countries in this region, and I would issue an invitation to all our colleagues from Bosnia-Herzegovina and Montenegro that we would love to do trade agreements with you too. We're ready to do so, and then you no longer need to be missing out compared to all the other countries in the region, because we are deeply committed to trade and investment, we're deeply committed to this region, and we're deeply committed to turning that commitment from words to action. Thank you very much indeed.
Hvala vama lijepo. Thank you, Your Excellency, for these really important messages. Welcome to those who are joining us. It's actually great to see this big hall almost packed. So let's move on. As you already know, nearshoring is the main topic of this year's Sarajevo Business Forum. Dr. Volker Traer will deliver his speech online. Let's hear what the Chief Executive of Foreign Trade of the Association of German Chambers of Commerce and Industry, as I said, Dr. Volker Traer, has to say about the nearshoring potential for our region. We have a great short taped video. I hope we can play it now. Thank you. So we're going to wait for a couple of seconds to see and hear the video made by Mr. Volker Traer. I see more people coming. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, of course. So, shall we try one more time? Please have a bit patience. So, in case something's wrong with the video, which is totally okay, it happens, we can move on. Okay, so I hope you'll see the video later. Now we'll continue with a presentation of the nearshoring potential in the Western Balkan study published by the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. I now invite co-author of the study. It's Ms. Sophia Kluge from Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce to join me on the stage and to give her speech. Hello, you're with me, it's not with her. Yeah. Okay, welcome.
No technical problems.
No technical problems with you.
All right. Well then, thank you very much. Good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Kluge, and together with my colleague Olga van Seiferten, who unfortunately cannot be here today, I'm coordinating the Western Balkans Chamber Partnership Project from the office in Belgrade, while my colleague Olga is in Berlin. So the project is supporting the regional cooperation of the 6 chambers of commerce here in the Western Balkans and their umbrella organization, the Chamber Investment Forum, CIF. And within this project, last year we have published a study on nearshoring potentials in the Western Balkans, getting stronger after COVID-19, nearshoring potentials in the Western Balkans. And today I was invited to briefly present to you the main results of that study. As well, Mr. Traja probably was supposed to say, nearshoring is a buzzword. It became a buzzword right after the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the world. And well, we investigated whether the Western Balkans economies could specifically benefit from this trend. And we asked, is there going to be a trend? The study that we have conducted is basically structured in 4 parts. I will skip the first 2 parts on FDI trends and global chain developments, econometric analysis, but go right into what German investors who are already here in the region have experienced and how domestic companies are cooperating with foreign investors and how this could be improved. So what we can learn from this. In autumn 2020, so 6 months after the COVID-19 outbreak, the AHK World Business Outlook, which surveys around 3,000 German companies that are operating internationally, found out that 31% of them reported supply chain problems. 1 year later, in autumn 2021, this number has even increased to 54%. And of the companies experiencing such difficulties, 72% search for new suppliers, while 15% consider even relocating their production. So thus, far from easing over the past 2 years, supply chain problems remain persistent and have even intensified. And this data show that nearshoring is quite likely to happen, and given the small sizes of the 6 Western Balkans economies, we could assume that the impact for the region of nearshoring, hence bringing production closer to home, could be quite significant. So now, let's have a look at the experiences of those German companies who already are in the region, who are already investing, what their experiences are, the challenges, and what we can learn from that. We have conducted interviews and surveys with the German investors in the Western Balkans, and when asking them how satisfied they are with their investment overall, 62% of them stated that they are either satisfied or very satisfied. And now that we know that German companies with supply chain problems are looking for new suppliers or even new locations, and that those who already are in the region are quite satisfied, let's have a look into their very specific experience in investing in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Western Balkans in general. And in this table we can see basically 3 main reasons for investing in the region. Firstly, relatively low wages played a role. Secondly, the geographically close location of the Western Balkans to Germany, and thirdly, hoping for educated workforce. And this applies to the Western Balkans in general, but also to Bosnia and Herzegovina in particular. And well, it does not surprise us to see these reasons here. And it also doesn't surprise us so much that the fact that government incentives, good infrastructure, and good governance did not play a role at all in the decision of coming to invest here in the region. because those are clearly challenges, as we will see in a minute. What surprised us, though, is that as opposed to those hard factors that we can see here, some investors have stated that cultural proximity, as in social ties, played quite a role and was a decisive factor for investing in the region. And I will just present this, I hope you can read it, interview. Many young Bosnians were in Germany during the Balkan Wars and learned the language and got to know the culture. And that makes it easy to work together. And the work attitude of the qualified employees is absolutely convincing. So now let's have a look at the challenges of those German investors here in the region. I have already mentioned it. Poor governance and infrastructure are the main challenges for the investors that are active in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Western Balkans. So there are no surprises here either. Now you might be irritated by the fact that educated workforce was mentioned as one of the main reasons for investing in the region. And now here it is mentioned as one of the main challenges as well. And the explanation is that the investors had the expectation before coming here that they would find qualified workforce. However, in reality, they had to invest in further upskilling and training of the workforce that was here. And of course, brain drain also does not help. Many qualified people have already left the country. So, concluding this very brief overview of the reasons and the challenges of investing in the region, we can say that while low labor cost, low taxes, and the close geographical location are the main drivers for foreign investments in the region, soft factors like social ties and a common history with the people in the region play a role too and should be taken into consideration by decision makers, because in the end business is made by humans and that should not be neglected. And for that I also want to share this very interesting quote from one of the interviews. This investor states that the investment happened by chance. My intention was not to buy the company. At the time we were active in the region and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. You cannot say that I cannot read it even. Yeah, it is, I'm sorry. Okay, I cannot say that it was a big economic decision analyzing the situation regarding the low taxes and the low employment fees, but it was rather a human decision than an economic one, which is quite interesting. So when talking about, that's my last part, about German investments in the Western Balkans and restructuring value chains, then we need to also understand the perspective of the domestic companies here in the region. And a survey among the local companies shows that 55% are working with foreign investors. Now, how do they cooperate? Mostly through selling and buying products. However, there are some discrepancies between how domestic companies are cooperating with foreign investors at the moment, which is the dark orange, and how they wish to cooperate in the future, which is the bright orange. So, local companies that we have surveyed would like to be more involved, again, in soft forms of cooperation, like developing and providing products together, sharing information, and lobbying together. So instead of just focusing on attracting foreign investments, cooperation with the existing investors could be fully exploited first. And what are the reasons that hinder local companies to cooperate better with foreign companies? Further and foremost, it is that there is no knowledge about what foreign companies are here. And another big reason is that local companies often cannot provide the services or products that are required or requested by the foreign investors. So the main takeaway is that cooperation, but especially the soft form of cooperation between domestic and foreign companies, could hold quite a big potential. And it might be beneficial for policymakers and for chambers of commerce in the region to support more activities in this context. And I hope that this will give some good input for the panel that is going to happen next. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Kluge. You brought us some actually big knowledge, but also some luck. Because as I heard, Dr. Volker Thayer is ready now, or not? Are we gonna see and hear the video? Not yet. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on and go with the panel, the first one for today, for the second, as I said, very exciting day of the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum. We'll continue with panel session Industry Insights, European Nearshoring Experience. This session will be moderated by Dr. Elma Agic-Šabeta, Director of Risk Control, BBI. She's here, coming to me, approaching. Please give her a very warm welcome. Hello, great to see you, great to have you here. And now I invite Ms. Ambra Šurković, AHK Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please join us at the stage. Then also please welcome Mr. Martin Gaber, Director of Western Balkans, Germany Trade and Investment. He's also here. Hello, great to have you here. Ms. Snježana Kopruner, CEO of GSTMT Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hello, and thank you for being with us. Mr. Adnan Smailbegović, President, Association of Employers of Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He will also join us at the stage. Actually, he's joining us. Yeah, just go ahead. Take your position. Now I invite Mr. Paul Cronin, Managing Director and CEO of Adriatic Metals, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to join us on the stage. Hello, Mr. Cronin, thank you. And also please welcome Mr. Ekrem Turaylić, Regional Director for Middle East, Africa and Turkey, Bosnaliek, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Masha Njegovan, Sustainary Partners, United Kingdom. Please welcome her as well. Here comes Ms. Masha. And everybody's here, Elma. So now I leave this session into your more than sure we're going to make it, more than capable hands. Please put the mic on. Is it on now?
Hello?
Everything yes. Good. Okay. Good luck.
So yeah, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to facilitate this panel discussion today. We are very honored to have a very distinguished and diverse group of panelists that will discuss the topic of nearshoring from different perspectives. So nearshoring and reshoring potentials of Western Balkans were already shortly presented, and we have already seen the trends in nearshoring even before the pandemic. Bosnia Bank International has prepared a study on sustainable growth of Bosnia and Herzegovina at the beginning of the pandemic, and nearshoring was recognized as one of the main factors for achieving sustainable growth in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Western Balkans has traditionally been linked to the markets of European Union, as more than 2/3 of production are being exported to European Union. What is interesting to see is actually that if we look at the industrial volume productions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we notice that in year 2019 and 2020 we had a falling trend of industrial production. So in 2019 we had a fall of -3% of industrial volume production, while in 2020 we had additional fall of 8%. The main reason for that was a pandemic. However, in year 2021, we have seen a growth of 21%. So that means that actually the nearshoring, which was presented, is already having, and all those disruptions in international supply chains already have positive effects on Bosnian economy. So the main objective of this panel is to discuss challenges and opportunities of nearshoring in Western Balkans. What we are going to ask panelists, and we will try to answer the question what governments and companies need to do to fully benefit from nearshoring opportunities in the Western Balkans. And as already mentioned, given the small size of the economies in Western Balkans, even small-scale nearshoring would have very positive effects on Bosnian economy and the economies of the Western Balkans. So also it's important to answer the question, how do we attract foreign direct investments that will result with creation of high value-added jobs and not low-skill jobs, because high value-added jobs are actually going to positively affect economies in the long run. Okay, so our first panelist today is Ms. Amra Šurković. She is the CEO of a services unit of a German delegation of economy. And she's actually supporting German companies that are entering local markets, but also helps them in improving their business. So the question, the first question for Ms. Šurković is going to be, what are your experiences? Can you tell us more about trends and what you have seen during the pandemic and now after the pandemic, and what industries are the most interesting for German companies?
Thank you. First of all, good morning for all of you, dear visitors, investors and companies, and thank you, Ms. Szabata, for the invitation, and congratulations on a great organization of this forum. My name is Amra Šurković. I'm CEO of the International. This is the service company of the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We called it here AHK BiH. It's my pleasure and our honor for us to be a part of this Sarajevo Business Forum this year, considering that the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Bosnia and Herzegovina is celebrating its jubilee 25 years business in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What we do here, our goal and task is to provide support to German companies and business to enter the Bosnian market, especially for small and medium companies. We help them to find partners, expand their business, and analyze the necessary informations from Bosnian market. In fact, all our activities and projects are closely related to the topic of today, to the topic of nearshoring. Our experience shows that the interest of German companies is very present through various inquiries and projects that we get. I would like to present this with a concrete experience or examples. A concrete example is our conference on the metal industry this year at the end of May, which will be held live again after a short break, where we have the opportunity to host 7 German companies in the metal industry. And we will bring them to the Bosnian market closer and provide adequate B2B talks between German and Bosnian companies. Considering that you asked about the leading industry of interest in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this project itself is, shows that it's the metal industry, but we must not forget the other 2, or the great interest of and potential of wood and energy industry. The extent to which the metal industry is in effect potential is also shown by the data that the metal industry accounts for as much as 30% of export, of total export from Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2021, and the main export market is the German market. And when it comes to other 2, energy and wood industry, we can mention our projects here as well. A conference on the wood industry that we are organizing in September, also for visiting and touring German companies in the Bosnian market. And The other one, energy sector, I would like to mention a project we held in March with 6 German companies. We organized a conference and B2B talks also. And one more in energy sector is our project EUREM, which relates to training of energy managers according to EU standardization and licenses. You asked me about pandemic and business after. As for the issue of the impact of the pandemic and business after, I would say that with the new challenges, new opportunities have certainly come. We have very quickly accepted and introduced new business modalities, acquired new skills, so that the planned project would be realized, which would certainly be more difficult and slower in other situations without pandemic. And digitalization, virtual life, virtual business, everyday online life, that was all a new normal every day in very short time. But in this way, we have tried to continue, ensure and maintain quality and business success. Certainly in such situation, opportunities for creating and introducing new topics, projects and services are up. However, I must say, although we quickly digitized and used the situation during the pandemic to improve our business, we are very happy to be able to return to old business model. And this year is this possibility for us, and all our planned projects, B2B meetings and conferences will be organized in live formats. And for you all, dear guests, if you are interested in any of these projects, feel free to contact us to participate also today during the break. Thank you very much, Ms. Szabata, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Šurković. So Mr. Martin Gaber is the head of Germany Trade and Invest, which is a German government development agency that informs German companies on entering foreign markets, but also giving support to foreign companies that are looking to enter German markets. Mr. Gaber is a very relevant person to talk on nearshoring in the Western Balkans, and I would like to ask you first are there some positive examples that already have taken place in the Western Balkans, and what do you think, what are the key points that German companies are looking for when they are deciding to go to foreign markets, and can you select any country in the region which has been successful in this regard?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
This is working, yeah. Emma, first of all, thank you for the question, or actually questions. I hope I can keep them all in mind. Esteemed guests, dear colleagues on the panel, I think one point, that the key points that you were asking for, actually Sophia in her presentation answered many of that aspects. We have heard about the classical ones like qualified labor, like infrastructure, low wages. That's true, but I think since the beginning of the pandemic, and now with the war in Ukraine, and also with the situation we have in China, the Chinese government still follows a zero COVID policy that actually shuts the economy down. For the German companies, new aspects become at least as important as the classical ones, which are, for example, political stability and also geographical proximity. Just to give you an example, for German companies, the Western Balkans is a market on the doorstep. It's 2 hours by plane or 1 day by land. If you load a truck today in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the truck is the next day at the headquarters in Germany or at the customer. And then we have two special aspects that are important for German companies in the region. The first one definitely is, Sophia also mentioned this, cultural proximity. Many of the people from the region have been to Germany, got to learn the language, got to know about the culture, and that is very much appreciated in Germany. Business always has this cold feeling, and especially we Germans are not the most emotional people in the world, I guess. But in the end, we appreciate that, and we appreciate that the people are so committed to Germany, and don't underestimate that. And a second key point, I think, is the industrial past of Bosnia and Herzegovina, of the region of Yugoslavia. In the past, Yugoslavia had everything, from automotive industry to aviation industry. People know about these things, and if you go into a discussion, you don't have to start from the bottom. You can speak at eye level, and that's a big advantage in comparison to other countries. So that's about the key points. You were asking about good practice in the region. Our head office for the region is in Belgrade, and I just came in yesterday from Belgrade. And I need to admit that the government in Serbia is doing a really good job in positioning Serbia as an investment location. It's on the one side because of the factors we already mentioned, and then there are also some special effects in Serbia. The first one is that you have a really good settlement program with incentives for companies, and also they are trying to distribute the companies all over the country and giving special incentives if you go to structural weak regions. Then the second one is that we already have many good examples of companies, foreign companies in Serbia. And we might not believe this, but even in times of social media, word to mouth is still very, very important. And if one company goes there and speaks about it, it's always other companies will follow, and of course suppliers will follow as well. And the third thing, and I might know that this is controversial, and people might think about him however they want, but the president, Aleksandar Vučić, he takes care of many of these projects personally with his team, and even goes to the companies to open them and to cut the red ribbon. And for the companies, this goes down very well because everything goes smoothly. And this is, in the end, highly, highly appreciated. And it's not by coincidence that he made his electoral campaign, he called it Mir, Stabilnost, Vučić, peace, stability, Vučić. And stability is what he means for the companies. So he is controversial, but there he's doing a good job. And there was one last question, I think.
It was actually what governments need to do. You actually answered on the questions. And if you have any examples in the recent past.
Yes, is this still? Yeah. Germany, I think, invested around 5 billion euros so far in foreign direct investments and created more than 100,000 jobs in the region. So it's really hard to pick one example. Of course, you have the big ones like ZF, Brose, Continental, Bosch, who employ more than 1,000 people each. And it's already far away from this extended workbench we were speaking in the past. They are focusing on R&D, on electromobility, so completely new topics. But I think we can go even closer to look for best practices. I have Snezhana here with me on the panel. She came to Bosnia and Herzegovina in a time with her husband when it was even more difficult. And today her company is producing an e-bike, or parts of an e-bike, if I may say so, for Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, that's impressive. Mm-hmm. And there is also a company called Celonis, a German startup. But this startup is now, meanwhile, at Dekakorn. It's the most successful German startup ever. Their market value is $10 billion US. And they opened a site in Pristina, in Kosovo. They're employing 100 employees there, highly qualified people with a lot of IT talent and fluent in languages. And that's why they went there, not because it's cheap. And I think that's really impressive. And we should focus more on these success stories instead of arguing about license plates or having other discussions about politics.
Thank you, Martin.
You're welcome.
So Martin already actually announced our next panelist, Ms. Snežana Kopruner, who is a general director of a German company, a mechanical engineering company that is producing high quality and sophisticated products and exporting them all over the world, but mainly to European Union. So my first question would be, how do you manage to meet the demands of the Western European clients? What are the keys for success in that market?
Thank you for your question. I will speak to potential investors in Bosnia because 18 years ago we started investment here. But to explain this, I have to start with the experience which I collected many years ago. I worked after 10 years of working as special tool machines constructor in sewing machine factory in Zadar, I came to Germany where I was educated on the cost analysis, working as advisor in various expert teams in cost analysis in the manufacture of mechanical parts for the best German, very famous German companies. I collected knowledge which I used when I came here in Bosnia. This means I knew already what they want from us. I knew where they have problems in other countries, and I started to speak with them, and they helped me. They understood our problems which we have here in production and in one country which was 8 years before in war. I think very important is to be very honestly with the customers and to say what you don't know, to understand on which level is knowledge of people and what all did work in these 5 years here. We started on the beginning in one factory with 52 employees. And this was very hard work, but they understood our problems as customers, employees also, and we started production for German companies. I think they was very glad, and our goal was to have customers which are glad with our products and our employees which which like to work in our company. I think that all this all Balkan people, new investors should take care about it. They are very good, they are very honestly, they are very busy, but you should understand sometimes problems which are different than you have in your countries. 10 years after, I want to say that BIH are the best address to invest for investors, and we are on the one place in the world which is very near to Europe, and we can change this Asia market or China market with knowledge on our people. I think we produce here mechanical parts for the best German companies, mechanical parts, and we produce electro bikes also. These products are very good, and we developed all this here with Bosnia people. We don't need now more knowledge from the West Europe or from Germany. We have this all in Bosnia, and I think the best investment is here. I hope I answer on your question.
Yes, and it was also very interesting to find out that you are actually now starting a new company. So could you please tell us just a short statement on what was the motivation to start a new company and what are the expectations?
Yes, I asked me also what is motivation for us to go in one new company. I am pretty old. I am normally in pension, but I saw one big challenge to build one factory. This is in Prozor-Rama. This is one small community, and the people goes over the border to work in Croatia or Germany. And I saw how major of this small town wants to bring people back, and how he is motivated that this small community grow up. I see this project as one project between private and how to say public partnership. Now this will be one factory as we have also in Travnik. Now we have 20 people which comes to us to learn this job. We will produce mechanical parts for such companies as Liebherr. And we want to build one very modern company with a CO2 zero. This would be one eco-industrial park. And I think that together with people which works now in our company and people which we want to earn back that they come from other countries, because I am sure that a lot of these people are not glad and not satisfied. I saw that many very good educated people works in Germany, very low paid businesses, and I think that this is not good for them, this is not good for us. We have to use these human resources in our country because they are here educated, and they are, and I think they can give much more to this country than to other countries.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Adam Smelbegovic has been a CEO of Prevent Group, which is actually the largest manufacturing company in the region. And after that, he also decided to found his own furniture production company. I would like to ask you on your, can you give the advice to new companies that are now considering entering into the market segment of producing products for the European Union? What would be your advice? How can they increase their production values? How can they meet the expectations? And also, you are a president of Association of Employers of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We see that there is a very important and huge trend of brain drain. Do you see nearshoring as a way to actually reverse this brain drain into brain gain? How can that be done?
Thank you very much. I will try to share my experience with you, of course, with the both sides of this process, like nearshoring process, the positive side and also the not negative, but the problems which we can find here in the future. That's the. I'm working last 22 years in a really big company, international company, and I'm working in the many countries, in the Slovenia, Croatia, in Morocco, in Russia, in Brazil. It means it's really, I have this experience with the different culture. And if I compare the workers, the motivation, the discipline, the knowledge, maybe I can compare Slovenian and Bosnian people. All the other countries where I work, it's level down. Believe me, that is very important things. I'm really very satisfied with the workers in the Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of course, you have to prepare the system, the real way. If the people working, how I say, with the own system, it's the catastrophe. That is the very important that you have the really very strict system in the production in the companies. So, of course, we are part of Europe geographically, the Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this process after the post-corona process, this moving the supply chain from the Asia definitely will happen, and this process, this production will move closer. These countries, this is the West Balkan, maybe Turkey, of course, and North Africa, maybe in the Mediterranean area, and that is the really big chance to Bosnia to increase our economy, to increase the production, the standard of people, and etc. etc. But of course, we will. I'm sure we will find also the few problems in the future. Of course, what's happened? What is the trend now? My first experience with this was 12, 30 years ago in Slovenia. We're producing the foam part from the rear seats for the Volkswagen, and we have 15, 20 people to work with the gloving process, with the mask in the cabin. That is how I said, the health hazard work. And the Slovenian people said, we don't want this. I said, okay, I will increase the salary. What is the problem? What you want? They said, you don't understand us. We don't want the work, this job. And now this occurrence moving here, a lot of young people don't work this kind of job, this health hazard job, and also hard work job. It is, I don't know, it's changing the mentality. So it means I think for this type of job, we have to import the workers, definitely. My experience is like this. If I need 2 engineers, mechanical engineer, I receive 50 or 60 CV. If I need 10, for example, upholstered people in the production, I receive just 2. Nobody wants to work this job. Doesn't matter what is the salary. The second things I think is very important. Now is the market. It's like this, that we, and also inflation, and so we have to increase the salary to the workers. Of course, it's not too easy. We have to be competitive in the area. We definitely have a low, how I can see, low technical standard in our production and our products. We have to improve equipment, technology, machinery, and that we increase this level of our production. And of course, in this system, we will increase the production and also the salary in the next step. That is the big investment, and we need the changing the tax, the support of the government, the support of the bank that make this step. The third very important things, I think maybe is on the first place, is our education system in Bosnia. It's bad. It's bad. What we need, like the companies, it means we have to implement the dual system. We have to join and make the connection between production, between companies and the schools, university with the praxis. And so this is really, it's necessary that we start in this process. Of course, if the one guy from the company from the Europe, Germany, Switzerland, etc., want to establish the company here, the first problem is our administration. That our administration, it's catastrophe. Believe me, it's really, really catastrophe. And we have to really, like the country, we have to improve efficiency of our complete administration. And it's of course, I think that Bosnia really need this nearshoring process. That's the good chance to improve the economy, to improve the standard and so. But of course, the government have to support with the different reform. It's not, how I can say, it's not big issue. It's not billions of euro and so. It is something small things, but unfortunately, our politicians, our politician party don't understand very well what the economy really needs. I hope that we change this situation and then improve this complete system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smailegovic. So our next panelist is Mr. Paul Cronin. He is a CEO of Adriatic Metals, a company that is about to start zinc and copper mining project in Vareš, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Cronin was CEO of Anatolia Energy, that became one of the best-selling stocks globally during his time in the company. So we often hear about how, and Bosnia and Herzegovina is generally seen as a place not perfect for doing business. Could you please tell us about your experiences as a foreign investor in Bosnia? How was it? Was it difficult for you to start your company? Can you tell us about your experiences?
Yeah, I think the decision to invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina for us was less about some of the criteria that you saw in a previous presentation around low wages. It was around an opportunity to invest in an economy that was yearning to see progress and investment. Vareš, in particular, was a mining town. It was founded in the 1890s because in the Austro-Hungarian era, a large iron ore deposit was discovered there. And now the remainders of that iron foundry still exist. In fact, if you go to Vienna, the manhole covers on the street say made in Vareš. And I think there's been a rich history of mining in this country and in this region. But over the last few decades, that has declined because before you can build a mine, you've got to do a lot of exploration. And exploration is high-risk money. To put that into context, before we even started looking at the economics of our mine that is in development now in Vareš, we had invested over $20 million in exploration with the potential for zero return. So it is a long-term investment decision. It is a high-risk investment decision, and you've got to come into an environment where people want you to make those investments, where government is going to support you in making those investments. And I know that Bosnia and Herzegovina sometimes gets a bad rap, but what we found here is that if you build your support locally through your local community, through initiatives that are aligned to what their aspirations are, you will find that the government at the cantonal level and at the federal level will support you. Now, the mining legislation in Bosnia is quite antiquated. I know it is undergoing a review at the moment for being updated, and I think that's a very positive thing. But you know, to understand that, you need a lot of advice. You need a lot of advice from the civil servants, from the inspectorates, from the ministry, from the government. And we found that in every aspect of our investment, and right now we're right down into the really technical things in terms of, you know, how much powder are we going to use per tonne of rock for our drill and blast. We are having very cooperative, productive discussions with government and the civil service about how we do that, and that I'm particularly encouraged about. So I think for us, the decision about investing in Bosnia was not just a decision about investing in Bosnia, it was a decision about investing in Europe. Europe needs its own source of raw materials. This isn't something that's happened in the last 10 weeks or because of the COVID pandemic. We've seen this coming now for 15 years. As global supply chains get tighter and tighter, competition for raw materials gets more intense. And what we're currently seeing is China, which is the manufacturing centre of the world. Most of its ports are currently inoperable because of their COVID lockdowns. That is going to have a huge flow-on effect. Now, the pandemic is a 1 in 100-year event, and we certainly hope it is. But we will see disruptions from a number of factors. And I think Europe has got to get itself ready for that. Not just in terms of energy, where I think, you know, energy strategy in Europe was probably flawed many, many years ago. And that is becoming clear, and I think, you know, everybody in this room is paying the price for that through increased energy prices, whether it's gas or diesel. But it's also going to flow back into other parts of the supply chain. You know, our business is we produce metal concentrates. We mine rock, we process that rock, we elevate the grade of metals in that rock from, say, zinc at, say, 6%, we bring it up to 60%. Silver might be in there at 220 grams a tonne, we'll bring it up to 1,500. And then we sell that material to smelters. Bosnia doesn't have those smelters, but Europe does have significant excess smelter capacity in Italy, in Spain, in Holland, in Sweden, and now with Boliden's new investment in Norway. Smelting is an energy-intensive business, but it's something that needs to exist to be able to produce the raw materials that go into so many things that impact our daily lives. And so I don't see the need in Bosnia to build smelters. Bosnia itself is going to go through an energy transition, you know, relatively soon. It is fortunate to have such high amount of hydroelectricity capacity. But there's the other 70% of supply that's got to be looked at as well. I think the challenge for Bosnia in terms of growing its mining industry is changing its laws to facilitate exploration and to make that easier and less risky. It's got to, as Adnan pointed out, develop its workforce. At Adriatic Metals or Eastern Mining, we've recruited, well, I think our average age is 26. And if you remove the old boys like me and a couple of others, it's probably even lower than that. And we've made the decision to invest in our people very, very heavily. At the end of last year, we looked at our current wage bands, and we increased wages by, on average, 40%. The reason we did that was because we have invested so much money, and we are going to continue to invest so much money in our human capital that I don't want them to leave. I don't want them to go and work for Rio Tinto or Lundin or anybody else. I want these guys to stay with us, to live in Bosnia, work in Bosnia, expand that industry in Bosnia, and create a whole new industry that is on the doorstep of the European Union, which the European Union desperately needs. And I think that is our strategy here. We believe that mining can be done in a very sustainable way. It doesn't have to be done in the jungles of Africa or the deserts of Australia or the plains of Canada. It can be done in Europe, and it can be done in ways that suit the European construct, where mines are underground rather than open pit, where environmental considerations take priority over economic ones, where opportunities to integrate those operations into the community through enhanced healthcare, enhanced infrastructure, learning opportunities for people. And in Varish, I mean, we're taking them early, right? We've got kids who are 14 going through a mining course at the local high school, right? We're going to teach them a whole new way of doing things. And I think it's exciting for us as a company, but I think it's also exciting for this country, because that new way of doing things, that sustainable approach, that approach where environment is the highest consideration, sustainability is the highest consideration, people are the highest consideration, is going to lead to a new way of doing things that will be adopted in other places in Europe. And I think, quite frankly, Bosnia and Herzegovina is leading the way in that regard.
Thank you very much. So it was... So if we can draw one conclusion from all three presentations from companies from Bosnia and Herzegovina, actually the key factor of success is in retaining people, retaining high-skilled people and providing these people good working conditions. So this is one lesson learned as far as we can hear. So our next panelist is Mr. Ekrem Turaylic. He is a regional manager for Middle East markets and at Bosnalik company. But not only managing, but not only focusing on Middle East, but also on Africa and Turkey. Bosnalik is the largest pharmaceutical company in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and is actually main export countries so far have been Russia and Ukraine. So I would be interested to hear how is Bosnalik coping with this situation, and what are the options to produce more for European and other markets?
Greetings, Selma. Greetings to my peers here in the panel, and greetings to the audience. Bosnalik is a pharmaceutical company with 70 years of experience in producing finished dosage pharmaceutical products, and more recently we also produce food supplements, disinfectants, medical devices, and special use cosmetics. Our facility here is located in Sarajevo. We have 2 lines producing solid dosage form products, that's tablets, capsules, and semi-solid and liquid dosage forms, the syrups, the suspensions, creams, ointments, and gels. The company is having more than 800 staff working in 27 countries. Most of these countries we have our own offices, and in other countries where we don't have our own offices, we operate through local agents and partners. The biggest market for the company is Russia. We generate about 50% of our revenue from this country, and more than 80% of Bosnia's exports to Russia and Ukraine are from our company that is containing our medicines. So the risk in this moment that what's going on there is of course present. However, the situation in Russia, at least for our biggest market, has proved to be quite okay, because the country has shown to be resilient to these sanctions. And what's really important is that the medicines, in whichever circumstances, are not usually part of these sanctions, because the patients need to gain access to the medications. We as a company, of course, understand the importance of diversifying our business to other regions. So before the pandemic came in, we invested heavily into upgrading our facilities. We opened a new facility for producing liquid and semi-solid forms, which increased our capacity by 5 times. We also invested in the quality control, putting us in line with all the relevant standards for production of pharmaceuticals, Namely, we have standards from different countries where we work, but most importantly from the European Union, and also we're now working to grant the US FDA approval. Now, that makes us ready for the European markets, and the pandemic came in 2 years ago, where countries were closed down, the global supply chain was disrupted, and many countries couldn't gain access to medications, to consumables such as the face mask, the hand gloves, food supplements, the products which are used to boost the immunity. And at that moment, a lot of countries understood that they have to either have their own production or to have a production in their area to ensure that in such circumstances that they have access to such products. And ironically, the pandemic has, kept us away from people, from the markets. Now is sort of bringing us together in the sense that companies are looking to partner with companies which are near to them. Earlier in the pharmaceutical sector, most companies were looking to produce or to source products from Far East Asia. But in this moment, we are gathering a lot of attention from companies from the European Union, in the Nordics, in Poland, Spain, UK, and so on, who want to source their products in areas in proximity of their markets. So there are challenges there because the challenge is that most of the APIs, the active pharmaceutical ingredients, are still produced in Asia. So the final product is produced maybe in Europe, but you still got to receive the ingredients, either the active ingredients or the intermediaries and the supportive ingredients, excipients from other places. So it's not so simple as in maybe other industries to relocate from Far East Asia to Europe. But what's happening is that the policy makers here are understanding the importance and are encouraging companies to relocate to the proximity of the markets in order to ensure in any circumstance such as the pandemic, in which everybody became aware of the importance of having the source nearby. But what's really important to say is that the pharmaceuticals, at least the pharmaceutical industry, is quite regulated. So the prices are fixed and they're actually on a declining slope. And at the same time, you have the pressure of the costs going up, especially with the salaries and the logistical expenses going up. So here's really the challenge of how to manage this bottom line that most companies, even in the European Union, who want to perhaps near shore, have to handle. And that is because earlier they were maybe sourcing the products from Far East and maybe making having better margins. Now to relocate to this area, they have to, of course, let go of some of their earnings. So in that sense, the policymakers also have to understand the bigger importance that they allow the products to be produced, the prices to be, let's say, more flexible to allow this to happen. We as a company, we invested over last year's more than 50 million marks in upgrading our facilities. So we're definitely ready for nearshoring. And what has happened recently is that, let's say last year in the biggest pharmaceutical fair, CPHI, there was absence of the suppliers from Asia. So many of the European companies there understood that there's actually suppliers also in near proximity of them. Earlier, they would always tend to think that they would surely find something cheaper maybe in Asia, but now they're also seeing that they can find products also in their proximity. So we're seeing definitely an uprise in this trend. And we are, as a company, we are ready to facilitate this, and we're also open to companies who are willing to contract manufacture at our facility to transfer their production from other geographic areas to Bosnia to supply for the European Union and other countries. Because one thing about Bosnia, we're not yet a member of either European Union. However, that also in some cases has its advantages that we are able to supply to almost anywhere in the world because we're, let's say, still not part of any of the former blocs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's actually interesting to find out that pharmaceutical industry is on the top of the list of nearshoring companies, potentials for the EU. So that was interesting to find out. I would just like to say one information for the audience. After the final panelists, the audience will get a chance to ask questions. So please think of any questions for the panelists. So our last panelist today is Ms. Masha Njegovan, coming from Sustainary Partners. Masha is a consultant in the area of sustainable energies, and she's advising governments and companies, especially in the area of sustainable projects. We know that Tesla, the main reason why Tesla decided to come to Germany and to place their production in Brandenburg was access to sustainable energy resources. Western Balkans has large potentials in sustainable energies. When we talk about sustainable energies, the first word for us is usually hydro potentials, but here we are talking about solar and wind energy potentials. So what do you think if those potentials can be a competitive advantage in attracting foreign investments, and what needs to be done to make this possible?
Thank you, Elma. Good morning to the audience. It is a pleasure to be here on behalf of Sustainary Partners. We're a group of consultants, experts in renewable energy, sustainable finance, and human rights protection. And we're very much looking forward to working with businesses in the Western Balkans on improving their ESG standards. So you asked the question, Elma, about Tesla's renewable energy focus. I would say that Tesla is a great example of a green FDI. If we look at their gigafactory in Germany, it is not only an example of renewable energy procurement, but it is an example of company-wide sustainability commitment. So Tesla, in addition to purchasing renewable energy wherever they go, they also very actively engage with their suppliers, with communities, with all the key stakeholders, really, in the economy. So, and I would say that this is really not something that is unique to Tesla, but it is actually a part of a global trend. So this global trend is something that we can see in terms of the FDI approach that is changing. There is a big paradigm shift from the approach where companies in the past, they used to go to countries with less stringent environmental and human rights standards, and they used to take advantage of those lower standards and obviously lower costs of doing business. But nowadays, it's changing significantly. Nowadays, businesses actually, whenever they go to a new country, they bring with them the international standards for environmental protection and human rights. And to understand why this is happening, I think we need to step into those businesses' shoes and to understand what are the key drivers of that kind of approach. And I would say that there are a couple of things that are driving this type of approach. First of all, there is a big stakeholder pressure. So we can see that around the world, activist investors, they're really pushing for companies from fossil fuel sector to renewable energy and energy sector, and really economy-wide, to shift towards decarbonization, to adopt more sustainable policies. And on the other hand, there is also climate change litigation that is happening at a fast pace. We can see that the number of cases that involve corporates and that have as a theme a violation of climate change and human rights, they're increasing exponentially. So this is the first driver. The second driver I would mention is regulation. We can see that globally, companies and also investors, they're being driven, their investment decisions are being driven by sustainable finance regulation. And then finally, I would say in terms of the sustainability regulation, I think we actually need to pay attention at what the EU is doing. And I would say that their policy and regulation is primarily driven by the European Green Deal, as we know. And so since European Green Deal has a package of policies that are putting very strict requirements onto local EU companies, they have realized that those companies would be facing unfair competition from the countries and companies that operate under less stringent regulatory requirements. So what they have done is they have designed a set of policies, a regulatory framework that will have a cross-border effect. So I would like to invite businesses from BIH also to carefully review those sets of regulation, because starting from next year, they will be exposed to those regulations. And I would just like to mention a few examples. The first one is the supply chain, corporate sustainability supply chain due diligence. And what this regulation is requiring companies, the EU companies and companies operating in the EU to do, is to take ownership, to take really full responsibility of what is happening in the entire value chain, in the entire supply chain. So not only their European suppliers, but also suppliers beyond the European borders. So this regulation will push, obviously, for companies operating beyond the EU borders to align with the EU standards for human rights and environmental protection. And so I think there is also another set of regulation that is important to mention, and this is focused on the investors. So investors are nowadays in Europe exposed to this sustainable finance regulation. So there are two sets here that I would like to mention. The first one is the EU taxonomy. The EU taxonomy is actually the first global, I would say, attempt to define what investments can qualify as green. So it has very strict criteria that qualify investments as sustainable. And it comes with another, I would say, sister regulation that is called Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. And so this regulation requires all financial institutions operating in the EU to disclose environmental, social, and governance footprint of all portfolio investment companies. So obviously this is having an effect on companies, right, that they invest in, and we can see that quite a lot of banks are already adopting these sustainable finance strategies, and so we can expect in the future to see very strict requirements imposed by banks onto local companies. They'll require companies to adopt the highest environmental, social, and government standards in order to be able to get access to capital, but also in order to be able to get access to capital at a competitive price. So I would just like to mention that there is, I heard from an example of a company from Asia that is already complaining about having difficulties accessing capital and actually having higher cost of capital just because of the fact that it is dealing with less environmentally sustainable business segments. So yes, I would like to say that there is a big opportunity, obviously. We should be talking about green offshoring, about friendshoring, because as the studies showed, the cultural component is also very important. So I think BIH should be playing this friendshoring advantage. It should obviously leverage the huge renewable energy potential that it has. For that to happen, and in order to be able to take full advantage of renewables, it also needs to complete the regulatory framework, which has not been completed, but it's I think, close to being finalized. But obviously, I would say it has to focus on some other components as well. I would say that Eastern mining is a great example of how a business in maybe industries that are considered to be less sustainable can be done in a very sustainable way if you approach it in the right way. And I would say that maybe BIH should take example of what we've done in Serbia. So we're looking to create a green ecosystem by leveraging the access to lithium resources, but also bringing in Stellantis, who is one of the largest auto manufacturers who will be manufacturing electric vehicles. So if we create these kinds of ecosystems, we will create an economy that is attractive to highly skilled people, and we can try, I think, to prevent further brain drain in the future. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Njegovan. So I hear that unfortunately we'll not have a time for questions from the audience, but I would like to ask panelists to give some final remarks if there is anything that they would like to send a message to potential investors in the area of nearshoring. Please, just a minute, short statement as a conclusion for the end of the panel.
Okay, thank you, Elma. And for the end, I would like to take, again, a concrete example. I would like to mention our annual business survey conducted with our members, business members, which shows that despite all the difficulties in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as many as 84% of investors would again chose Bosnia and Herzegovina as a place to do business. And I think this is the very good indicator. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also be very brief. The Western Balkans, and I think our German government made this very clear in the last couple of weeks and months, is a very important region for Germany. And that's why we are sure that the bilateral business relations between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Germany and the European Union will definitely get stronger and increase in the upcoming couple of years. And as a last message, I can just invite you to be part of this story and to consider Bosnia and Herzegovina whenever you think about investments and about, let's say, nearshoring. Thanks.
I think we live now in a very hard time, and this crisis which we have now, we have to make from them chances to be better and to change this world. What means we should fight for zero hunger, for zero waste. And I think here in Bosnia we have good chances and we can do it. I hope we will have understanding of our government and politicians. They will find power to change some things, and I want to recommend Bosnia as one very good investment land.
I want to invite the investors. I think there's many reasons that invest in Bosnia, and mostly the investment it's very positive. In the same time, I really want to invite our governments that don't work like the autopilot, that really make make reform, that improve the business environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's really, it's not too easy. Thanks.
Well, I think for us, we want to see more investment like what we're already doing, where the considerations, can't be worked out in a spreadsheet, where a different bottom line is considered, where environment, sustainability, people development are at the core of those decisions. I think you can do that in almost any environment, but you've got to spend a lot of time understanding that environment to be able to be successful in that regard.
In one of the first presentations, it was said that many investors were coming here because of low labor costs. Now we work in an industry which is not hiring low labor workforce. We would like to see definitely in our country that we bring investors who are bringing added value to the economy and utilizing the educated workforce that there is here. Yesterday there was a discussion with the Bahraini delegation about language skills in the country. Now maybe some of the experiences of the gentlemen and the people who came here is not great, but I would say overall it's a country which is skilled in languages, in education, and they possess the skills to bring added value. About the work ethics and compliance, it's also an issue which here in this country needs to be addressed by the employers, that they spread the conditions for such companies to come here to Bosnia and to invest here and to, as I said, bring added value to the economy.
Yes. Well, as a final message, I would just invite all businesses that are especially doing business with Europe, European Union, and international investors to come and connect because we believe we can be very helpful to them when it comes to implementation of environmental, social, and governance standards. Thank you.
So I would like to use this opportunity to express high gratitude to all panelists that gave excellent contributions to our discussion today. What is actually a final message of this panel is that Western Balkans has excellent preconditions for nearshoring. However, we have to focus. Governments have to be more proactive, as we have heard that there are some countries being very successful in this regard. On the other hand, we have to focus on keeping high-skilled employees, as the potentials of Western Balkans are not only in producing some cheap products, because for these products we will actually need to import workers doing some simple jobs. And I would like to wish you a successful day in exploring business opportunities in the Western Balkans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts with us. Please give them a bit bigger applause. Thank you very much. It's going to be a short break soon, I promise. Sorry? You want to make a photo? Of course. Do we have a photographer around? Guys, please come back. Let's make a photo. Please, sorry. But everybody likes photos. So do we have a photographer here around? Please. Imamo li fotografa ovdje oficijalnog ili mi tu negdje vidim puno vas? I samo da napravimo jednu zajedničku sliku, molim vas. Evo može i video, pa ćemo print screen, može? Evo ga. Super. One more time, thank you everybody for this great panel. I hope you enjoyed as well. While they're taking a photo, let me announce something that we expected earlier. Let's finally hear, thank you once again. Let's finally hear what the Chief Executive of Foreign Trade of the Association of German Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Volker Traer, has to say about the nearshoring potential in our region.
Organized their production in recent decades. The COVID-19 pandemic showed that globalized production is very vulnerable to shocks and that disruptions can have severe and long-lasting effects. At its onset, almost complete stop by lockdowns and now, 2 years later, they are still in disorder. The impacts of the newly introduced lockdowns in China and Russia's war in Ukraine are yet to be seen. Many argue that this will induce companies to increase the resilience of their production, which will lead to shorter supply chains and bringing production closer to home. Is this likely to happen, or will nearshoring remain ado about nothing? Could the Western Balkans, as a region with strong historical relations with the German-speaking countries, use this momentum and become a nearshoring location? These questions were also asked by our colleagues who are supervising the project Chamber Partnership Western Balkans, a project which is coordinated by the German Association of Chambers of Industry and Commerce, the DIHK. Within the framework of the study, Getting Stronger After COVID-19, Nearshoring Potential in the Western Balkans, the team assessed whether nearshoring trends are present among German companies and whether the Western Balkan economies could benefit from them. The findings of this study will be presented to you in a moment and will give you an insightful introduction to the subsequent panel discussion. The delegation of German industry and commerce in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a part of our global network of German chambers of commerce and abroad, bilateral chamber networks, we call them AHKs, in over 90 countries in 140 something locations worldwide, will also take part in the discussion and present their projects. Enjoy the panel and the last day of the Sarajevo Business Forum. Greetings from Berlin.
Okay, he doesn't hear us, but let's spread and send some good energy. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, big gratitude to Dr. Volker and to all of you. 5 to maximum 10 minutes of break, okay? See you in 10:55, let's say. So we'll continue with our program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to continue in 2-3 minutes, so please join us in the main hall. We'll continue with the program of the second day of the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum. Thank you. For those in the hall, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention again, please? Take your seats. And for those in the rest of the Sarajevo Business Forum space, please join us in the main hall so we can continue with the program. Thank you. Hello. So let's go on. We have pretty packed agenda for today. That is why I have to cut this break, but we'll have more breaks, don't worry, during the day. We continue today's activities with an exciting session regarding importance of tourism infrastructure investments for economic development, case study, Porto Montenegro. Porto Montenegro is one of the most important investments in the region. I now invite Mr. David Margesson to join me on the stage and to handle this session. Hello, it's great to see you. Thank you for being with us, and the stage is yours now for 10 minutes, huh? Is it okay?
10 minutes would be great. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Please give him a big applause. And warm welcome.
Will you pop up the presentation today? Thank you. Just bear with us a second, we'll just put the presentation up. So thank you very much for the invitation to come and explain to you today a little bit about our investment in Montenegro, in Tivat in Montenegro. I have about 10 minutes to tell a very, very big and very long story, so I'll do the best I can. And hopefully we'll try and put that in the context of the subjects that you've been talking about today at the conference. So I guess tourism, we've recovered very strongly from the pandemic. 2020 was obviously a very difficult year. 2021 was our most successful year to date, and 2022 promises to be even more successful. So, and I think a lot of that success has got to do with the phenomenon of nearshoring that you were talking about, in effect, because our business has grown very substantially from regional customer base as opposed to the international customer base that was exporting their business elsewhere in previous years. So thanks again for the opportunity to come and speak. So how did the story begin? Well, obviously Montenegro was looking for a new base and a reinvention of its economy back in 2006. And it has certain raw materials and certain ingredients that it could use. It had a fantastic physical environment alongside the ocean. It had a warm, hospitable population and with a very relaxed character. And therefore tourism was an obvious starting point for the reinvention of the economy for Montenegro, and still forms a very large part of that today. So in naming the project back in 2006, obviously the word Montenegro is put into the title. That did a couple of things. It allowed us to assist Montenegro in all of our marketing efforts, and to get the country mentioned in anything that we did internationally. And as a super yacht marina and marina village, we obviously had a great deal of international communication. On the flip side, as the years go by and as Montenegro grows and the region becomes recognized as a tourism destination, we get some benefit back from every time that Montenegro is mentioning itself internationally. So what you see in the images here, in the top row was a redundant naval industrial facility. What you see in the bottom row are the conversion of those various assets into the basis of some of what you see today in Porto Montenegro. So in the olden days they were manufacturing and restoring ships. We are now manufacturing wonderful experiences and restoring people's soul, I suppose, during their stays at Porto Montenegro, and that's the basis of our business. So just a couple of headline figures for you, just to give you some idea of the impact of the project. 3 million visitors a year now passing through Porto Montenegro, 450 plus residences built and sold, 461 berth marina, which will expand to 850 berths in due course. Our first 5-star hotel, the Regent Hotel, which is open and trading. One more under construction at the moment, 96 rooms, and a third one in planning. And already over 110 shops and now offices. We're now building workspace. And we also have a school. So we have a school with about 120 pupils. It's a boarding school. And this year we're seeing growth in pupil numbers of 25%. So I think that's a very strong indication of how Porto Montenegro is becoming a destination to live and work, as well as a destination for tourism. Just flipping through some other highlight figures very quickly. 800 million euros of investment to date since 2007, about 12 million in public infrastructure, a turnover or a spend running through the project now of over 80 million euros a year. More than 2,000 directly employed individuals. Obviously the tourism industry is very labour intensive, and 170 million paid out to Montenegrin suppliers. So you can see that tourism is a phenomenal driver of SMEs and of employment when you go about it in the right way to grow a local economy. And that comes through in the following figure, where we in Tivat, where the project is based, we're running at about 17% of growth in overnight stays versus the coastline overall of about 7%. So the project has really had a profound effect, which is spreading out, but which has had a tremendous effect for Tivat itself. The super yacht industry obviously is a phenomenally high value industry, and our maritime visitors are spending somewhere near now 10 million euros a year of incidental spend over and above their berthing charges in the shops, in the restaurants and in the other businesses locally. We also have a tremendous lifestyle program. We run a huge program every year which goes from musical performances through to polo and other sports. And we invest a huge amount in the local economy, because the project needs to not only be tolerated as it grows and as it has its economic and social effect on the surroundings, but it needs to actually be welcomed with an enthusiastic local partnership, and that is partly achieved through a very strong CSR program which covers everything from sports and education through to medical and other sort of partnership initiatives in the local economy. It's a very difficult project to describe, or investment to describe. So they say a picture paints 1,000 words. We're in the process now of expanding our project. It'll go on for many, many years to come. So here's a video which will try and explain just a little bit of what the essence of the place is, how it's been created, how it all comes together, the soft investment as well as the hard investment, and what's going to happen in the future.
We talk a lot about a life less ordinary, and what does that mean? Well, it means that we focus a great deal on creating surprise and delight, creating unique experiences day after day, and the forming of new relationships with people that they've never met before, and doing that in an inspiring setting. They say you only have one, you need to get it right, and our job here is to give people the opportunity to do that in a way that they won't find the opportunity to do elsewhere. So as we stand today, the project has expanded since 2016. We have over 300 apartments. We have a hotel which has grown to be over 200 rooms. We have 460 berths in the marina and another 400 to develop in due course. We've expanded a lot of the surrounding infrastructure to allow what's been created so far to reach its full potential. We're focusing more and more now, not just on our tourist guests and our visitors, but on those people who want to live and work and fulfill all of their life's ambitions in an inspirational setting like Boca Bay.
Montenegro is in heart of Europe. It's in the very center of the European map, just 3 hours from all major cities of Europe and 5 hours from Dubai or United Arab Emirates. Also, when it comes to the coast, we're just in the middle between Italy on one end, Croatia, and then Albania and Greece on the other. What makes this place unique and special is definitely the beautiful coast, 295 kilometers of the coast in Montenegro, 5 national parks and 5 UNESCO protected sites, the beautiful islands, as I mentioned, Boca Bay, which is absolutely brilliant, but also diversity of the beaches in Montenegro overall.
We've developed the master plan in the form of 5 neighbourhoods. First of those is what you see today in Porto Montenegro, which we call now the South Village. The next will be Boca Place. It's under construction now, and that is a cosmopolitan and urban enclave built around a new town square with a lot of family entertainment and sporting and fitness facilities. Next comes the Synchro district, which is centred around the repositioning of the existing Synchro shed and yacht club, and then going forward from there we have 2 other districts, what we call the Northern District, which was the Domvojski, the officers club, the army club, with all of its sporting facilities, which at the moment includes tennis, to create a really world-class tennis community capable of hosting small tournaments. And then the final district, what we call Park Gardens, connected to the beautiful Captain's Park, and will really be a very tranquil haven of beautiful homes set amongst lush landscaping and swimmable waterways. So what does a day in the life of a Portonian look like in 2028? Well, you'll recognise all the things you loved about the village right from the start. The marina will be bigger, but will still be as fantastic as it is today. You'll recognise the Southern Village for all the things that it's been for the community here over the last 15 or so years. And but you'll be able to dine in a wider range of locations. You'll be able to wander from your home to an office or enjoy a drink, reflect on a day in your new life less ordinary in Porto Montenegro, and watch the sun go down together as you plan the next chapter in your life.
So hopefully that gives you some impression that this is not a construction project. This is the building of an entirely new or extended community into that, and the soft infrastructure that you saw there is just as important as the hard infrastructure, and the investment is just as serious and is just as important. The 5 districts that we ran through in the video there, you can see the South Village exists today, Boca Place is under construction, and the other district, Synchro, is under detailed planning for commencement hopefully next year, with the others to follow. So it's a project that will go on for a very long time and will expand the community for many years to come. The shipyard is a whole new sort of dimension. We have partner Dry Docks World from Dubai, and together we've acquired the redundant shipyard, former shipyard at Biella, and it will be turned into what I think I'm right in saying will be the world's largest super yacht repair and refit facility. So you'll see the rebirth of the marine engineering industry, which was so prevalent in Boca Bay, reborn but associated with its tourism industry by virtue of its focusing on super yacht refit and repair for the entire Mediterranean region. That project, that shipyard should open, the first phase of it should open later this year, and is in advanced stages of preparation now. So why are we successful? We're successful primarily because of public-private partnership. It's terribly important that the government has a clear vision of how it wants to go forward, and that it embraces in a transparent and well-managed way its private sector partners. And we've experienced that successfully over a number of years, and without that the project wouldn't be as successful as it is, and would not continue to be that successful. So it's terribly important that the joining of public and private to achieve that. So there we are. I mean, it is, as I described, I think, it is the coming together of the soft and the hard investment in the project, which really makes it a success, equally invested in, and it requires an unwavering vision, unwavering passion to achieve the full benefits of the project for the region. And we're seeing a huge number now, a huge increase in the number of people from Bosnia and Herzegovina coming to have homes and to have leisure time, and some of them to start businesses in partnership with us in Porto Montenegro. So the reach is becoming very wide within the region, and will continue for another 20 or so years to come. So hopefully it gives you a positive example of how we've used tourism to help develop the social and economic infrastructure of the region. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Margerson. Can you take us all to Porto Montenegro this summer?
Sorry, take you all
Can you take us all to Porto Montenegro?
I think there's room for you all, actually.
Okay, we're welcome, but can you take us all?
Yes, of course.
We want to go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a great opportunity to remind you on presentations rooms. There is a presentation actually about Porto Montenegro at 12 o'clock. And of course, you're very welcome to visit all others, and there are plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have some silence? Okay, we can see it till the end. Bravo. See you in Porto Montenegro. Okay, presentation at 12 o'clock. Now we're continuing with the panel organized in cooperation with USAID, The Power of Tourism to Fuel Economic Growth. The USAID Tourism Project, which began in August 2020, supports the Bosnian tourism sector's recovery from the negative impacts of the pandemic by fostering collaboration among all levels of government, industry, and community stakeholders. This panel will be separated into two sessions. Session 1 is named Market Trends and Investment Opportunities, a global perspective focused on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Both sessions will be moderated by Mr. Ibrahim Osta, Chief of Party, USA Developing Sustainable Tourism in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Osta, please join me on the stage. Where's Mr. Osta? Here he is. Please give him a warm welcome. Hello, Mr. Osta. All good? All good? I see you're counting something. We have, you have four. We have four panelists in this first part of the session. So hello and welcome, Mr. Osta. Now let's hear who are the panelists. First of all, Mr. David Goodger, Director of Tourism Economics in Europe, Oxford Economics, United Kingdom. He will join us at the stage, I hope so. He's coming on Zoom. Yeah, actually. And is he already here? Let's check. He's here.
Yes, hello.
I was expecting you here on the stage. I totally forgot you're with us.
My apologies. Sorry, I couldn't make it with you. Next time. Oh, I promise I will be there in person.
Never mind. It's great to have you here with us via Skype or Zoom. And welcome to Sarajevo.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Mr. Alan Elliott Merchant, founder of Myriada and partner in MMGY Global United States. He's here with us, okay. Thank you, please take your position, take your seat. Also, please welcome young Berhormat Dato Seri Diraya, Dr. Zambri Abd Kadir, Chairman, Malaysia Airports Holdings, Berhad, Malaysia. I hope I pronounced this well. Sorry for mistakes. Thank you very much. Okay. He said the rest, all the titles. Please take a seat, thank you. And Ms. Anita Mendirata, Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the UN WTO. Please welcome. Great to have you. Let's give them a big, great, warm welcome. Mr. Osta, the stage is yours. Please, ladies and gentlemen, just be aware of the time because, as I said, we have really, really packed agenda for today. Thank you.
Microphone working? Excellent. Well, good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I manage USAID's tourism program, and we'll hear a bit about this in a moment. I'd like to welcome you to this very interesting panel, The Power of Tourism to Fuel Economic Growth. And that's what tourism does, because it is the third largest industry in the world. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, it also happens to be a strategic sector, and my colleague, David Goodger will speak about this in facts and figures as well. Well, this session, as you see, where was that slide, talks about Bosnia and Herzegovina, the most exciting destination in the world. And we're going to tell you why it is the most exciting destination in the world to visit and to invest in. Now, I'll show you a short video, and we'll go into the session in a minute. Would you please play the video?
Zaprste polizati.
Most exciting destination in the world. Tourism accounts for about 10% of the economy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 1 in 11 people either works in or supported by tourism. Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2019, pre-pandemic, was among the fastest growing tourism economies in the world, 12%. And the great news is that while the pandemic had hit the world, the rebound has come. And the rebound in Bosnia and Herzegovina beat global average. While the globe last year, average tourism was down still 71%, in Bosnia and Herzegovina it jumped to only being 41% down. And that tells us about the potential that this country has, and it is already an attractive sector. Again, for both visitation, and the numbers speak to themselves about also being attractive for investment. Now, 2/3 of the country is covered in forest, making it attractive for nature tourism, for rural tourism, and kind of the post-pandemic mode of visitation away from mass tourism, and we'll hear from some of our speakers today about this. Now, importantly, both for visitation, but also for investment. As investors, you're thinking, how can I make money? Well, we need tourists, we need spending. Bosnia and Herzegovina is in the heart of Europe, and it is close to some of the most important outbound source markets, Germany, the rest of Europe, and it's a short haul from the Middle East. The Middle East, especially the Gulf countries, were the largest single block of inbound tourists last year and the years before, and have been growing the fastest. The Gulf market also is one of the longest staying market. And that's a key market for Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also the fact that we are next to Germany, a very high spender, and the Bosnia and Herzegovina is catching traction in the United States market. While it's a long-haul market, we're seeing a fast rise in arrivals from the United States. Now, as a result of all of this, the United States Agency for International Development designed this USAID tourism program to enhance the country's competitiveness in the tourism sector. And while tourism is only accounting for 10%, it's a healthy figure, it has the potential to multiply this many-fold, as a matter of fact. We're at the beginning of some significant growth in the tourism sector and its businesses and its investments. So what does this program intend to do, the USAID project? 3 things. Bring more people in, make them stay longer, and spend more money with a smile on their face. So how do we do that? We're working with government and the private sector on more modern strategies and policies that enhance competitiveness of businesses in the industry. We're also working on nature conservation and environmental sustainability to make sure that everything we do is sustainable and can sustain both businesses as well as nature for the long term. Now we need to bring people in. We're working on expanding aviation routes, and we have a number of partnerships with airlines, and 2 new airlines that we facilitated with Polish as well as Royal Jordanian are starting new routes. And that's significant, not just because we have new air routes coming in, because it's a statement of confidence that these airlines have in the destination for them to make such an investment and take a risk, and I would say calculated risk. That's what investment is about. And it's a signal to others, not just aviation, but also hotels and other types of investors. When people come, we want to expand the opportunities for them to spend money, but to enjoy as well the destination. And we have a number of initiatives to enhance the product offering, raising its value. And one of those, for example, is capitalizing on Herzegovina as an attractive destination, but also the wine in Herzegovina. We have the Herzegovina wine route under development with about 50 wineries or so. Adventure tourism is big. We're supporting the hosting of the World Rafting Championship with almost 30 countries that will be coming in before the end of the year. And some of the best rafting in the world is in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we have a number of other distinguishing factors about the country, but where the product is, there's a support that the USAID is providing. Workforce is going to deliver world-class experience, and this is where another topic we're going to talk about today. What does it take to build a globally competitive workforce for Bosnia and Herzegovina and potentially even for others? And the final area we're working on is facilitating investment, access to finance, and the topic of public-private partnerships. And my colleague for the day today from Malaysia Airports, the chairman of Malaysia Airports, will also touch upon the topic of public-private partnerships. Now, we are all been bruised with the pandemic, and the whole world has been. Where are we now? What does the globe look like in terms of moving forward? What are the growth opportunities, trends, risks? For this, we turn to my friend and colleague, David Goodger. I would like to bring him on screen, please. And our question to David was very simple. Where do we stand right now? What can we expect in the coming years, globally, from an economic perspective, as well as tourism? David.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you for the great introduction. And once again, I'm very sorry that I could not be there with you today in person. But yeah, it is something I'm very sorry about, and I really do want to get there to experience Bosnia-Herzegovina, Sarajevo at some point, particularly having seen that initial video. So if I can just share my screen, and I will try and answer the question that was set for me to talk through some of the key risks, talk through some of the economic impact, some of the trends, some of the key risks that we are looking at globally, in Europe, and particularly within Bosnia-Herzegovina. And I think to start with, I think you have covered off a lot of the stats that I was going to talk to there, Ibrahim. There's just to talk about the importance of travel as a sector. Globally, it accounts for around 10% of jobs and GDP. Bosnia-Herzegovina, prior to the pandemic, was a huge success story. It grew, it started off as less of an impact than that. It was around 6.5–7% of jobs and GDP being generated by the sector, but it grew. It exceeded the global contribution. It was up to around 11% of employment generated by the sector once we factor in all of the wider contributions. Real success story, some of the growth that happened there, and the future was looking incredibly bright with all of the great investments and activities underway. Of course, the pandemic hit, and as we can see in the chart, it hit everyone very hard. So travel across Europe in this chart, we can see, fell very sharply in 2020, but it is a recovery story. Recovery is well underway. Domestic travel started to rebound quite clearly last year. We expect that to be back to pre-pandemic levels this year on average. Huge strides taking place in international travel, although it will take a bit longer to fully get back there. There are, of course, some major risks, and I think I'd like to spend a bit of time just talk through what we're looking at, some of the, for some of the risks that could derail this. We are looking in terms of the economic drivers, economic conditions. This is some big stagflation risks, stagflation shock taking place this year. Looking here on this chart at our GDP and inflation projections for 2022, and we can see we have revised them over the past several months. Late last year, we were increasing our forecasts for inflation, seeing higher inflation, lower economic activity. This was started off with all of the supply chain issues that I know we've all been hearing about. It's then been exacerbated by what's happening in Ukraine with the war, as we're now seeing GDP growth globally down around 3.4%, whereas previously we were expecting over 4% growth. Much higher inflation being one of the causes of this, over 7% inflation worldwide. And it is that pricing impact that's the real concern. Looking here quickly, just some of the energy prices that are really sitting behind this, but there's a lot of other commodity prices that are spiking. And this confirms that we were seeing this happening 2021. It was some of the supply chain issues, some of those factors just getting some of the product around, getting back to normal after the pandemic was causing some real problems. Then what's happened with the war, we're now seeing these price increases being pushed higher and further out, but it is still a relatively short-term impact. But as we get into next year, we do see things starting to normalize. But still, it is a major impact for this year. For 2022, we are seeing across advanced economies the prices going up by quite a long way more than wages, which means real household incomes falling. Big squeeze on household budgets, something that we've not seen in the last 30 years, as we're seeing in this chart. We go back to the 70s, we may start to see some parallels, but even in the financial crisis, we didn't see household budgets under this much pressure. However, we do still think consumption will go ahead. It's not quite the same consumer boom, consumer-led recovery that we were expecting. We do expect, looking here at Eurozone, the line showing consumption, household consumption, still growing, still slightly outpacing what we saw last year, but it's what's happening, the drivers behind that is different. Incomes still rising, but being completely eroded by inflation. Cost of living really will make it a lot harder for certain households to get out and spend. But still, there was huge accumulated savings during the pandemic. We can see on the chart that 2020 consumption fell sharply, and that's as people were moving their money into savings rather than going out and spending as they want to. They're still sitting on huge amounts of savings, and that will get spent this year. Some was spent last year, but it's that savings, people drawing down on the savings this year, that will drive that spending. And we do expect to see some increase in that discretionary spending, that travel spending taking place. And overall, what we're seeing is that in terms of travel, international travel certainly, we expect to see this recovery deferred but not derailed. So large strides taking place 2022, but there will be some more substitution or more lingering substitution to domestic travel, people being a bit more cautious on international travel, spending, some households unable to afford it, and it will take some time, but then by 2023, as we start to see things normalizing, it will feed through. By 2024, we expect to see travel levels back to around the 2019 levels across European destinations, including within Central and Eastern Europe, which is where we would classify Bosnia-Herzegovina on this geographic basis. One further challenge, just want to mention specifically for Bosnia-Herzegovina is how we see that sitting within that is what source markets will travel come from. And there is quite a different picture that we see for Bosnia-Herzegovina relative to other countries within the region. Yes, you mentioned there, Ibrahim, that there is some very large European markets on the doorstep, and across Europe we see there is that reliance, so that short haul, that mid haul, European travel really dominates the picture. When we look at what the 2019 as the benchmark for normal for Bosnia-Herzegovina was, it really stands out that there was a much higher proportion of long-haul markets, which is testament to some of the great work, the growth that took place in those prior years, attracting large numbers of visitors from China, as well as from the Gulf, and notably Saudi Arabia, around 6% of visits coming from Saudi Arabia. This does present something of a challenge as recovery, particularly on that Chinese market, where we know that they're still pursuing the zero COVID policies, still a lot of restrictions on travel. But it does also show its testament to the attractiveness of Bosnia-Herzegovina and some of the things that are being put in place. And we've already seen that in the data, as mentioned, the growth from some of the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, huge growth in 2021, as well as from UAE, Oman, Bahrain, those last three countries. We saw travel volumes in 2021 surpassing already what happened in 2019. And we expect to see continued gains on those because of all of the infrastructure developments that are being put in place, all of the great destination development. We do see that recovery back to those 2019 levels on a comparable timeframe for Bosnia-Herzegovina, even though the challenge does look harder. You can see here quite clearly that incredible growth to 2019 does stand out relative to other peers. Some sharper losses during 2020, but still that recovery growth will absolutely outpace the rest of the region, according to our forecast, as that market share will be regained by 2024, 2025, back up to where previously was, back up to that high contribution from the sector, back to contributing around 11% of total employment. And then beyond that, we continue to see outpacing growth, continued gains in market share, according to our projections.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. Stay with us. I know you have to drop off, and instead of keeping you after everybody, let me just ask you this. First of all, thank you for confirming what we believe, and even some of our own forecasts is saying, that Bosnia and Herzegovina will beat Europe in terms of not just a rebound, but future growth. And we're probably going to beat the world average as well. And it was nice to see it, not just in numbers, but even to see how the graph ascends very quickly up. But in terms of growth rates, will they come mostly from the leisure market or the business travel? Do you see a difference between leisure and business travel?
Yes, we do. First, the initial stages, so for the next 2-3 years recovery, it will be dominated by the leisure market. That will be the fastest growing segment. People haven't been able to travel. They absolutely want to get back out there. There is that savings, as mentioned. Business travel, we are seeing some limits on that growth. This is fairly typical for coming out of a downturn. We see a lot of companies being a bit more cautious. Travel budgets is one of the first things, unfortunately, that does get cut. But totally, business travel will get back. We're seeing major events coming back. We're seeing people wanting to get back to travel and meet. There is value in face-to-face meetings, as I'm sure everyone in the room will attest. And once again, I really do regret not being there with you, because that face-to-face, in-person element is really important in building relationships, forming networks, and we're seeing it from a lot of colleagues, hearing from reports that there is clear sales and business benefits for that. So we'll get back, but business will be a bit more subdued, leisure leading the way, certainly at first.
Thank you. In terms of both source of tourism the source markets, as well as investment, where the investment might come from. What is your advice for where Bosnia and Herzegovina should focus on? Is it Europe? Is it the Gulf market and the Middle Eastern market? Or are they both attractive?
I think the obvious answer is that they are both attractive. The local market probably would represent sort of the low-hanging fruit. It is the shorter haul. We do expect to see some continued shift towards more short-haul travel, same way that people will be looking to more domestic travel. There's growing issues on sustainability, people wanting to stay closer by, particularly some lingering concerns on safety and ability to get home. So, short haul as a general trend is something that we see is, a clear opportunity that should be grasped. But, the Gulf market, I think the data speaks for itself, just the opportunities that have been realised and still the opportunities that are there.
Thank you. The Oxford Economics conducts studies for the World Travel and Tourism Council on economic impacts of tourism on the economy. And for Bosnia and Herzegovina, their study shows that for every dollar spent in the economy from international tourists, GDP grows by 2. So it's a significantly important sector, not just to bring foreign currency in or even cause economic development, but this is tax revenue for the government that is able to spend this money on roads and health and education and otherwise. David, thank you so much for your time. With your permission, we're going to upload your presentation on the Tourism Academy. This is the online training academy that we have launched, and this is it's also a repository of studies and PowerPoints and videos and otherwise, and learning material. So we're going to have this on the Tourism Academy starting later today, and it will be available for all of you to download and see. Thank you again, David, for your partnership, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we welcomed all of you, and I would like to particularly welcome a special group of people here. We have high school students who are studying business and economics and particularly interested in tourism. And I would like you to stand up and for us to recognize you because you're very special with us today. Where are the students with us? And we have more. There they are. And we have more. Wonderful. Welcome. We will be speaking to you also afterwards. And these are the future of the tourism sector here. Congratulations on focusing on tourism as well and being with us. Thank you. Now, we heard from David that there is light at the end of the tunnel. But where you exit the tunnel is not where you enter from. So has tourism changed, Anita? What are we looking at in terms of how the architecture of the tourism economy is maybe changing after pandemic?
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I also wish to express my warmest thanks to USAID and BBI from the Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, who is extremely grateful for USAID and BBI putting this program together, because we are at one of the most exciting times in our entire tourism lives because so much has changed. Mother Nature gave us 2 years to reinvent the tourism model, to make it smarter and make it more sustainable, so that there is definitely an opportunity for tourism development and investment. So has it changed? Fundamentally. When we look at the last 2 years and 2019 looking to where we are now, I love the presentation from David Ibrahim because it showed very overtly the statistical evidence of the hypothesis of how tourism has changed. There is no going back to normal because there is no back and there is no normal. There is no building back better, it's about building forward better. Reason being, the value and the values of tourism has changed. And as a result, the investment opportunity has changed. If we look at what David presented, as he saw, the growth coming back here and the rest of the world is driven by domestic tourism. That is critical because in the past, domestic tourism was always the poor cousin. People didn't want to travel at home. They wanted to go into the region and around the world. Now, the opportunity for tourism growth has lifted because the baseline has lifted. In addition, there's regional tourism, so that's a critical part of it. Very importantly, however, is looking at the concept of sustainable tourism. Everyone's talking about sustainable tourism. You can't not. But what Mother Nature gave us was the opportunity to rethink what exactly does that mean? And what's been coming out of this is the fact that sustainable tourism pre the pandemic was about blue and green. It was all about environmental sustainability. Now it's about economic sustainability, social sustainability, cultural sustainability, environmental sustainability, and also spiritual sustainability. We don't want tourism for tourism's sake. If it takes away from a destination who we are as a people and who we are as a place. Because ultimately, travelers and investors are now demanding that any tourism development must be good for the people and the place, not just the experience of the tourist. So those ethical shifts have taken place, which are going to then have an impact on the actual development shifts and the investment shifts.
Wonderful, and thank you for the message from the Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And of course, we heard in the introduction and in your booklet that one of the roles that Anita has been playing for many, many years is special advisor to the Secretary General of WTO, but you're also advising governments, and you're also advising destinations and even investors. And to that point, have the metrics of return on investment changed? Are we looking at something different, especially that you're talking about values that are also maybe taking more crystallized vision? What do you think?
And it goes actually, Ibrahim, to exactly your opening comments itself. The metrics of tourism investment have definitely changed. In the past, we always looked at arrivals, the number of visitors that came to a destination. We can easily achieve 100% capacity of hotels and airlines if we give the tickets away and we give the rooms away. So investors are not looking at pure arrivals. They're looking at it from the point of view of, are you getting the yield? Exactly as you said, are people spending more? Are they repeat visitors? Are they year-round visitors? And ultimately, are they visitors that are investing themselves into the destination, not just taking from the destination? So investors are looking very carefully at the economic metrics of a destination, not just the ego metrics of a destination. Because before we used to always talk about the number of arrivals and the surges, but we can actually institutionalize seasonality if we don't have year-round dispersion. And this is why this is an exceptional opportunity here where we are right now, because rather than competing with the region, you complement it. There is a diversity of offering that exists here that does not exist in many of your neighbors. Plus, you've got diversity of source market. As you said, you have Europe, you have the GCC, you have the opportunity for winter and summer visitation, which allows for dispersion year-round for tourism growth. What more could an investor want than that stability and sustainability of ROI, which is return on investment, but also return on inspiration? That's when you get the return on impact.
Fantastic.
Can I add just something to that, too? The other opportunity to dovetail onto what Anita said is the length of stay from each visitor. Every hotel knows the fourth night, the fifth night brings a higher yield per passenger than people who just come in for 2 to 3 days. With limited air seats, this becomes even more important for a destination, and the return becomes greater by keeping people longer. With the diversity of product that is here, that has the capability to be done.
Since we're on the topic, let's talk a bit more about markets. But before we do that, happy birthday to Al. Today is his birthday. And I invited him here just to announce his birthday in front of everybody. So should we target destinations? We're looking at a mono-destination traveler, looking at a multi-destination traveler. I have to say, like everybody else, Al came, he saw, and he fell in love with the country, and so did Anita. And from what you saw so far, what you learned about the destination, what do you think is the most effective way to target the market? Also, listening to what Anita's talking about in terms of return on investments and the changing profile.
I think there's two opportunities here. One is for short haul and one is for long haul. On the long haul opportunity, this is where multi-destination and regional tourism will be more effective. And you can see that in places from East Africa, where Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda have all worked together to bring people in because they know on a long haul it'll be a longer length of stay, but people want to see different regions. The same thing with Central America, where in the United States, Central America countries advertise and market individually as San Salvador, as Guatemala. When they're long haul, they market as Central America. So it depends on the market. When it's domestic and regional, I think you can get shorter stays, but more payment for shorter stays since the return on investment is bigger on a short stay, where the other one will have to be regional. And the idea of regional tourism certainly works tremendously. Both domestically and internationally, the idea of the stakeholders here working together is essential. And we were talking before, when you walk into the shopping mall, there's 20 stores that sell shoes. But they've all decided we're better off in a mall where more people come through and we all have our opportunity to sell than being an independent store by themselves. The same thing applies here. The more the product can work together, the longer length of stay, the more everybody benefits in that circle for all the stakeholders.
Thank you. I want to come back on the, yes, please.
Yeah, just to follow up from my two friends just now, I would like to look at, in addition to what they have said, I would like to look from different angle, coming from someone who ran the state before and also involved in the running of the one of the most important state in Malaysia. I think we need to look at a larger picture in order to attract people to come to your particular country. In this respect, I think whoever wants to come to your country, even to Malaysia for that matter, you need to have a good feel factor. One of the main important ingredients is to have the stability of the country, of the places they want to go. Because people, nowadays they will search about the particular country. For example, I want to come here. I ask my group, so can you search of the places? That's one aspect. The second aspect, I think, is about the places of interest. I think Mr. Allen just now also, I think you have alluded quite rightly on the point of, how to make people stay longer in your area. I had this problem before in my own state because I was a chief minister for 9 years, trying to attract people to come to my island, one of the most beautiful island in the world, so to speak. People say that this is one of the most beautiful. But the question is that it's sometimes very difficult to convince people, to ask them to stay longer. That's one of the areas that I say. That's one aspect, David. Another aspect that we may want to see, looking into the structural and institutional aspects of the country. For example, if you are looking into institutional aspect, you have some of the problems that you need to address. Particularly in the interest of the tourists as well as the interest of the investors, because the investors would like to come and invest in that sector. They want to know whether when they come in, they can really invest in your country. Is it safe to invest in your country or not? Minimizing some of the complexity with regard to the regulations, for example, the lands regulations in your country. These are the aspects that you really need to look into. And I think these are some of the aspects of the game changer that if you want to see some of the revivals aspect of the tourism sector. I think problems are everywhere, because you go to Malaysia, you go to Bosnia and Herzegovina, it seems to have the same problem, how to attract people to come to your country. There must be some uniqueness and peculiarities of that country for people to come. Of course, as you said, the sustainable tourism is one of the aspects that you can sell to the people. People come to see, not to see the buildings, but to see your environments, how beautiful your beaches, and so on and so forth. Just to add a little to that.
Wonderful. I'm going to stay with you. Your company runs about 30 airports in 4 countries. The one that I think most of us are familiar with next door is Sabiha Airport in Istanbul. We have 4 airports in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we have 2 more on the way. When we look at airports around the world that are managed by companies compared to those that are managed by the government, you can tell the difference. And I would like to hear from you, what is your view on private sector management of publicly owned assets, and in the case of airport?
Thank you for raising that question, Ravi. This is very important for us to see the policy of the particular country. We are blessed to have a very direct policy during Mahathir's time, when we changed from the state-owned enterprise into privatizations projects. One of the successful stories is our MAHB, Malaysia Airports Holdings. When the government decided to privatize it, and then now become one of the most successful GLCs in Malaysia. It is a top 10 GLC. Now we are managing, we have so far already about 30 years experience managing 39 airports and stowports. We have 5 international airports. We have 17 domestic airports, as well as 17 stowports. And we have also some overseas operations in ISG, Sabiha Gökçen Airport, which we own 100%. And also we have in Hyderabad International Airport, we have 11% equity, as well as Hamad International Airport on the operational contracts. This is very important. You have to create the right climate of investment for people to come. We open up to all stakeholders, domestic as well as international. I think that will create a lot of multiplier effects, and that creates the right value propositions for that particular company. In this respect, MHB has achieved its aim and its goals for the last 10 years, and have now become one of the most, for example, last year, we were one of the best airports in the world, the service, in terms of the service sector. And also another small airport managing 2 to 5 million passengers. That is Langkawi Airport. This is a small airport, to islands airport. Also achieved the best managed airport in the world last year.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Microphone, please. Yeah, wonderful. Final question, and if possible, very quickly. Do you think Sarajevo can rise into becoming a regional hub?
Yeah, it was fortunate. Yesterday, I had a brief meeting with your GM. Throughout my conversation with him, I found out there are a lot of potentials that you can. Now you have even extended your current airport to accommodate more people, more tourists, and also more international destinations. I think it is good here, but of course you need to address, in all sincerity, from someone, as someone from outside the country. So I want to give my observation. One, you have all the potentials, but of course you need to probably, if you want to bring first the investor to come, you have to also address some of the red tape probably, the complexities of maybe the laws may be different from one country to another. That's one. Another one, I think you must, how do you connect to each other? For example, to create a niche market, because in tourism sector, you can't simply go out and then just calling people, hey, come to my country, come to my country. But you need to really address what kind of market that you really want to focus into. I think you have all the potentials. Yesterday, I have here with me the director of Malaysian tourism, Islamic tourism, which he saw also some of the great potentials for connecting the places of interest. For example, they fly all the way to Sabia Gocin. From Sabia Gocin, they can fly to Bosnia. Herzegovina, and also to the Balkan to that extent. As you see, you have a lot of beautiful places to visit here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to end on this note, and in the interest of time, a quick question for Al and a quick question for Anita. Hearing the potential for airports, and you've seen the country and so forth, if we look at distribution channels, in terms of, you're involved with Travel Council, which is a network of tour operators around the world, as well as, if you look at tour operators as well as the investors here, could they work together on enhancing country image and brand, absent of a national tourist board, let's say? What's the role of the private sector in this?
Yes, from a point of brand, 100%. I think what people need to understand, brand for a destination is important, and it goes beyond tourism. It goes for investment. It goes for creating equity in the destination beyond tourism for everyone. But it requires everyone in the destination to buy into that brand and be part of it. Most importantly, it builds equity, and it builds equity for the people in the destination, it builds equity for the destination, and it builds equity for all the product that's been created in the destination. And that's long life. And it's worth the investment for all the stakeholders to come in together. And that collaboration and long-term thinking is what helps a destination now, tomorrow, and forever. And the trick is, some destinations look backwards for their brand. The successful ones look forward to their brand and where they want their brand to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And that creation is what moves them forward into the future.
Thanks much. I'll go back to Anita now. The destination has jumped back to pre-pandemic level. We are only 1%. When we look at quarter one of the year, compared to, we're only 1% off from 2019, so really at the peak, back again. And we project fast growth, as we heard from Oxford Economics. But with this growth, is there a risk moving forward? What do we need to think about in terms of managing tourism in a sustainable manner?
I love your questions. Thank you. There is absolutely a risk if we are only looking at the trend line of growth. Ultimately, whether it's the destination, it's governments, it's tourism industry, it's investors, it always has to look at for what purpose. Why are we investing in tourism? So if we look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for instance, that I've had the blessing of working with for the last 4 years, everything that they are doing, they are seeing exceptional growth. David showed us the statistics. We've just had ATM in Dubai. His Excellency, the CEO of Saudi Tourism, was there exciting people about the stats. But it's not about the stats. It's about Vision 2030. And the Kingdom is dedicated to making sure that the economy and the society releases itself from oil dependency and builds itself as a member of the global community, bringing in women and youth into the industry, reestablishing its image in the world. Exactly what Al was saying in terms of the equity that comes from a brand, in terms of the qualitative and the quantitative. So the risk is always there if we get, quite honestly, overly focused on the numbers in terms of our growth, our growth, our growth. Our growth can be at our detriment if we don't frame it as being, like in the Kingdom, it's about making sure we stimulate SMEs. It's about making sure that the lives of the people here are enhanced in terms of quality of life, in terms of the image they have in the world, and in terms of reputation as a global community member. Then it's tourism for tourism's sake, in terms of purposeful strategic growth, not just chasing the numbers. because the numbers will never be enough. People always want more, and you can get so much more that you actually do damage to the purity and the beauty of the destination in the first place.
Thank you so much. Concluding 2 sentences. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think in addition to this now, I think it's a very interesting point you raised. I think I want to use this one of the management guru dictum when he said that we need collaboration, not competitions. For you to prosper, number one, you must understand that you have to work within the system in your country, as you rightly pointed out just now. Another point, looking into your greater interest for this region, you all can work together with one country to another, because it takes about a couple of hours to reach from one point to another to the next border. I tried, because the last 2 days I took this opportunity to try to feel the country. I travel from one point to another. I can see there's a lot of potentials, at least for the people from Malaysia. We can see that at least we can have the best lamb here. You know, some people, they have a special interest. Why they come here? They want to see, to feel something different from the rest of the world. So my point is very simple: collaborate, not to compete.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our panelists. And I would like to also remind you that we started a half hour late. But anyways, thank you so much for your time. I would like to invite our second panel. I'm going to call you back for a photo, but we'll do it after we're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you. I hate to make this pressure, but I have to. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Alan, happy birthday. Mr. Alan, happy birthday. It's my birthday as well. Yeah. So happy birthday. Somebody should sing. Faruk Chaluk, for example. Thank you. Let's make a group photo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mr. Allen. Happy birthday to you. And to me. I don't know if this is the first time we're singing within the Sarajevo Business Forum, but anyway, it's going great. Thank you, Mr. Osta. You're staying here on the stage. We will continue with the second part. The second session is named Growth and Investment Opportunities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I now invite Dr. Nicholas Joseph Rudy, International Development Specialist, United States. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you, Mr. Joseph Rudy. Mr. Miloš Milovanović, Head of Analysis and Research, Serbia, Gaining Edge. Dobar dan, dobro nam došli. Bolje nas našao. Dato Dr. Mohamed Razib Hassan, CEO of Islamic Tourism Center, ITC Malaysia. Please join us at the stage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Mr. Javad Al-Hawaj, Chairman Al-Hawaj Group Bahrain. He will also join us at the stage. Thank you, gentlemen. It's great to have you here. And Mr. Osta, I leave the stage and the panel again in your hands. Please be aware of the time.
I want my half hour back.
Yeah. I don't want to make a pressure again. Thank you.
Thank you. We just agreed that I'm taking my half hour back. Okay. Well, welcome to our speakers. Okay, well, thank you. So we looked at the broad picture of tourism around the world, Europe and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now we're going to look at some specific markets, and we're going to look at some specific investment opportunities. We're going to focus on workforce. We're going to focus on business travel and investments that are necessary to make it happen. We're going to look at Muslim-friendly travel, halal tourism and associated. And we're going to talk about why the Gulf market loves Bosnia and Herzegovina with a perspective from Bahrain. Let me begin with Dr. Joseph Ruddy, a colleague of mine. I've worked with him for about 15 years or so. And Joe will give us the results of an assessment that we conducted at USAID Tourism here in Bosnia and Herzegovina about the need for workforce and the opportunities to invest in training institutions, colleges, universities, and otherwise. I would say, apply that one of the programs that we are supporting is enhancing universities to become world-class. We have 3 universities that are being supported by us to earn the United Nations World Tourism Organization TED Qual certification. This is the ISO 9000 of higher education, if you may, in the tourism and hospitality sector. But with this, Joe, I want to give you the clicker, and you can click away and tell us what you found. We have the slides, please, for Joe.
Thank you.
I've asked Joe also to brief us on another finding that we asked him to do, which is that take a look at the lodging sector, and specifically at hotels, guest houses, and spas, what sort of investment opportunities there are to upgrade them and to invest in new ones. So let's have the slides, please.
I'll work from this one. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and pleasure to be here to address you, and thank you very much indeed for the invitation and for the honor of attending with you today. Thank you. If I can refer to human capital development within Bosnia and Herzegovina, I've got some figures on the screen here behind me, and these figures are based on the state of tourism employment in 2019, just pre-COVID. These numbers were published in 2020. And as you can see, they represent demand, supply, and the gap. And the demand, as it existed then, was essentially 30,000 employees at that time. And we projected a further demand over the 5 years of 28,000 additional employees required in that 5-year period as the growth of the industry took place, as we had projected at that time. In addition to that, the supply aspect is based on those graduates and trainees that are coming from universities, colleges, and adult training centers. And we had projected that over the 5 years that these institutions would educate and train approximately 10,000 future potential professionals in the business. That would leave us with a gap of approximately 18,000 people to be sourced, trained, and professionalized over a 5-year period, which in any country is a substantial challenge to be able to provide those to it, especially set against the background that many people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, young people who are graduated and trained, also are sourced to seek employment in adjoining countries. It's not necessarily that they wish to seek employment, it's that they're being offered attractive salaries. They're being offered attractive conditions and opportunities in the nearby destinations. So, yeah, okay. So this is a continuing challenge that Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to address. It will mean that there will have to be a rethinking of creation of jobs for the future generation. There will have to be a rethink of how we educate and train the future workforce within Bosnia and Herzegovina. Education institutions will have to increase enrollment. They will have to improve curriculum and update that curriculum. We can no longer in the industry afford to spend 4 years or 3 years educating a chef. 30 seconds, right. And we need, of course, upgrade the teachers. We need to create a stronger international partnership for the improvement of the programs in the education. And this is something that USAID Tourism is working on continually, helping to improve the education at universities. But also, we have developed an innovative program called Pathways to Professionalism, which is moving the training responsibility into industry as opposed to in the institutions. I rest my case there.
Thank you. Joe, we already have the slides on accommodations. Let's keep that slide up since you already have it up.
Sure.
Okay, we lost the slide. No, slide. It's okay. No, it's okay. Let's
no.
Okay, we'll continue on the topic.
We'll come back in this slide.
Let's continue on the topic of workforce.
Oh, it's there. It's there.
Yeah, let's continue on the topic of workforce.
Okay.
How can Bosnia and Herzegovina meet the challenge? What type of investments are needed, especially if we're speaking to investors in the room? What type of investment opportunities are there in training centers? What type of investment opportunities are there in universities? And I would ask the big question. Anita spoke about her working in Al-Ula in Saudi Arabia. That's probably the largest tourism development destination in the globe right now. Not only does Bosnia and Herzegovina need workers, not only does the Balkan region need workers, and they're taking workers from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Saudi Arabia needs workers, many others need it. Can Bosnia and Herzegovina, just like we spoke about being an aviation hub at some point, can it be a hub for workforce development, for its own needs, for the Balkan region, but also even for the world?
Yes, and what we're talking about here is we're talking about the potential for creating Bosnia and Herzegovina as a major hub for the training and development of the workforce for the industry. Critical, no matter how well we work to develop the future hotels and industry section, if we do not have the human capital to service and provide the experiences to our visitors, then it's a failure in the industry. Why would there be a potential of Bosnia and Herzegovina for investment as a hub of training and education for hospitality and tourism? Well, here's the question. Here's the answer, some of the answers to the questions. First of all, Bosnia and Herzegovina is an accessible location. It's an accessible location for young students to migrate here to be educated and trained in the industry. Bosnia and Herzegovina has a strong academic base. There are many fine universities with fine facilities here. However, those facilities and those resources are somewhat outdated and need to be reinvested in. But the facilities and the land of the properties are there. You don't have to go out and find them. There's also a strong academic base, well-qualified academics. They need upgrading and bringing to the modern life of the hospitality and tourism industry. They're very much based in academia. They need to be able to integrate and bring in industry to be advisors in program development. And what is needed from the point of view of investment in upgrading programs, investment upgrading the facilities for training, preparing the youth to be able to enter the industry going forward. And also an opening of the door of these institutions for adult learning and development of another form of workforce other than youth. There are those people who want to return to the workplace or those part of the population that would really prefer to maybe change careers or return to work, such as there are many housewives and mothers who are in the industry at the present time who would wish to return to the workplace, but they don't have an opportunity to be able to train.
Wonderful. Thank you, Joe. I will come back to you
to
speak about this, this topic. But let's talk about accommodations. We have hotels of various classifications. We have guest houses, we have spas. What is the opportunity for investment in this sector? And if we can be brief, please.
Yes. Well, as you can see here from the slide that's popped up behind me, you can see that the number, Ibrahim, you can see the number of hotels that we have. 4- and 5-star hotels. We have 214 hotels through the whole country. We have a chain hotel. We have 3 chains based in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is very low when compared to any of the surrounding countries or any of the other destination with a growth factor as Bosnia and Herzegovina would have. There are magnificent opportunities for the improvement and the development of the more 4- and 5-star type of properties. There's quite a considerable requirement to reinvest and modernize the current stock of properties. And of course, there's also the opportunity to be able to expand in other forms of accommodation, such as guest houses, resorts particularly, a great necessity because if with the growth of adventure tourism, resorts, of course, would be an attractive investment going forward. And then we must not miss out on spas. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are only 16 medical spas, and these are residential medical spas. The investment opportunity is to develop wellness spas for soft cosmetic wellness, for physical wellness, and for spiritual wellness. You have all the resources in Bosnia and Herzegovina to provide that. You have wonderful nature, you have wonderful mountains, you have fantastic forests, and you have a water life that all contributes and suitable for the development of the wellness business. And remember, wellness spas located outside the cities will create opportunities for local communities who can be trained in the provision of these services. And there are then, of course, the added benefit of producing by the products that are used in these spas, such as wellness and healthcare products that can be produced locally according to the environment conditions that are required.
We have great potential for cross-industry collaboration. One of the interesting industries Bosnia and Herzegovina has is medicinal and aromatic plants, and the essential oils that it produces, the creams and lotions and cosmetics and otherwise that are original from plant, not from chemicals. It's quite interesting. I'm going to switch topics completely. So far, we've been looking at leisure travel. And I want to talk about business travel right now with Milos. Let's have Milos, the slides for Milos. But business travel is important because it's a completely different segment. And the way it is conducted is different, and the way it activates the economic value chain is somewhat different, though it activates additional value chain components than leisure tourism, printing, media companies, event management, translation services, and otherwise that come as part of the meeting industry, the convention industry, the conferencing industry, and otherwise. And the way we sell leisure travel, you want to advertise, you advertise to 1,000 people and convince 1,000 people to come and visit you. In the case of large congresses, you need to convince a single person who makes a decision where a large congress goes or where a corporate meeting goes. And then 1,000 or 5,000 people follow that one particular individual. So the distribution channel is different, the marketing activities are different. Then you tag on to it pre and post tours, and now we have a huge multiplier. And that's why what we call MICE tourism, meetings, incentives, congresses, and exhibits, is considered the highest spending market. Now, Milos comes from Gaining Edge out of Australia, recognized to be known as the most respected company in the business. And he's conducted research here. He visited Bosnia and Herzegovina, he toured the country, he visited the facilities, and he's going to share with us his findings. What does it take for Bosnia and Herzegovina to succeed in the business travel segment, and particularly in this MICE?
First of all, thank you for inviting us. Thanks to BBI and thanks to USAID for making this panel. Yeah, I'm your neighbor here from Serbia, but actually I work in an Australian-based company from Melbourne named Gaining Edge, and we do consultancy in the meeting business, in meetings and conferences, which is, let's say, part of business tourism, but actually motivation of people who are traveling for MICE is different than leisure. And this conference, and I'm happy to see all of you, this conference is part of our business. And most of you are here from some business reasons. And after 2 years of Zoom conferences, this is great to see all of you here. Bosnia is, I will show you through the presentation briefly in 5 minutes where Bosnia at the moment is. So for more success in this MICE market, there's some investment that should be made in public sector as well as in private sector, and more like a destination product and collaboration among key industry players to develop this product and to put it on the market. So there are two stuff. One stuff is more investment, and the second stuff is more collaboration. Ibrahim, may I pass through these couple of slides? Yeah. So actually, this is the first slide showing volume of the business globally before COVID. David was with us from Oxford Economics. This is his data. The data is amazing, because before COVID, that was 1.5 billion participants and 1.07 trillion of direct spending in our business. So our business is kind of one of the most successful businesses with a strong growth over the last 10 years before COVID. Actually, there are some, it has been affected by the COVID heavily, but as David said in the previous panel, it's going back, and there is projection that as of 2024, it will come back fully. I have just a couple of stuff why meeting business is a bit different than tourism. We are talking about bringing more people, stay longer, and spend more. The question is not just bring people, but who the people are. So in a conference business, people are decision makers, corporations, scientists, professors, doctors, etc. So actually spin-off effect of having these people in the country is tremendous. So actually this is not just money spending, it is transfer of knowledge. It is making your country to be a hub in some business in the entire world for the couple of days. It is promotion of your innovation. The question for the country is, do we want investors to invest in us because we are low-cost labor or because we are smart and innovative? Will they invest us more, and will they see us more as investment potential if they see us as a place where people will come because it's cheaper, or it is a place that people will come because that's innovation hub and that's the place of creativity? So that's the story about the convention business, because conferences, it's not just about spending of money. We call it beyond tourism effect in the conference business. It is intellectual engagement of your key leaders here. So this is the huge story which I will leave for the next time. Now I will just show you where we are. So if we see in the region by International Congress and Convention Association, Bosnia takes 6.5 of all international conferences in the region. You see this pie, and these 5 countries I put in a pie as a regional competition. As gentlemen said from Malaysia Airlines, it's not about competition, it's about collaboration. Why it's about collaboration? There is a very simple example. If we are looking to the Scandinavia, and we believe Scandinavia is very developed, and it is, there are over 500 Scandinavian conferences rotating around Scandinavian countries. In this region, it's less than 50. So, without having regional business and without having strong collaboration among all of these countries, no way that we will jump up into international market and be interesting for international conferences to come. However, you will see on this second, this mid part of the slide, that Sarajevo is number 5 in the region, after a couple of other cities, Belgrade, Zagreb, Sofia, and Dubrovnik. So actually it shows solid potential. Sarajevo is a capital city. Sarajevo has strong universities, etc., as Joe mentioned. So actually there is potential. And finally, if you see the Gaining Edge Competitive Index report, the latest one, which is a report of my company, we see that all other 4 countries are among top 100 in the world. So actually, if we get that level, we are getting in the top 100, which is strong. And what do we need? The first stuff that we need to make more conference business is infrastructure, conference infrastructure. And the key elements of the conference infrastructure, that's airport, actually airlines, hotels, and meeting facilities. If you talk about meeting facilities, we are here in Hills, which is great meeting facility. But again, it is not purpose-built convention center. It is hotel with large conference facilities, which means that mix businesses. And mixing business is not always healthy, especially not out of the season. And if you see all our potential, we will see that other countries around, they have more or bigger meeting facilities. Especially if we are looking into hotels, as just said, I counted hotels, and this number of 3,600 rooms, it's a little bit optimistic, but actually, again, we don't have international brands, not large hotels, etc. And finally, if you look at the number of passengers annually at the airports, we will see that Sarajevo is underdeveloped and there is a huge room for improvement. So actually, key challenges is no purpose-built convention center. We need more hotels, especially international brands. Our network of direct routes and connections should be stronger, and there is no convention bureau or any institution to peg the project and to make collaboration with key players here and in the region. So key opportunities are just working on that. So I will show you just one slide. Can we get back somehow?
Can we have the slides back, please?
Can we do 2 slides back, please? Yeah. So actually, stuff are going in the region. So actually, we have in Belgrade at the moment reconstruction of the largest purpose-built convention center in the region, named Sava Center, and that's Delta Real Estate Company. Started reconstruction with 90+ million euros. You have representatives of the company here, so you can talk with them how to go into that business and how to collaborate. Also, Hung Expo in Budapest invested 170 million euros and opened just recently. We have opened Padova Convention Center in Bruges, etc. So stuff are going up. People are investing, so if we don't follow that stream, actually we are lag behind. So just as a summary, what do we need? We need more international brand hotels, especially business hotels, 4- and 5-star hotels, and especially large hotels with large room box, over 100 or over 200 rooms, and we say quality rooms. And the next stuff is multi-purpose, purpose-built multifunctional convention venue. So these are 2 stuff, as well as with the air accessibility, really to put us on a map.
Thank you. We spoke about leisure travel, we spoke about business travel, and one of the segments of travel is halal tourism or Muslim-friendly travel. And Malaysia has succeeded in a major way in this area. And many other countries, even Australia, is catering to this market, a rising market. I believe it's about $155 billion a year in spend, so it's pretty significant. Mr. Razi, what can you share with us on why you succeeded in this? And are there lessons learned for Bosnia and Herzegovina to learn from your success in this market?
Thank you, Ibrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. First, thank you to USAID for inviting Islamic Tourism Center to be part of this very important occasion. And in response to your questions, why Malaysia has been a leading destination for the last 10 years in promoting and also in establishing Malaysia as the Muslim-friendly destination. There are a couple of factors contributes to that. One is how we look into this market. From the first session, the panelists were talking about the arrivals, stay longer, spend more, and we're talking about sustainability, talking about value creations. And in fact, the Muslim market actually is the new ground, the new segment that probably has been overlooked for the last decades, simply because we were influenced by the number games. And you can see that in those days, even for the case of Malaysia, we were among the first to penetrate the market in GCC, and then we went to, furthermore, and then we went to ASEAN market, because if you're looking into the number of Muslim populations in terms of size, we have 1.9 billion all over the world, not in a particular country, but in the entire world. And in OIC countries alone, 1.1 billion. And in ASEAN, with 255 million Muslims. You know, talking about Indonesia, talking about Brunei, Malaysia. And also the diaspora of Muslim in the different parts of the world, particularly in Europe. And this is very, very pertinent to Bosnia-Herzegovina, because you have a very rich history, you have very strong background for Muslim, and even I did a couple of visits the last couple of days, and Bosnia, in terms of products, you are ready. But there is another problem. How do we prepare ourselves? Because you are not that far from the market, you know, from GCC. I think our good friend, Mr. Awad, is from Bahrain. And you can see in the hotel, the Swiss hotel, many of Saudi tourists, Qataris, and you just close, just at the doorstep, you have the Muslim market. If I could put in perspective, we are not talking about a particular country. You're talking about the entire new segment. And this is why when we do promotion, if it was in the past that we single out, you know, we want to have a Saudi tourist, we want to have Bahraini tourists, but actually are talking about Muslim market. And they are professionals, they travel in style, and they spend more. That's what exactly we want.
Right.
But another challenge that I must mention here, that they are also looking for values. And I think it applies to all, not only to Muslim, but for the rest of, for conventional tourists as well. But for Muslim market, they are asking for a little bit more to fulfill their faith-based need, because they need to perform prayers. They look for halal food. They want to have a special area for the family. And this is something that Malaysia has been able to put forward. And we become a reference center. Now, not only Malaysia, but recently when Dina Standard announced the report, and we look at our back, actually Singapore is following us very, very closely.
Very well.
So this some of the scenario I want to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Al-Hawaj, this is not your first year in this conference. You're a familiar face to the Sarajevo Business Forum. And you played a key role in facilitating partnership in business between Bahrain and Bosnia and Herzegovina. You're the chairman of the council as well as Sarajevo, the Bosnia and Herzegovina Bahrain Friendship and Business Council. Why does the Gulf love Bosnia and Herzegovina? And what does it mean for potential investment opportunities here from the Gulf region?
Thank you very much Fish, I would like actually to thank you, and I am very pleased to be here in this very important forum. And we thank the organizer for giving us this opportunity to come here, me with a good number of the delegation from the Kingdom of Bahrain, who they are in different sectors. And they believe that the opportunities to be here is that we will have a chance to develop a business relationship between Bahrain and Bosnia. And we also, as a society, because I am chairing Bahrain, Bosnia, Herzegovina Society, and I have a member of the society here, and one of the aim of our society is to really support to increase the business relationship in all different sectors, in business together, because we have a very important businessman in food sector, and also an important investor to invest already in Bosnia. There are very big numbers of buildings and real estate. And of course, we have also part of our delegation who's in the tourism and, of course, hotels sectors. Me personally, of course, I have my own business. I'm chairing a group of companies who's really is importing goods from different countries, from Europe, and perfumes, cosmetics, electronic, accessories, and we distribute it and we sell it in our own retail shopping branch. So let us go back to the important sector, which we believe it's very promising. This is the tourism, especially in a country like Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is a beautiful country. It's mountains, green, water, and a beauty. And this is a proverb, if anybody is from the Arab, they know the al-khudratu wal-ma wal-wajh al-hasan. It means green, water, beauty, faces. And this is already is here.
Great. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you for underscoring the importance of investment in real estate as well, that you spoke about. Because tourism, when people come, they fall in love, it's true, with the place as tourists, but also as investors. And we're seeing lots of Gulf money coming in from Bahrain, from the United Arab Emirates, from Saudi Arabia, and otherwise Kuwait, into resorts, into apartment buildings, hotels, and otherwise. Tourism connects people, but there are also platforms that connect people in tourism. And I would like to call back Al Martian back to the stage because he's also leading an innovation called the Segment Project. And this is something where we can capitalize on in Bosnia and Herzegovina to link people, to link businesses, even academia together. Al, you can grab the microphone here and tell us about
I'm going to give a hard sell American 30-second sales pitch. For those who are interested in innovation in the tourism industry, please look at the sigmundproject.org. It's called the Sigmund Project. It's an unusual, brand new, non-for-profit, free for everyone, open source, where people with innovative ideas can post their ideas and look for collaborators, all in the tourism industry on a global scale. We've had over 30,000 people in less than a year approach the platform. There's over 200 ideas on there from 110 countries. So that's our little pitch, and we hope you take advantage of this great opportunity. Thank you, Ibrahim.
Before you go, stay here. So Al spoke about this as being a non-profit platform. So just to make sure everybody understands how they can use it, if you're an investor with an idea, you're looking for an investor, or an entrepreneur with an idea looking for an investor, you can use the platform.
Yes.
If you're a university in academia, you're looking for a collaborator in another country, you can use the platform.
Yes.
And it costs you nothing.
and it's absolutely free. We have several universities, from New York University to German universities, all participating in it, and we'd love to see some great participation out of all the people who are here for this area and specifics. So thank you.
How about
Yes.
just make a commitment now? We're going to get your support to promote this in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
We will.
To catalyze ideas from local entrepreneurs.
We'd love to.
And as well as partnerships between different
We'd love to
universities.
partner with the universities, we'd love to partner with individuals, and I'm more than happy to mentor anyone who's interested in putting an idea on the site. We'll get on and do a Zoom call one-to-one. My pleasure.
Thank you. That's what we call
Thank
a
you.
birthday gift.
Thank
from
you.
To us. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think they're going to wrestle me down from the stage if this goes on any longer. I want to thank our wonderful MC. She's doing a great job, right? Thank you. I want to thank our panel, but allow me 1 minute to wrap up with what we heard. So Anita spoke about the 5 prongs of sustainability. I used to think there are only 3. But now there are 5, and we appreciate your perspective because sustainable tourism is what it is all about, especially that this tag teams also with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations that different countries are subscribing to, including Bosnia and Herzegovina. At the end of the day, it's people-centric development. You know, how does it help the individual and make sure that this is sustainable for people, first of all, and for the country and then for the world, of course, when we look at nature. And Anita reminded us that tourism of today is different from the past, so we cannot look into the past playbook into future development. Al spoke about the importance of destination brand and plugging into distribution channels, and he reminded us that there is an opportunity for investors, not only government, to contribute to enhancing the brand and brand perception, and that is quite important. We heard also from Malaysia Airports about the importance of the private sector investing in government assets and the potential for even Sarajevo to rise as a regional hub, provided the right conditions are put in place. And George spoke about universities and training institutions. We have an investment opportunity there. You can invest in universities. We have 13 of them. You can invest in training centers. We almost have none. We have them at the high school level, but professional institutes that are internationally certified that can train for Bosnia, for the Balkan region, as well as for the world, really, especially for the Gulf, because that's where the need is. That's another investment opportunity that's out there. We heard about the significant capital investment that is needed for Bosnia and Herzegovina to rise as a convention hub, and that it can be a major convention hub because it has all of the ingredients for success. So investors take a look at this, either taking over existing assets, and there are a number of existing assets, and we can help facilitate as a project and with our government partners these public-private partnerships or concessions to take over existing assets and converting them into commercial ventures or helping you with greenfield investments. We also heard about the importance of the Muslim travel market, and this is already here. We have a number of halal-friendly facilities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but it's a rising market and certainly a natural market. For the destination, we heard that Bosnia and Herzegovina from Mr. Al-Hawaj is attractive in the Gulf, in Bahrain. And with this, we would like to conclude this event. Thanks to all of our speakers. We will not miss the opportunity for a photo. We're going to do it right now. Then we're going to do a joint photo with everybody afterwards. And thank you to BBI for making this facility here. And thank you to USAID for your continuous support. Ms. Boba Vukmanovic will be doing the most important part, telling the media that what we all spoke about right now. So let's do the photo, then we'll bring everybody else for a final photo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosta. Minute still lasts 60 seconds, yeah? Because you said just a minute. I'm kidding you. You share compliments and then you think I'm going to be good. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We have a coffee and snacks break. See you at 1:10. 1:10 precisely. We'll continue with Malaysia and Bosnia and Herzegovina talk. And ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, actually at 1 o'clock in the presentation room, we have presentation of our sponsor, Us Holding, recommendations to visit it. Thank you. Enjoy the break. Neću ja, hoću ja. Dame i gospodo, počet ćemo kroz nekoliko minuta, pa evo opet vas pozivam da nam se pridružite ovdje u centralnoj sali. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you had a great break. I invite you to join us at the central hall, because we'll start with the next panel. It's going to be Bosnia and Herzegovina and Malaysia talks. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention again, please? So we can move on. So, dear guests, I hope, as I said, you had a great, good break in the previous minutes, and now we can continue with this exciting program of the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum. It's my pleasure to announce the next part of Sarajevo Business Forum. Ever since its inauguration, Malaysia has been a really great friend to Sarajevo, to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course the Sarajevo Business Forum. The session will be moderated, as I said, it's going to be Malaysia, Bosnia and Herzegovina talks. So it will be moderated by Mr. Mirza Vejzagic, BBI VIP Business Club. Mirza is here with me. Please join me, Mirza. I'm waiting for you. Give him a warm welcome. You're good?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're smiling. Everything's fine, I hope. Thank you, Mirza. I now invite young Berbahagia Tuan Noor Azmi Mat Said, CEO of HLAF Malaysia, to join us on the stage. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Great to have you here. Please welcome young Berbahagia Tuan Van Muhammad Zainal Van Yahya, Manager Business Development Malaysia, Franchise Association Malaysia. Dobar dan. Hello, great to have you here. Also, please welcome young Berbahagia Tuan Moht Akil bin Moht Yusuf, Board of Trustees, Islamic Tourism Center Malaysia. I really hope I pronounce all this good, or at least a bit good. Muhammad. Muhammad. Muhammad, very welcome. Very welcome. Thank you for being with us. Then Mr. Jenan Muezinovic, who will also join us at the stage. It was simple, Jenan Muezinovic for me, okay? Please, welcome. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ms. Eldina Muftic, Executive Director, Zera Agriculture Investment, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Keep on smiling, great to have you here. So everybody's here now, but one panelist, but he'll explain us the reason. Okay, before I leave this panel into your capable hands, I just have to remind you on something really, really important. At 1:30, we'll have our sponsor Turkish Airlines presentation in the presentation room, so everybody's more than welcome to join. Mirza, it's your time. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Thank you to this wonderful speaker from Bosnia and Malaysia that we have every year. I'm really proud of it. Before we proceed with today's panel, I would like to announce that we have a signing of Memorandum of Understanding between Bosnia Bank International, BBI Business Club, and Malaysia Franchise Association. In line with that, I would like to invite Ms. Azra Cholic, a head of BBI Business Club, to join us. And I would like to invite my friend, Mr. Muhammad Van Zainal, to join us as well. Thank you very much for this MOU signing. MOU signing is basically related to the cooperation between BBI Business Club and the Malaysia Franchise Association for the future events, Sarajevo Business Forums, as well as other events in Kuala Lumpur, collaboration in the field of business, collaboration in the field of the market research, as well as exchange of the potential investors from the Malaysia to Bosnia and Bosnia to Malaysia. I thank you for this, and I hope there will be some productive future between BBI Business Club and the Malaysia Franchise Association. Thank you. With the conclusion of this signing of MOU, I have to say that we have in the past 10 years always one panel or business roundtable related between Malaysia and Bosnia. This year we have a big number of Malaysians coming to Sarajevo Business Forum. At least we had 60 visitors. They are representing the government, they are representing the government-linked companies, they are representing the agencies, they are representing the private investors, private capital. So diversity is very interesting, and I thank again Malaysian government, Malaysian people to support this event, to support Bosnia and Herzegovina, to support Sarajevo Business Forum as supported in the last 11 years. They never give up on Bosnia. They never fail to appear in the Sarajevo Business Forum. And I really appreciate and I thank you on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and organizers of Sarajevo Business Forum. My first speaker today will be Mr. Nur Azmi Matsaid, CEO of Human Life Advance Foundation, a sponsor of 2022 Sarajevo Business Forum, and to give us a word to my first speaker, perhaps you can tell us what you are doing, who you are representing, and what is possibility between Human Rights Advance Foundation and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Floor is yours, as you like.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for giving us the opportunity to participate this year Sarajevo Business Forum 2022. Of course, it has been our first installation of Malaysian Technology Transfer Showcase in the event. And my name is Azmi. I'm from Human Life Advancement Foundations. As the foundations, we work on activities related to transfer of knowledge management, technology management, and activities that related to creation of enabling or working on enabling platforms to make things work, especially in the area of quality educations, in the area of inclusivity, in the area of food security, well-being, health, as well as low carbon or clean energy initiative. That's what we've been doing over the past 10 years, and we'll continue to do it better year over year. And for this year, SBF, we work in collaboration with Malaysian franchise associations, as well as Islamic Tourism Center, to bring the industry or to bring the players of our industries into explore the opportunities and potentials that we have, that we're able to work together or collaborate together within two countries. And over the past years, we've been working on bringing the SMEs or small medium enterprise without any concentration or focus on specific industries. But this year, it seems that we're working on a specific sector, a specific segment like franchise, as well as tourism into this forum. And as this is in line, what's happening now, where we moving towards from a general industry into a specific industry or specific areas that we want to bring more, or we want to achieve results. We want to bring more collaboration or cooperations between the businesses or potential in both countries. And so that together, especially in this current borderless scenario, where platforms will enable business to start, collaborate, and grow together. So this is what the foundation looking at, bringing inclusivity across border, bringing connectivity across border, and also bringing bridging the gaps in between countries and also organizations that work towards the same purpose. That is betterment of human life throughout the year, especially in the next 10 years, where we foresee the new term like Society 5.0 will be introduced or will be getting more and more relevant, where in Society 5.0 we will live in an environment where we use technology for the betterment of human life. And apart from Malaysian Franchise Association and also the Islamic Tourism Center, we also have business or technology that we bring in together. For example, like a company that based in Malaysia called Octrack, which producing corrosion solutions, corrosion resistant or corrosion solution products based on our research, based on our university research in Malaysia, and bring it to the global market. Apart from this kind of research, we also have a strong research in the area of herbal, traditional complementary medicine, or herbal supplements, which, as a result of our rich biodiversity in the area of plants or herbal or natural products, that lately being, one of the key or most popular products in alternative healthcare or well-being purpose. And this is again, as I was former CEO for SME Corporation in Malaysia, where we have about 1 million SMEs in the country, and I noticed, based on our discussion yesterday with Foreign Trade Chamber, Bosnia, you have about 30,000 enterprise under the membership of Foreign Trade Chamber, which I think we share a lot of similar scenario, similar understanding on what stalling or what the issues or challenges that bring to breach the business or trade between Malaysia and Bosnia, which, among other things, the logistic areas that we hope, we've been talking about this since 2019, but we hope later we'll be able to solve these issues, because logistics is key for fulfillment and also key to facilitate collaboration or growth between both countries. And I see that that is one of the key issues that we have to look at, and we have to go deeper and create a solution for it. So I think that would be enough for an introduction, so that I pass back to Mirza on the following items.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nurazmi, for enlightening us what is actually doing Human Life Advance Foundation. Basically, we are collaborating for the last 5 years. I think we have started working together, bringing educational NGOs field together. We have visited Malaysia a couple of times. We attended HLAF meetings, and we see how the science is important for both countries to collaborate. What is happening in the world is basically recently that everything, the price is going of everything, and including the oil. Oil is getting expensive. What is happening on the east of the world, war has created an inflation, and everything is expensive. Now, the oil all over the world, including Bosnia, has increased in price, and we were worried what is going to happen, whether we will have enough oil. And Malaysia is very famous by the palm oil. I think they are the second world producer of the palm oil. And I have expert here from the company that is doing production of the oil, Bimal, most probably the strongest company in the region. With me is my good friend, Jenan Muezinovic, who is a marketing and distribution director of the Bimal. Mr. Jenan, shall we be worried about what is happening? Can we bring some palm oil from Malaysia?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome our guest from Malaysia. I'm also a Malaysian student, like Mirza. I spent some wonderful 4 years in your country. I consider it a second home. So I just want to say, selamat datang di Bosnia. I hope you enjoy your visit, and I hope it's a successful one. Now, before I answer Mirza's question, I would like to just briefly introduce the company. Bimal Group is the leading edible oils producer in the Western Balkans region. We do about 250,000 tons of oils and other byproducts on a yearly basis. On average, we have about 150 million euros turnover consolidated, and we have about 430 employees in our 2 factories and other service companies within the group. In terms of factories, our first factory is here in Bosnia, and it is called Bimal Brčko, and it is the only edible oil producer in the country, which at this time is very important. With borders closing, prices going up, it's good and very important to have local production. This factory was privatized in 2002 and was completely rebuilt and modernized to fit the EU requirements. Second factory is Sunce, Serbia, which we acquired in 2019, mainly in an effort to increase our production capacity in growing demand from Turkey and European markets. And this factory also is right now in the final phase of complete upgrade, which should be finished by September, before the new crop season. And both factories include the full cycle processing from crushing plant, refinery, filling plant, which means that we do everything in-house, from crushing the seed, producing the crude oil, refined oils, and at the end packaged oils for industrial and retail buyers. In terms of our portfolio, we mainly do sunflower oil, which is about 70% of our production. On top of that, we do some rapeseed, or as you might call it, canola oil, a bit of soybean oils. Our markets are, of course, most importantly, our domestic markets. We are market leaders in Bosnia. We are in top 3 in Serbia and growing. But other than that, we are mainly export-oriented. 70% of our production goes into export markets, namely CEFTA region and European Union. Countries like Macedonia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Albania, in European Union, Slovenia, Croatia, Germany, Austria, Italy, and etc. Turkey is also a very important market for us. On a yearly basis, we do about 30 to 60,000 tons per year to Turkey. Based on the free trade agreement between Bosnia and Turkey, we can access this market without import duties, which helps us to be a bit more competitive there. In terms of quality, I can say that we are an IFS certified producer. We are also halal and kosher certified. And very importantly, we do non-GMO edible oils, which is very important for EU markets. And yeah, our standards are pretty much in line with EU requirements, which allows us to work with very big international buyers like Nestle, PepsiCo in the industrial segment. Also in retail, major European chains such as Lidl, Metro, Spar, Edeka, Rewe from Germany, and others. That's in a nutshell who we are and what we do. We're always curious to explore new markets, new opportunities, and I will be happy to discuss any cooperation potential with Malaysia, of course, and Malaysian companies. We do a bit of exports to Malaysia and Philippines, and these are some specialized edible oils, low temperature refined for baby foods and pharmaceutical industry mainly. I see this as a potential room to expand cooperation. Now, when it comes to palm oils, of course, this is a very big item, and Malaysia is leading or second leading producer with Indonesia. Yeah. And a lot of palm oil is coming to the region. We haven't so far done anything with that, but we're looking to expand, to reopen our margarine and mayonnaise lines in Sunce. And for this, of course, we'll need good quantities of palmolene, and this is also another line where we can cooperate. So for the first point, it's enough. On the prices in Ukraine, we can expand on later. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Janan. I believe you already felt the Malaysia possibility of working with them, and definitely if Malaysian companies working with palm oil are here, they should contact you and explore the possibility of working together either in the eatable oil sector or for another manufacturing of the soap, of the milk, as you said, of the chocolate and so on. I'm not sure whether there are Malaysian companies exporting palm oil here, but I have a speaker who is representing the agency called Malaysian Franchise Association. Definitely they must have some palm oil companies, and to tell us what are actually the companies doing in these associations, I will ask my friend Wan Muhammad Zainal to introduce us Malaysian Franchise Association, what are the companies doing in this association, and what you can offer to Bosnia.
Thank you very much, Mirza. As mentioned by Mirza, I am from the Malaysian Franchise Association. Our focus is on franchising, and currently at association we have 385 members 80%, 90% are locals and 10% are international companies such as McDonald's, Burger King, and other brands from US and also UK. As to answer Mr. Mirza's question with regard to palm oil, unfortunately, Malaysian Franchise Association is just focused on service sector, retail, and F&B. However, we can connect any interested party to talk with some of our counterparts, because MFA also sometimes have connection with Malaysia Palm Oil Board to promote the usage of palm oil to our members, because there are some of our members are also manufacturers, such as Old Town White Coffee. If any of you who studied in Malaysia who has experienced the brand Old Town White Coffee, they also use a little bit amount of palm oil. And to answer your other question, we are here to promote our franchise brands from Malaysia. It has been our target since 2015 to promote, to bring our Malaysian franchise brands all over the world. Currently, we are in 76 countries, including United States of America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. We are even in Sweden, we are in Netherlands, and we are in United Kingdom. So the government believes franchising can move the GDP for the service sector. So for the past 10 years, the franchising sector contributed 3.2% to the national GDP. And the 1% of that is through exchange of USD through international business, which is international franchising. So now, today we brought 5 brands from Malaysia. Number one, there are 3 segments. Number one is the early childhood education that focus on Islamic for children. Number one is CIC, where leaders are born. The brand, you can visit the brand at the next hall, and also number 2 is Genius Outlet. Maybe it is new for you too, where children education, early childhood education, but I think it's a good venture for you in Bosnia and also in the Balkan countries. Next, there are F&B. We are bringing restaurants up and rising star of Malaysian franchise. Number one is US Pizza. You might ask why Malaysian is bringing pizza. Again, food is something everyone can have. So we have our technology, we have our taste, and we would like to bring the Malaysian taste of pizza to the world. So it's through US Pizza. Any representative? No? Okay. Next, I would like to introduce this brand Cheeseu, who is specialized only on cheesecakes and cafes. They are up and rising. They are very bullish in penetrating international countries. And the only retail that we are bringing is Siti Khadijah. Siti Khadijah is just focused on Muslimah clothing, Muslims clothing only for prayers. Yesterday when we start to promote to the chambers, it was quite new to them. They were quite surprised. Is this a trend? Yes, this is a trend in Southeast Asia to sell modest clothing to the public, to sell prayers outfit to the public, to give more choices to the Muslimah consumers. And we hope, I know franchising is not going to create businesses in 1 or 2 days. Normally it takes a year or 2 years, or the earliest 6 months. Franchising is something that the Bosnian can consider, because in Malaysia we used to have 5 Bosnian restaurants. We used to have, this is data from the Malaysia retail chain that have been shared with me. So meaning Bosnian companies has been set up in Malaysia. So maybe any F&B here who would like to penetrate Malaysia through franchising, we can help. If you would like to sell anything through franchising, just let me know. If you do not know any franchising, do not worry. Malaysian Franchise Association is the first association in the whole world who enacted the Franchise Act, and we can help you all to develop your franchise. Even at MFA, Malaysian Franchise Association, with BBI, who knows, there will be Bosnia and Herzegovina Franchise Association in the future, who knows. That's what we are looking for, and maybe we can bring in the Bosnia Franchise Association into the World Franchise Council, which we can grow together.
Thank you very much, Abang. It was really good. I would like to encourage everyone to visit Malaysian Pavilion in the next room. It's really impressive structure, and try the Malaysian delicacies there. They have some. Talk to people who brought their products, US pizza. Try the clothes that Malaysians brought to Bosnia, Siti Khadija clothes, and talk to Malaysians and see, is it possible to franchise some of their products here, or if you want to penetrate market in Malaysia, definitely they can help you a lot. We will stay with food. I can observe in the franchise you offer the services majority to food. Food sector is dominant, it seems, and I will move to my next speaker, the only lady, not to be all guys, Miss Eldina from the Zera Investment, famous by these beautiful juices and jams, and they are really good. Can we put them in the Malaysian shelf? Can we do something with Malaysia? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thanks BBI Bank some years ago, our investment corporation fund from Dubai invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina in food production. I heard some very nice word from before me that the food need everyone. It will be a really big challenge to secure food globally. So how it's important to invest in food production, it's now maybe more than anyone important. Our investor invest about 35 million euro in two companies. One is Bosnablod, and second is Hapok. Main production and focus is processing fruit, and today we find our market in the Europe. Reason why ICD Dubai invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very clear. It's climate, it's very close Europe market, and also workers, and also we can see now what is the result of that. Our markets is in Europe, and for be in the Europe markets, it's very important to fulfill all that requirement for the market. Today, we processing about 7,000 tons of fruit, mainly it's sour cherries, raspberries, and we a supplier for the biggest processing company from different processing of milk, yogurt, and bakery production, and main country where we explore where we export is Germany. That summit also very important. We today have about 150 full-time employees and about 250 seasonal workers. Also, maybe it's also important to say it's about 600 hectares. We have a plantation of fruits, and but that is not enough. That's what I can say today. It's for us will be a big challenge to secure raw material from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We need more hectares of plantation of fruit. Today we import too much fruits from different countries and in the region, mainly from Serbia, and processing in Bosnia. I can say maybe that is big opportunity for other investment. We can fulfill all story about that investment. We need maybe more investment in that part of primary production of fruit to be sure that we have all that raw material from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Regarding that, to be on the Europe market, we also have a big requirement about standards, about quality of food, and our company now have all these European Union standards, like EFS, kosher, halal, organic, ISO standard, and that is something it's like needed. It's to enter on that kind of market, it's something needed. Maybe it's for beginning, it's enough. If you have some question.
Just one question, if I may ask, whether you try to explore Malaysia market so far?
No, we don't have any market in Malaysia. Maybe some meetings happen, but not some successful to this end. They have interest sometimes for the oral juices or jams brand Kulin. So regarding that product, final products, we selling now just mainly in Bosnia and Herzegovina and region, and it's about just 5% of all our production. That means we have about 19% of our products. It's frozen fruits, frozen sour cherries, raspberries, plums, and we selling like business-to-business company.
All right, thank you very much. That's why we are here to explore possibilities working between countries. Last but not least, it's not all about food when it comes to the Bosnia and Malaysia. I have to tell you, prior to the coronavirus, number of Malaysian tourists to Bosnia significantly increased on annual basis. So in 2017, we have 60,000 Malaysian tourists coming in Bosnia. In 2018, it was 80,000, while in 2019, number has reached almost 100,000 Malaysian tourists visiting Bosnia. That means they love Bosnia. Now, what is actually, why the Bosnia is so attractive to Malaysians? What is inside this country that Malaysians love besides eating good food? My last speaker and my good friend from Malaysia, Mr. Akil, will tell us. Floor is yours, Tuan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Akil Yusuf. I'm one of the board of trustee for Islamic Tourism Center. Okay, to answer your question, why Malaysian like Bosnia? To tell you the truth, maybe you asked the wrong person because this is my first time in Bosnia. But as a tour operator, I have sold so many packages to Bosnia, to our fellow Malaysian. Basically, we find that Bosnia has a lot of attraction that what the fellow speakers before this has mentioned, which is very, very interesting to note, and in terms of history, in terms of civilization, in terms of culture, in terms of religions as well. Because yesterday we went to the Emperor Mosque. You know, it's about the same atmosphere as what you can see also in Albania, in Bulgaria, but there are always different architecture, science, designs, and what they want to feature. So we Malaysian, we like to know, most of the Malaysian Muslim, they like to know. And in Malaysia, we have 3 different races, which is the Chinese and also the Indians. And they are also coming here. They are also coming here to see what Bosnia can offer. And the other thing is that you have value for money. That is also very important, right? So what I want to try to say that your potential is enormous. You should see and you should grasp, and your player, industry player, must be knowledgeable or knows how to attract this market. And we have also another market which is nearby to us, which is Indonesia. If that market comes, I don't know whether you have enough hotel rooms, transportation, and so on. But what Islamic Tourism Center can be of assistance to Bosnia tourism market, tourism players. Basically, we have certain programs that we do that will encourage capacity building. For example, like training. We do provide trainings, and we also work with our friends here to provide the right training for your industry players to ensure that you can get this 1.6 billion Muslim population. To be exact, is from 350 million of Muslim population in Southeast Asia, right? So that is the potential that Bosnia can have. We also have certification. We can also help to do certification for your hotels, for your restaurants, for your education as well, in order to make sure that you are to some standards that later you can provide this kind of certificate, this time of services to people who are not only from Asia but also from all other parts of the world who are Muslim. Okay? All right. So we also do consultation and research. If there is a need, we can extend our services to Bosnian, either Bosnian government or Bosnian players, where they can learn from our success factor. We can also guide them to the right path, so that you see, after pandemic, everything changed. So this is the best time for you to start. From what Miss Anita before this session has said, this is a new way for us to start with tourism. So it's not like before you look at numbers, no. But now you have to look at how to sustain the numbers properly, yeah, and how to bring back the number, because we have 0 for the last 2 years. Now it's already open. So how do we do that? So many organizations, not only in Bosnia but also in Malaysia, we are at loss, and we need guidance. And this is what Islamic Tourism Center can assist and can guide all the to the necessary areas, so that you can get the best result out of it. I would like to point out one thing, that when I was doing a lot of inbound business in Malaysia, that was about 10 to 15 years ago, one thing that made us very, very successful in Malaysia is we have a good tagline. we have Malaysia Truly Asia. And I think Bosnia, you can also come up with a very good line for the Balkan region. Because you can, around you, what you have is actually something which very unique that your neighbors may not have. You have to find that and come up with the slogans or something which is very interesting and make it as a brand name, like what the other gentleman from UK said. You need to bring up your brand. Bring out your brand and promote it well. And inshallah, I think you will be the winner in this region, right? Okay. And the other thing I want to also elaborate is that you have to tell your market, your players, now is not the time to compete. Now is the time to collaborate. I would like to echo the other presenter from Malaysia Airport Holding Berhad. I think that is a very good message that is being put out. Rather than compete now, it's better to collaborate so that it becomes a win-win situation for everybody. With that note, I think the last one that I said is that sustainable in tourism is very important. Those days we have three. We always talk about the green, the water, the land. We must maintain the ecosystem, all these things. But now, in terms of tourism, sustainability is also to look into the people who are going to do the product, who are going to service the product, who are going to consume the product. How to sustain these people, because nowadays people has already changed a lot after the pandemic, after the COVID-19, and now is the endemic, a lot of changes. This is not only Bosnia problem, but it's also the whole world. And whoever can manage this well, they are the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize that Mr. Akil is also Deputy President of Malaysian Travel and
Malaysian Association of Tours and Travel Agency.
So if there are Bosnian travel agencies here, stakeholders in the tourism, I would encourage to come in and talk to him. He knows very well what agencies in Malaysia are good to collaborate, what are the chances working together. Definitely one of the best source to give an info. With this, we conclude today's session of this panel, Malaysia-Bosnia Business Talk. I would like to bring few points what we have spoken today. Mr. Azmi mentioned education and science, a field where we can collaborate, and we are already collaborating. My good friend and former students from Malaysia has touched on the oil, whether we can work in the palm oil, sun oil exchange. More about it you have to find with him. You have to talk to him. I encourage Malaysian companies who are doing import and export of the oil regular, either sunflower or the palm, to come in touch with him. He is very valuable. Mr. Zainal here is providing service of bringing you to Malaysia. If you want to franchise your product, contact him. He has connections. He can put your products in Malaysia. It's very, very good opportunity to explore Malaysian market. Services are there. He's servicing. Next one, my good friend and only lady, Dina Muftic, touch on the successful story of Zera Investment, how they rose up, how they created Bosnaplod and Hapok, what are the products, what are they are doing. The Germany is basically the main country they are exporting. If they can export to Germany, I'm sure they can export to everywhere. I'm certain in that, because standards for Germany are high, And if the standards for Germany are satisfied, definitely for all other countries are satisfied. And last and least, we had an expert from the tourism. Mr. Akil touched very two important things. Number one, tourism sector must collaborate, not compete. So all stakeholders must work together. And number two, not only compete, but you have to sustain yourself. You have to be sustainable in today's competitive market. So sustain your tourists and perhaps bring a new one if you are able. Thank you very much for today's session and listening. I ask you for one big applause for my guests and my speakers. And I thank you an opportunity giving to Malaysia and Bosnia working together. Thank you.
Let's make a group photo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mirza. Hope you enjoyed this panel as well. I see a group of young people, students, joining us. Very welcome, guys. Thank you for being with us. Now we'll make a short break. It's going to be 10 minutes, so see you at 2:20, okay? We're going to talk about public-private partnership. Thank you very much. Dame i gospodo, počinjemo kroz koji minut, stoga poziv da nam se pridružite u glavnoj sali. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in a couple of minutes, so please join us at the main hall. Before that, just to remind you that we're also continuing with sponsor presentations in the presentation room. The presentation by the Smart Tesla Holding, the OO, is starting at 2:30, so don't miss it. Okay, we're fine, I guess. Let's continue with today's program. Now, as I announced earlier before, we will continue with the fourth panel. It's named Public-Private Partnership, Transfer of Knowledge in the Private and Public Sector. This PPP session will be moderated by Dr. Faruk Hadžić, macroeconomic analyst. He's with us. I saw him. Mr. Hadžić, I need you. Are we good? Everything's okay? All panelists here? Great. Hello, Mr. Hadžić. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you for being with us. Pretty much sure it's going to be exciting. Take your position now. It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Manuela Nessel, EBRD head of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to join us at the stage. Long day. Hello, great to have you here. Please take your seat. Then Mr. Sven Petke, Director, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Bosnia and Herzegovina, former member of Brandenburg State Parliament, Germany. Great to have you as well. Please take your seat. Welcome Ms. Anna Lucia Lind, Chairman, Swiss Financial Engineering AG, Switzerland. Hello, great to have you here again. And now I'll invite His Excellency Mr. Olav Reinersten, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Happy to have you with us. Hello. How are you? All good. Mr. Dadan Irawan Sarpinggi, Chairman of 4848 Group, Indonesia. Hello. Mr. Dado Duric, Manager, APS Fasad. Kao na francuskom malo. Fasad. Okay. Thank you for being with us. And that's it. Wow. Everybody's here. Am I right, Mr. Hadžić? Are we missing somebody? No. No. You're the panelist as well? Yes. Okay, come with me. Nobody told me. How are you? Hello. Please give him a big applause. I don't have you on my list. Oh, I have. It's my mistake. Then please stay with me. Mr. Kemal Aydin, Advisor to Minister of Health, Republic of Turkey. Apologize. Thank you for being with us. Kako divan čovjek, nije mi zamjeri. Such a nice man. Thank you so much. Mr. Faruk, it's your turn, your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be moderator of this really significant panel about public-private partnership and the role of diaspora in transfer of knowledge in private and public sector. So today we have respected panelists who will tell us more about this topic in professional and also from personal perspective. In general, when we speak about the public-private partnership, there is no standard definition what it is, but generally, internationally accepted definition of PPP is used to describe the wide range of types of agreements between public and private sector entities, and different countries have adopted different definition as their PPP programs involved. In general, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in this area, the situation is completely decentralized. We do not have one central law about this. In the Republic of Srpska, entity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have one law, but in federation, it is still in draft version on entity level. But we have cantonal laws on lower level in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So PPP is very significant area, especially if you look data from World Bank. And there is no one specific sector where you should invest as part of PPP. But according to World Bank, you can see that energy sector and transportation or infrastructure, if you would like to be more precisely, is very significant area for PPP. In general, we are speaking about tens of billion investments of dollars investments every year in those sectors. Especially it is significant for lower and middle income countries currently around the world. So that's why I would like to introduce our panelists. We will go one by one with questions. I will start with you from Ms. Niesel. Okay. You are, of course, everyone knows that you are head of office of EBRD office here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, from, I think, August 2019, right? But you have more than 15 years of experience in development banking with emphasis on infrastructure and energy sector. So that's why, in that context, we know that the EBRD is the largest international financing institution in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you have invested in a number of PPP projects in Western Balkans region. In which sector, question for you, in which sector do you see the opportunities, and in which areas does Bosnia and Herzegovina still need to improve to attract foreigner investors?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me on the panel today. Indeed, EBRD is the largest international financial investors here in Bosnia, but also in the region, and we have quite a good experience of attracting private sector investments to the region, financing that, but also, helping PPPs to get off the ground. I wanted to start saying something about why BIH has these opportunities for infrastructure investments with the public and private sector, but also where the opportunities lie. So you've already said that PPPs don't have a single definition. I think what we are talking here about is PPPs where there's really a risk sharing between public and the private sector, but also concessions, which are not privatizations in itself, but long-term contracts on a 40 or 50-year basis to run and maintain a certain infrastructure. And we should also consider build, own, transfer models, which often happen in the energy sector. So we need to see really PPPs in a very wide way. Where we see as EBRD the opportunities is very clearly in the infrastructure sector. This country, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, has a very large infrastructure gap still. Those are very particularly in the roads and railway sectors. So there's a huge need for investments for better connectivity in the country, but also with the neighboring countries. And this is an area where I see opportunities in particular for companies who want to get engaged in maintenance contracts or building smaller parts of the infrastructure for the government in a certain risk-sharing model. Another sector you mentioned already is the energy sector. The energy sector here in Bosnia and Herzegovina is still dominated by publicly owned companies. I'm not now going to comment about generally the sector setup, but it's clearly that the government is starting to think to allow private sector to come into this very important area. We all speak a lot about the low carbon transition, and there's really a need for the private sector to also get involved. And we see a lot of opportunities there using, hopefully, better and better regulation in the future, and have companies build private sector generation facilities, and then, under certain contracts with the government. However, there's two more sectors I want to speak about. One is public services. And when I mean public services, it's often here with the cantons and municipalities, namely there is the waste sector. EBRD has just financed a very large waste facility in Belgrade. And there's opportunities also in the waste sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina and waste management. And here it's very important to have a risk sharing between the public and the private, and very good preparation of these infrastructure PPPs. And then another final sector I want to also name is the healthcare sector. The healthcare sector, again, is very much publicly run in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but there's a recognition also by the government that certain services can be supported by private investors, not probably now, but in the future. And I think that we see a lot of potential there as well. I just want to finish by saying that, of course, you already mentioned the institution capacity, the policy framework, and generally the regulatory environment still has to be improved for a lot of these PPPs, but this is certainly a very interesting area where companies should be looking into and having discussions with the government, but also with investors about how they can get involved.
Maybe one additional question for you. Can you please give us some concrete examples where the EBRD invested in Bosnia and Herzegovina? It doesn't need to be just PPP, but other infrastructure projects.
So overall, EBRD has already done 45 PPPs across the whole, it's a region, so that's about 3 billion of lending. One specific project I already mentioned was in Belgrade. That's not in Bosnia, but this is a waste management facility which we financed together with international investors and helped also structure the contract that the city of Belgrade made with the private investors. We have experience in a lot of airports where we help the government structure the concessions, because airports are not direct PPPs, they're concessions, and that's something that we also think would be extremely relevant for this country. And then one specific project I want to mention is in the city of Banja Luka, we have financed a PPP project in the district heating sector. It's a rather small project of 6-7 million, where the city, the municipality, and one private investor have established an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, to build a new heating plant, converting an old heating plant from fuel oil to biomass heating, so more greener, renewable energy. And that heating plant is basically a PPP, because the city with 49% and the private investor with 51% invested together. And we would certainly hope that more of these small-scale PPPs can also be successfully developed. Of course, this needs solvent and competent private investors that have balance sheets that allow them to finance. And at the other side, it needs, willing municipal counterparts and capacity. And that's where EBRD comes in, because we often support these smaller PPPs. We support the capacity of the government to establish contracts that allocate risks between public and private accordingly. And we also help them negotiate these contracts, because these are very difficult structures that need to be well prepared. But this is why EBRD is here locally, why we have ability, and we are happy to speak both to investors as well as the government counterparts to make these investments happen, because certainly Bosnia and Herzegovina needs more private investment and more efficient, active private sector investments in this country.
Thank you very much. Now, I have one question for Mr. Petke. You have joined the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in February 2018 as head. And I know that you have huge political experience. I think you was MP in federal state, right? Okay. Can you tell us from your perspective how significant is current importance of PPP in Germany, especially in the area of infrastructure, for example, in construction and renewal in road infrastructure?
Thanks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to the 11th SBF in Sarajevo. I am honored to speak in front of you. The leitmotif of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation is Shape Democracy Together. More than 1,000 employees and over 100 officers worldwide manage projects in around 120 countries. They campaign for democracy, the rule of law, freedom, and the social market economy in their host countries, or promote exchange between Germany and the host countries. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, here in Sarajevo, we have been working since 1997. PPP is for me an alternative to conventional procurement of infrastructure, creates opportunities and risk. Opportunities are created because PPP can help avoid unprofitable public infrastructure investments, and because the private partners' cost minimization incentives favor more economical infrastructure delivery. Risks are created because these cost minimization incentives can also lead to lower quality of the infrastructure, because PPPs also results in higher transaction costs from which consulting firms may benefit, but not society. And finally, because PPPs can be misused by the public partner to shift financing burdens that are linked to the infrastructure into the future without having to show these burdens as public debt today. Whether and to what extent the opportunities outweigh the risk depends on the properties of the infrastructure to be implemented. A general recommendation that PPP should be welcomed or rejected as a procurement option for public infrastructure therefore makes little sense. In contrast, infrastructure projects with a large financial volume can be implemented in PPP with advantage if the quality of the infrastructure can be clearly specified contractually during a long time. The operational phase that should apply to highways, for example. PPP is a good way to enable necessary investments by municipalities and state. Whether the advantage of PPP become effective depends above all on whether the administration correctly accesses the prerequisites and whether the contractual basis also includes possible changes in the future. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Voila.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Ms. Lind, well, you are international banker, financial advisor, asset manager, investor, as well as strategic advisor to governments and other companies. You have extensive years of experience in the international banking and financing industry, so meaning that you can answer and you can give us insight from your point of view. So the first question for you that I would like to ask you is, in this post-COVID-19 period, how the PPP can be possible impulse for faster recovery and continued development of the country's infrastructure?
Thank you for your question, and thanks again to Sarajevo Business Forum for inviting me to be a panelist. I'm humbled and honored to receive this invitation. I think PPP has been one of my most, I would say, passionate topic to sit down and discuss with government. At the moment, with the government that I advise throughout the world, I always talk with, I would think, a kindergarten voice. To my president, I always say there's no way to impose you, but let you understand how you spend the money, with whom you want to spend it, and the reason to spend it. And PPP is one of the most significant formula to spend and to adjust a budget. It closed the gap in opposition in parties, in government, and it's lead you to unity. It stopped corruptions, and it solid the base of investment. I could tell you all that sometime at midnight we are budgeting in government and everybody's running like a chicken, and I stay solid. And the reason why is because when we have to create infrastructure and we have to invest, there's nowhere that anyone is going to say it cannot happen if we're going to use a public-private partnership. If the government has to approve the investment, and it doesn't have to come out of the government budget today, but beyond the future, I am going for the money outside. The project is on the table. I am going to lift that white flags. Your kid is going to go on that motor roads to go to school. You are not going to oppose me, and I'm not going to oppose you. Is your benefit. There is no political party at that moment. You are neutral with your government, okay? That's one. Secondly, if we all know there are deficits, like a pandemic, and before the post-pandemic, and the world have to grow, you are taking tax for the companies, for the entrepreneur, and for the income. There must be a development. I live in Dubai, I live in Switzerland, I'm living in Germany, and I'm living in Panama. I could say to the world, when I step out of my home, I am seeing development, and it's not a bluff. I want this for everyone. I want it for Africa. I want it for South America. Part of Europe still need it. So why part of it have it, another part doesn't? It is in the mindset of the government. PPP has given me the opportunity and the privilege as a financial advisor to copy-paste model and to give it to government for free. It works. It does work. We have been able to create airports, seaports, motorways, energies. We have been able to create clean waters, hospitals, and school. It has never been a way that we have let it go with egoism. We have never made the vandalism in parties and politician behavior let us take us down off our dreams. Most of the time, when we cannot succeed with PPP, we go to a EPC plus F, which is engineering, procurement, and construction. And it's give us a sidewalk to manage the government intentions and to overflow some type of the conflict. But at the same time, it's given me the opportunity to bring back the labor into the country in the PPP way. So post-pandemic has waved an economical growth in many emerging market countries because government has realized that the time they have been fighting and getting nothing, with using private partnership, they have been able to grow. They have been able to say to their people, no, we have to go to re-elections. And re-election is not all. It's the fact you have to do something. It's the fact you have to wake up of that egoism. It's the fact that's your work. You were elected for that. You were elected to use my budget. I go to work for you to make me work. I go to work for you to motivate me, okay? I don't go for work for you to put me to high taxes, for us to have no growth. So PPP has been this model that give me the free speech with government without imposing them. And it has been in South America, it has been in Africa, it has been in Southeast Europe, it has been in Southeast Asia, and it has been for absolutely every element of development. I could only invite all of my panelists here and every one of you all out there. If you don't know it, read it, take it, and use it. It's our new model to put our government to behave themselves and to lead our government to understand the governmental role. It's lead us to close the gap in differences between opposition party, and it leads us all to understand that we have our rights and that it must be respected, and this is the new formula. I will always say it needs know-how, it needs efficiency in engineering and financing. These two capabilities must be on the table, and it must be a goodwill, because the goodwill could divanish manipulations and take away any type of monopoly and corruption that could come behind it.
Thank you very much for this inspiring answer. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, you can find many talented young people who can hardly show their full potential here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Kingdom of Norway, as a friendly state of our country, is trying to enable young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina to show their full potential. Your High Excellency Ambassador Reinersten, you have traveled a lot in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the last 15 months. Can you please share with us everything that you have noticed in conversation with businessmen, innovators, students? What is your opinion on helping friendly countries like yours to better share the knowledge to keep young people here in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Many thanks, Farouk, and many thanks having me. Absolutely delighted to be at this year's Sarajevo Business Forum. And many thanks for not asking a concrete question about PPPs. I will leave that to my colleagues on the rostrum today. I have been ambassador to Norway, or to BIH now for 2 years. One of the first things I did was to establish a bilateral business association, the NBBA, Norway BIH Business Association, simply because in addition to enjoying excellent bilateral relations with this country for 26 years, I saw that there was a gap when it comes to commercial cooperation and relationship. There was little trade and hardly any investments. And I immediately identified a couple of sectors where I knew that there would be potential for Norwegian investments. That would be ICT, certainly renewable green energy, We have tourism and traditional industries like metal and wood industry. And as you rightly say, I have been traveling extensively around this country for 2 years with my staff. I have met business people, students, startup companies, innovators, researchers, you name it. And what I take from it is the following. This country has massive of talents. I have just today, before I entered the rostrum, I have met many of them already. We are cooperating with these schools, but when I start talking to them, they come to me and they say that when I ask, so where will you continue from here? And the message is rather depressing. It is that they will nurture their great minds abroad, not within the borders of BIH. And they ask me immediately, what are the opportunities in Norway? In Norway, the opportunities are vast. We can absorb absolutely everybody. The main problem in my country is lack of skilled people. And these people, as I say, they are skilled and they are talented. Secondly, is that when I meet with the Norwegian investors, and I can tell you that right now I have 6 investment groups looking at concrete wind and solar projects. We're talking about hundreds of megawatts in installed capacity. They are saying 2 things. The potential is great. Loads of sun in the south, loads of wind all over the place. It is just for grab. But there are 2 things that are lacking, and that is, number 1, they cannot find the right skilled people. And secondly, and as the representative from EBRD mentioned, there are gaps in the PPPs. So for these investors, they are looking for a predictable investment climate and a regulatory framework that is competitive. That doesn't exist. Of course, I'm meeting with all the politicians in this country, and I'm raising these issues. I'm raising the issue of how can we keep young people within the borders of Bosnia and Herzegovina and not let them just add to the evil, as I say it, of brain drain. You have to do something with your education system. You have to be more specific. You have to undertake a couple of reforms. This morning, I met with researchers from OECD and UNICEF, and there are studies revealing that an average BIH student scores lower, significantly lower, than their peers in the European Union and Norway. And secondly, we also need reforms within basic economy, enabling this country to evolve into a modern market economy. The potential and the potentials in plural are great, but at the moment we have to be realistic, and that is that there's loads of work to be done in order to really exploit these potentials to the benefit of the citizens. They have certainly not deserved anything less. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Sapingi. He is chairman of conglomerate group 4848 with various businesses in Jakarta, Bangkok, Singapore, Boston, and Jeddah. He has also held a number of titles, including the chairman for the Transportation Department in Indonesia and deputy chairman for Indonesian Public Transport Association. Given that you have huge professional, personal experience, of course, in the academic and practice discussed issues relating to innovation and entrepreneurship around the world, I would like to ask you a question: how PPP could make your projects, let's say, in win-win solution?
Thank you for having me here this afternoon. The company was established in 1959 by my late father, and after I finished my education in the US, I returned home, tried to follow what his footsteps, and then from there I developed the companies into several businesses in different countries. But one interesting thing that we have to do it out of the box. If you want to survive, okay, one business that can survive during the economic meltdown like today is PPP. The reason why, because there is a cooperation, a collaboration between the government and private sector. It will be win-to-win. Just now, His Excellency mentioned about need to be economic reform. Correct, because in this case, the collaboration and cooperation between government and private sector is really needed. The reason why, because if the government didn't have a reform to pro-business strategy, will not work, will not be a collaboration, will not be cooperation. It will be on one-sided. We have the experience of 10 years of PPP, and during the pandemic, at that time, the Indonesian economy in 2019 minus 2.1%. In 2020, jumped into 3.7%. And 2022, according to the World Bank, it will be 5.3%. So during that time, the only businesses that sustained during the do-nothing concept at that time, because we are all locked down, is only PPP. Because government is government. Government will be there. If we have a good relation, we have a cooperation, collaboration together, they will help each other. This is one thing what the financial sector would like to see, is stable business, stable politically, and pro-business. So again, with our experience in 10 years, and at the moment we are in process of another PPP in energy sector, also in the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia, that we are looking at another concept that we can do together with the government. Next week, I was invited by the Prince to teach at Al Faisal University to discuss about not only leadership, but also about PPP. How PPP will work in the new, what we call it, the new economic reform after pandemic. And this is important because for a country like Balkan countries, this is so important. So government and private will be able to hand in hand in order to create not only wealth, but also create a job for all the people here. Just now, Excellency already mentioned about that as well. So this is how the PPP all about. Have to be win-win situation between government and private sector, with pro-business, with economic reform, with stable economic, politics, and security. This is how we have to do it for the beginning on the how we have to do win-win solution between private and government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Kemal Aydin. Dr. Aydin, you are representing the Ibn Sina Institute and the World Aging Council. You have, I think, around 25 years experience in your company. You have interesting proposals and ideas how to share knowledge and support this region with new businesses. That's why I would like to ask you to share more information about your current project, Balkan Health City. Can you provide us with more information about this and how that can help to support the economy here in the whole region?
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to thank you, first of all, having me here. Wonderful place, heart of the Balkans, actually, Sarajevo, and very well organized SPF forum. I'm a gerontologist and I'm a geriatrician also. Last 20 years, I'm advising Minister of Health and Social Security in Turkey. Globally, I am the founder of the World Aging Council and Ibn Sina Institute in Holland. Actually, my interest is gerontology, geriatry, public health, and longevity. The four area, almost 25 years, I was teaching and doing research in different continents, in USA, Europe, and even Asia and Africa. As a founder of World Aging Council, the world is aging. The 21st century, no one is talking about the aging actually, but many people talk about the global warming. But global aging is more important than the global warming. There is no initiation in United Nations. There is, but not enough. In even European Union, in just next to Balkan countries, 125 million older people in Europe. It's a big tsunami in Europe. Elderly people, elderly population, aged population. Who will take care of them? In worldwide, 2050, there will be 2 billion people in the world, above 60 plus. Then there is really not enough consideration about the institutions, private sectors, NGOs about the aging issue. It's a dilemma, or how we can say, even United Nations says that no one left behind, but older people left behind everywhere. Because of that, before, when I was a young physician, I decided to be voice of older people all over the world. Then I just start making lobbying or doing research, how we can have quality of life for older people, active and healthy aging. Now, it is a real, after post-COVID-19, it is also a very important issue. We have seen that no one can solve this problem alone, actually. We need to have public, private, and also partnership means NGOs or foundations or funding system, global funding for care. Then people now looking to move to one country to other country. If, for example, before the COVID, almost 5 million people moved to Spain from Europe because of the weather, because of climate, and cheap and quality of life was good there. But now, actually, during the COVID, many countries have not a good solutions, actually. They couldn't manage the elderly care. Now, for Europe and Balkan, and also Bosnia, we can have, healthcare city for Balkan countries, focusing on research and development, and funding together. Then working together, also companies, for example, hospitals, medical care, medical research, education, as we can say that healthcare city, healthcare city free zone. There are some 12 healthcare free zones in the world, like Dubai healthcare city, one of the best model last 20 years. I know there are some in Asia, China, South Korea, Philippines, and even North America. There are good models on international healthcare free zone. Why not in Balkan countries, healthcare free zone, and the cluster models, because aging is not only disease or something. People now must see the active and healthy aging side. People want to live longer everywhere. Then the policy must be longer, how we can promote healthy life for all, health for all project. Then we need to have public-private partnership. They must have a design, they must have a building, they must have finance, maintenance, and operation. There are 5 stages of PPP. As a Turkey, actually, World Health Organizations, every year in May, there is an assembly in Switzerland. They said Turkey has a very good model of healthcare transformation program, 2002 to 2023, 20 years of big project, actually long-term project. What we have done, we have done that political strong commitment was there. Because at the beginning, you know, Prime Minister, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan started, we must change something in healthcare in country. Then he has a vision for 2023, 100th anniversary of Turkish Republic. 20 years time, we have 22 public-private hospitals in Turkey and 30,000 beds. Because of COVID time, we managed it very well because of public-private partnership, because of 22 city hospitals. Government cannot do alone. With the private sectors and foundations, we succeeded within 20 years' time. Now, for example, these Balkan countries, they must have 20 years of vision, 2040, 2050, because it is not a short term. Because if we want to change something, government, private sector, all academy, NGOs will work together for the country, for the healthy country, healthy Balkan, healthy Bosnia. That is everyone has a duty, actually. Now, as I told you, for example, I have a good experience in Holland. They have care insurance system, long-term care insurance. If you want to take care of elderly very well, you need an insurance system from the beginning. Then they have Zorg Institute, Science Park. Many companies are together with the government, academy, private sector, and foundations. It is PPPP, like public-private partnership models. We can extend this, actually. World needs now collaboration after COVID, global collaboration. People can move. Many people are moving from Europe to other countries. For example, Japan to Australia. Many people are moving. From Canada, America, for example, North America to South America. Because people are now looking where is the quality of life and good price and cheap. Because now life become very expensive everywhere. Then it is a very good chance that Balkan Health City for the countries, even East, West, they can join to have job creation. Then Balkan is a very ecological, very good location for the healthy life, actually. This project could be bank systems, bank can sponsor, not just sponsor, for investment. Bank, universities, academy, and private sectors, NGOs, doing the research on post-COVID economy, how we can sustain the healthy life for all, health for all project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Dado Duric. You have joined your current company at, I think, 2016. Right yes. Now you are holding the position of operational management. You have also participated in many significant projects around the world. So that's why I would like to ask you, given that you are one of the leading facade companies in the UK market, participating in many projects, can you please share us your experience and cooperation with government bodies and non-also government bodies through your business?
Okay. First of all, thank you for your question, Farooq, and I have to say that I'm really glad to sit here with such an experts and excellency. So basically, this topic is actually something that we could, I think, discuss about for a lot of years, starting from now, but I'll try to be short and explain it in our, actually, on our example. For that, I will do just a short introduction, how our company is set up to have a better understanding. So basically, the main office is in Bosnia, but we are working worldwide, and we are kind of mostly focused, honestly, on UK market and the Dutch market. And actually being present and having chance to learn from those kind of systems, we are very, very happy to bring all that knowledge. Returning to each speak, you have heard a couple of times knowledge, education, and all those kind of things. So basically, we are trying to have that knowledge and experience bring to Bosnia and try to establish and cooperate with the local government here as well. So basically, on example, for example, in UK, really that part, the collaboration in general between the public and private is on a really good level, where actually you are kind of even if you are on one or other side, you are forced to follow some principles, some rules and things actually by setting up the project and all those kind of things, you are kind of forced to follow it from the operational side, from the financial side, and many others. The most challenging part actually for us is actually, you mentioned actually the government and non-government actually companies or whatever. So basically, as the facade industry is a kind of a specific one, we are facing a lot of, for us at the moment, a lot of troubles due to maintenance, sustainability, and all those kind of things. And basically, we are trying during to our collaboration with all those mentioned, we are actually kind of learning and taking the experience. So basically, we are a very young company. Our employees are very. The average age is around 35. So basically, we are still learning, but we are trying to fit into it. And they are, as I said, the good part is that we have mostly are actually executing projects which are under kind of government supervision. Such as student accommodation, for example. So, willing or not, you have to be the government has to be involved in those kind of things. So, basically, from our side, the most challenging, if it's up to my opinion, the most challenging is actually to take the lead wherever. If you are on one or other side, you have to take lead and take the benefits from the PPP, actually, from that kind of partnership, and not only to follow some rules, but to improve the process in general, and to speed up things, and actually to prove, and we as an example trying to prove that that can be made even in Bosnia. So basically. Really, it's mostly on taking the lead on those kind of things. It's not like you have to sit like we are sitting here and wait. Someone will help us on that. It won't happen like that. So basically, first of all, the education each day and taking lead on that part is actually the most crucial things in this kind of improvement. So.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a second question for you, Ms. Nessel, about, in general, capacity to implement projects. You have said in answer to first question that you have willingness to support different investment projects here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is also investment potential here as well, but do we have capacity to implement those projects? What can be done in that way to improve it?
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief. I think there is general capacity here, but I think that's, again, one of the roles that a lot of the private sector, but also the international banks can play in supporting the government in developing more capacity. I think investors need to be ready to do very good forecasting. They have to have data available on, what they want to do, and organizations like mine are also ready to provide financing and funds to the government to help them, develop the capacity to hire advisors, such as, bankers that have experience, financial advisors, technical advisors, that help them develop a project. Because the models are out there. We know exactly, we have also done a report ourselves, many other institutions have, on how PPPs are done. So there's a lot of information out there, and we know exactly where shortcomings are. But the models exist, and with the right help, and also with a little bit, well, with definitely some time to develop the projects in the right way, there is the potential. So I would say to the investors, they need to foresee some times for this to come through. They need to be persistent. They need to also do their job. But there's absolutely capacity here. There's also help available. What it needs is proper preparation and the right advice, and it's available.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petke, we have heard how important PPP is in Germany currently, but can we expect greater importance of PPP in Germany in the future compared to the importance that we have today?
It's a good question, thank you. Let me speak about PPP first. Let me speak about PPP in road construction. That's a point in Germany. The planning, construction, maintenance and operation of longer sections are bundled and transferred to a contractor for 20 to 30 years. That's a long time, so-called life cycle. In addition, the contractor must arrange the financing. To exercise means that the contractor also performs the service on behalf of the state in the case of PPP. This is no privatization. The contracting authority puts the services out of tender in public, Europe-wide procurement procedure, and concludes the contract with the party that submitted the most economical offers. That means that not only the most economical of the PPP offers submitted is to be selected, but that must also be at least as economical as any conventional implementation. An example from Germany, from my state. This is the Highway A10 and Highway A24 in the north of Berlin. The length of maintenance is approximately 64 kilometers. And the contract duration is 30 years. 30 years. That's a long time. Can you think of any situation in which you make such contract? I can only think of marriage in that context. 30 years. It's a long time. But your question about Budućnost. In course of the 2008 financial crisis and the low interest rates, the conditions have changed to some extent. There was and is a discussion in Germany that the state should do more on its own responsibility. However, the enormous scope of the necessary investments in many areas speaks favor of the further use of PPP in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lind, first question, we have addressed the COVID-19 pandemic impact on economy, not just here, but all around the world. But this time I would like to ask you, because here in Bosnia and Herzegovina we have a really huge diaspora population and it is increasing every day because young people are emigrating from our country. Can diaspora population from development countries be capable to support the use of PPP for faster infrastructure development and maybe more important for us in transferring of know-how and new technologies in this area? What do you think?
I will answer independent from the essence of PPP. When we talk about diaspora, we should always incentivize the human who had to leave their country in a war to come back, no matter the conditions. If they are used and influenced to develop the roads, or the homes where they want to come back to, they have their rights, and this is their country. They should come back. Secondly, yes, they can. If somebody goes to Switzerland, we had a huge diaspora out of Bosnia in Switzerland. And every day, I will fight with the Swiss because I say Bosnians are earning too little to compare with somebody who lives in Switzerland. And hell, they're going to cost me out here tomorrow. But here I am. Because they speak perfect English. When you go to Switzerland, you have to have English. I have a Caribbean English. I have a Colombian English. The Bosnian, they go there, they speak perfect English. So I will always say, when you get in and you get to the system, you don't have to study to learn a career in Europe, and you do learn the banking system. You get to learn how to come back and fix your country. So learning PPP, learning by doing, fantastic. You learn part of the political system. You come back, you learn something, you say to your political party, look, I want to do something for my people who I had to leave as a kid. So you come back and you try to do something, you try to bring a grain of sand, but is that enough? So you have to bring back a whole know-how to avoid a mistake, to avoid something be halfway. If you have to refurbish something wrongly, don't do it. Just do it from new and do it well. I do think the diaspora could be a great source of help, but it has to be used in the principle to make it be functional. And as Manuela has said, you have to buy in that know-how. If you want to be cheap, you have nothing. And nothing has to be expensive to be good. You could get everything for free today with the multimedia sources out there. You just have to get this will to want it to work. And essentially, I will say, in the entire world, it is the emerging market, is it the industrialized country? We all put our life in the hand of our politicians, and this has to break down. So if we go to the system and say, we use the PPP to come together and unite the source with our government, each of us are obliged to do something. I, as a private person, as a government representing, now we're here, as a government representing German, I'm a German. By the way, you would not believe it, but I'm a German. So I have the right to have my motorway in Germany. Well done. I'm paying a lot of taxes over there, so they're going to hold me guilty, like not protesting for my motorway. So if I have that right, I'm going to look to see my motorway well done. And if you talk about 10 kilometers, 30 years, of course I don't even going to present my paper because I don't even go to tender. Why should I go to tender if you need my know-how? So if you trust in my technical values and know-how, and my financial skill, and my investors, and my asset management tendency, then you're going to say, be part of this table, take a seat. So I think at the moment we are totally confused because government don't want to use tools, don't want to use formula, and don't want to use the right know-how. Diaspora, I will say it's worked perfectly. I have seen work in Azerbaijan, in Baku, where I have been a while there living. The diaspora out of Iran back into Baku, they developed with the government, the port city, fantastic. One of the best, I will say, infrastructure that we have in that region is in Baku. You know, they developed the Olympic city with the government. And most of those Olympic city has gone bankruptcy. Baku has held up because the diaspora was part of that development. So I do think diaspora is good. I just have to say it has to be equivalent know-how. It has to be equivalent to governmental needs. It has to be the right people to avoid, I will say, our major problematic in emerging market country are corruption. If we bring the wrong people at the wrong time, we're going to pay the consequence at the starting or at the end. I have some countries throughout the world where I will say to the government, you have just paid a bonus without people working. Because people take the contract and they go look for the next country and sell it. Is it to China? Is it to Southeast Asia, to South Korea? So what you do if you take a diaspora and you give them a huge contract and they go sell that contract, is that a know-how? It is not. So you don't do yourself a favor. You have to think what you want to have properly done. And I will always stand and say, you spend a penny for this glass, you spend a penny for this bottle, and you will spend that same 100 time in another country if you have the wrong person doing it. So if you want to spend a right penny, have the right know-how at the right time, at the right table for the right reason, okay? I don't impose anyone. I could only say, out of my experience, being in Germany, I have got to learn the hard way. And you guys are not easy, and I wish I didn't have to go through that school. But I learned at the Commerce Bank, and it was not the easiest way. So learning that discipline is have keep me humble, is have keep me down to earth, that the saying that you could earn today, instead of taking all of the apple from the tree, you leave it there to get red. And when you go by the time and you earn by the volume, you made it. And this is my call upon the diaspora. Let everybody have a participation on that table, but consequentially based on know-how and the knowledge, and based on the governmental need, and on the right people from the right places and for the right project. Not just comes in because we need you and you are the one who's going to pass the money through, take commission and go. We will never progress. Bosnia is a great country and it deserves the greatest development. People have suffered and they have to go back to a beautiful life. It is time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ambassador Reinerstein, you have said in answering the first question that you have met a lot of young people here in Bosnia and Herzegovina that can be used in future to develop our country. But because we have so many young scientists, innovators, entrepreneurs here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they need much support to fulfill their potential. Eventually, of course, to bring prosperity to Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to ask you, how is that possible from your perspective?
Thanks, Farouk, for asking that question. And the answer is, unfortunately, extremely, extremely boring. Reforms. But sometimes I'm puzzled why reforms, that is so boring. I'm coming from Norway. We are pretty well off in my country. And we are reforming constantly. Over the last 10 years, we've had 10 education reforms. We are reforming our health system right now. We are reforming our transportation policy. There is even a reform in my own ministry, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And reforms are not there necessarily for BIH to be prepared or move forward on their European path membership to the EU. Reforms are necessary to be better prepared for tomorrow. Always be prepared for tomorrow. So I will give you 4 concrete answers to your question. First of all, there has to be a set of sustainable education reforms where there is one thing in focus, namely student learning. That is what young people in this country certainly deserve. Secondly, that is also about money. This country spent 0.2% of their GDP on research and development. 0.2% of a pretty low GDP. In Europe, with a higher GDP, it is 10 to 15 times higher. That gap, how is that possible to close? Thirdly, BIH needs to develop a predictable investment climate, predictable regulatory framework, close those gaps in the PPP regulation, which my colleagues here today have been talking about. And lastly, develop a proper structure for private equity. Give those young people and startup companies and SMEs access to risk capital. Did you know that in this country there are 2 stock exchanges? The annual liquidity of those 2 stock exchanges is less than a 1-day trade in a medium-sized Norwegian company. The last IPO on these 2 stock exchanges, I think, were some 10 to 12 years ago. That is private equity situation in BIH. So do you think this will be easy? I may be I'm blue-eyed and blonde, but I'm not naive. I have been an ambassador in BIH already for 2 years. And I know how long we have been trying to introduce a law on electronic signature in this country. No, it's not going to be easy. But that is also the duty of the international community, to point at these elements that can eventually make BIH into a normal functioning market economy, and that can also bring prosperity, which the citizens of this country so badly has deserved. Voila.
Thank you very much. We have heard that there are a lot of obstacles here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's why I'm going to ask you, Mr. Sarpingi, next question from your perspective. We have heard that the PPP can be win-win solution, but of course there are a lot of challenges on that road. Can you please tell us how to solve those challenges in order to accomplish your, for example, established goals?
Thank you for the question. I've been teaching class in US, in UK, regarding what theory that will works on practice matter. But we have to go back to the theory, which one it works. One way that you have to do, if you want to do a PPP, you have to do analysis. Start with SWOT analysis. Very simple. You have to write down what the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. So from there you identify. Just now all the colleagues already mentioned what will be the threat, what will be the strength, what will be the opportunity that will come up in the challenges. My colleague from Norway, His Excellency, mentioned about reform. Very important. If the government would like to make it works, have to have a reform. All right? And also, bureaucracy will become one of the main issue in any negotiation. This is how we have to do win-win situation. Cannot be one-way street. Will not works. Will not happening. No one investor want to come if one-way street. Have to be two-way street. Win-win, everybody happy. And with this situation, from the SWOT analysis, they will come up with some kind of solution which you might be able to discuss with the government. In this case, that since the government will need some infrastructure, for instance, that we from private sector will be able to provide the know-how, because again, the government have the know-how. Okay, from this, then the private sector normally, after they do analysis, they will provide the financing. Again, the financing is borderless. They don't care which country, as long as this is workable. Meaning that have to be a political stability, security stability. Also, there will be enough people who will be able, or education, who are enough to work to run the company. Because normally what we did in our experience, we will not bring expertise from our country. All the expertise have to be from the local. And that will not possible without proper education. Okay, and with this, then government also happy because they creating enough job can increase their wealthy, prosperity. At the end, when government and private can work together, again, the key in this is cooperation and collaboration. Have to be the two things that work hand in hand in order to accomplish the goals. I prepare the material. Soft copy I already given to Dr. Farouk. If anything, anybody want to have the soft copy, I'm more than happy to share with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Aydin, you have mentioned and explained us your concept of Balkan Health City. This project team's innovation in health, which is really good. But what I would like to ask you, in which way public sector in general can help you to develop your idea in practice, and which area would be covered with that?
Thank you very much. Actually, as our colleagues, Excellency Reinstein and Sarpingi told, reform is very important. And reform, without reform, and also the second thing, stability and commitment. That if there is a commitment, stability and reform, then any country, any project can be successful. Now, actually, geriatrics and gerontology and longevity, especially for Balkan countries, very important investment, longevity, because you have a very good location, transportation, because it is a middle of the Europe and Balkan. And you have good universities, educational system, you have regional collaboration also, other countries very good in thermal spa, youth, you have young population. All this, it could be like we can say 5C model, 5C. It could be cooperation. Cooperation is collaboration, clusters, community involvement. We can add so many CCs. Then, with this, especially as already first time I mentioned that 125 million of elderly in Europe. Why not? You are making feasibility reports and also pension funds from Europe together. You know, win-win, as we discussed, win-win situation. Everyone will win because our aim is health for all. Healthy Balkan, healthy Sarajevo, Bosnia, healthy people, healthy planet, actually livable world for all. Then if we can, even many crowdfunding system actually, if the project is big, I am sure so many people will start doing something for this project, like crowdfunding, because it is health. Everyone will benefit of health. Especially after COVID, we must work together for the livable world. If, for example, if something is good in other country, they must share the know-how, because people are moving. If someone will go to Europe or Africa or something, if there is a, you know, like COVID affect everyone or other things, and health is one of the main human beings' priority, health for all actually. That concept can be done here easily because neighboring countries can help also, regional development. And health can improve the peace also, peace, health for peace. If the people are healthy, if they have a job, if they have a good life, what they will need, just they need a peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last question that I have for Mr. Duric is, how do you see in general yourself in Bosnia and Herzegovina market, and can you draw the parallel between what are you doing around the world with what is being done here in Bosnia and Herzegovina in terms of cooperation with institutions and other bodies?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, maybe I'm even more blonde than His Excellency Olaf, but I agree 100% with him and all our colleagues. It's the key point here is actually the reform, even from the micro thing, actually, starting from ourselves at the moment. And basically, what we are trying to do, as I mentioned in my first part of explanation is actually that we are trying to pick up all those good things and bring it here to Bosnia. So basically, in the way that we are actually trying to make new collaborations with the government, especially with the faculties. Of course, in the domain which we are working, which is mechanical engineering, which is architectural and structural engineering. So basically, we are trying to transfer the knowledge that we actually receive by doing the business worldwide and transfer it to the youngest population in Bosnia. So basically, I see that like we have already started with those kind of reforms, but again, I have to point out that we need support from the much higher level as well. But again, taking lead on actually from your courtyard actually is the most important thing, and basically. I would put as a huge one actually the reform as the most important thing, and I really believe that here actually we have a lot of capacities in our country, and actually the role as well of the diaspora actually is, together with the reforms, actually crucial. As it's really interesting seeing that some big worldwide companies, when we join some meetings, we see mostly last couple of years we see our people on head positions in those kind of companies. So basically, we need to force actually the diaspora to group each other. Make a local kind of organization in each country. It can be like a organization in UK, in Germany, or wherever, which will then have a responsibility to work with all of us together, including the government as well. And I think that's one. It's nothing new for us. You have a lot of those models worldwide. It's just on recognizing the best things and taking that model. It's not like we are making some innovations there. A lot of those things we need actually to copy, but not just copy. To copy and adjust to have the best fit. As we are keep repeating that best fit and that's it, maybe to keep this short.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of this panel. I think we had great opportunity to hear our most prominent and distinguished guests here, panelists. I wish you I thank you very much for coming here today and explained from your perspective how PPP can improve economic situation, especially here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In my opinion, PPP's future here, because it can boost the economy up, we have huge potential that is still unused. And if we use it in the right way with perfect combination with innovation, technology, know-how from our diaspora, I think we can achieve those necessary rates of economic growth that we are expecting here for some time. Thank you very much all.
Okay. I mean you, not me, without me. So I guess I'm the most blonde. Bravo. Once again, thank you, everybody. Big thanks, many thanks to all the panelists, and of course, Mr. Faruk Hadžić. Hope you enjoyed this panel. We have one more but not before we make a short break. It's gonna be 5 minutes now. So ladies and gentlemen, see you at, what time is it now actually? 15 do 4. 3:50. 3:50, in 5 minutes, we start with the fifth panel. It's Islamic Finance and Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. While I'm here, just want to remind you that we go on with sponsors' presentations in the presentation room. And the presentation of BH Telecom is now at the presentation room, so everybody is more than welcome. We'll continue with the program in a couple of minutes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll start with the last panel of the second and the last day of 11th Sarajevo Business Forum in a couple of minutes. Our panelists are ready. Hope you're as well. Please, gentlemen, take your seats. Be so kind. Gentlemen, please take your seat. I can see you're in the middle of a very interesting talk, but please, gentlemen, can you take your seat? They don't react. That was an interesting talk, I'm pretty sure. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. How are you? Good? I still see big smiles, which is always a great sign. Following panel and following session will be interesting as well. So let's go on, let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to today's last panel, in which we're exploring the role of Islamic finance and achieving the sustainable development goals. We strongly believe that Islamic finance can play a major role in addressing the problem faced by society and has the potential to contribute to the achievement of the SDGs through creative and productive modes of financing. This session will be moderated by Ms. Fatma Chinar, Islamic Finance Portfolio, UNDP, IIC, PSD, and ISDB Turkey. She's here with us. She's the one with the biggest smile in the hall. And please give her big applause and warm welcome. Hello. So great to have you here. Please take your position. I will announce the rest of the panelists. Yeah, the first one is yours. Then you can take over. I now invite Mr. Sahba Sobhani, Director of UNDP CPSD Turkey, to join us at the stage as well. Hello. Bring a smile, don't forget. The next one is yours. Hello, great to have you here. Dr. Mohamed Kroesin, Microfinance Program Lead, Islamic Relief, United Kingdom. Hello, Mr. Mohamed. Great to have you too. Mr. Ismail Vural, Acting Secretary General of TKBB Turkey. He's also with us, joining us at the stage. Hello. Welcome. Then, moving forward, Mr. Amel Kovacevic, CEO of the United Bank of Albania. Thank you very much for being with us. Then please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Tamim Naif Kasravi, Board Secretary General, Amman, Chamber of Industry, Jordan. Very warm welcome to you too. And I also invite, it's my great pleasure, I hope you'll understand, I invite Dr. Admir Mešković from Bosna Bank International to join us. Special announcement because he's the part of the organizing committee. Thank you everybody. So the stage and the panel is yours. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the survivor of SPF Forum, I'm glad to see you at the conference room. Thank you for your participation. As the final panel of today, we will try to be within the time limitations and as much as efficient with our distinguished panelists. What we will do today, we will discuss Islamic finance, how to enable Islamic finance for sustainable development goals. Today's sustainable development challenges such as poverty, social inequality, environmental degradation exceeds the capacities of the governments. Considering the COVID-19 pandemic, which has negatively impacted households and businesses, governments face an enormous annual financing gap to achieve sustainable development goals. In this regard, Islamic finance can play a crucial role in financing the SDGs with its wide geographic reach and rapid expansion in assets across Muslim and non-Muslim countries. Today we will discuss what are the main challenges in development financing and how can Islamic finance respond to these challenges. With this opportunity, I would like to provide short background information about my panelists, then listen their reflections from their rich backgrounds. Today we have Mr. Sabah Sopani. Mr. Sabah is the director of UNDP IICPS, the Istanbul International Center for Private Sector in Development. Mr. Sabah brings 19 years of experience in the private sector in Silicon Valley, Singapore, and at UNDP as a program advisor, team leader, and program manager, including as the technical lead for the recently endorsed UNDP private sector strategy. He has significant partnership development and advocacy experience with private sector, working with over 100 companies and business organizations, and the track record of operational leadership, innovation, and management of 6 global UNDP-led strategic multi-stakeholder partnerships and initiatives in the area of business and development. And now we have Mr. Mohammed Koresin from Islamic Relief Organization. Dr. Mohammed Koresin is a development economist with 20 years experience of working with Islamic development and financial institutions on strategies for sustainable development and social impact. He has formerly worked for Chambers of Commerce and Center for Enterprise in the UK as Assistant CEO of Muslim Aid and is now heading Islamic Relief's Global Islamic Microfinance Unit, where he leads a portfolio of 10 countries' financial inclusion programs. Dr. Mohammed serves on the board of Pirka Islamska, the only Islamic microfinance institution in Bosnia. And Mr. Ismail Vural from Turkey. Mr. Vural started his career in Kuwait Türk Participation Bank in marketing department in 1997, and then he served in various positions in Turkey Finance, another Islamic bank in Turkey, as a marketing specialist, marketing manager, branch manager, regional manager, recruitment and planning manager. Mr. Vural, who started his duty as the Deputy Secretary General of the Participation Bank Association of Turkey in 2018, he has been appointed as the Acting Secretary General in February 2022. Mr. Amal Kovacevic, Mr. Amal is now acting as CEO United Bank of Albania and has over 20 years of a successful professional career in finance, banking, and diplomacy. Amal is a result achiever with the ability to understand the complex socio-economic context and to drive and implement business strategies. Experienced turnaround manager with a demonstrated history of working in the staffing and recruiting industry. He is skilled in negotiation, business planning, analytic skills, team building, and management. During his career, he has held important leadership positions as Minister of Finance of Sarajevo Canton and Ambassador of Bosnia-Herzegovina to China and Mongolia. And we have Mr. Tamim. He's from Jordan. He's the Vice President of Chamber of Industry in Jordan and owner of a food factory. He will today share with us his reflections about real sector from Jordan and also how to enable SDGs from real sector perspective. And today we have also Mr. Admin. Mr. Advin Meskovic is a project manager at Bosna Bank International. He worked on different positions at BBI. He gained his PhD at the School of Economics and Business, University of Sarajevo. He obtained an MBA from Durham University Business School, United Kingdom, as a Turing Scholar. He also holds an MBA in Islamic Banking and an MBA in Banking and Insurance from the School of Economics and Business, University of Sarajevo. Before joining BBI, he worked at the University of Sarajevo as a guest lecturer, teaching banking, Islamic banking, and investment analysis. He also worked as a project manager at the Center Center for Islamic Economics, Banking, Finance at the University of Sarajevo. Maybe this is quite a long background information, but I'm sure considering the questions which I will raise to my panelists, this will give an idea to your good self to having their sharings. So I think, by the way, first of all, warmest welcome to my all panelists for your time and also reflections. So I think now we are ready to start our session. My first question will be Mr. Sabah. Mr. Sabah, as Islamic finance and impact investing are recognized as a valuable alternative sources of development financing, what are the similarities between Islamic finance and impact investing, and how these similarities create synergies for financing the SDGs? Could you please tell about ISCB's role on engaging the private sector and Islamic financiers in development? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatma. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here in Sarajevo with such an illustrious set of panelists representing different parts of the private sector and the banking sector. Also, hello to everyone who's watching live. It's not only people here. This is our major event after COVID-19, so our center is a global center, so we're really proud to be here in Sarajevo. The topic we'll be talking today is like talking about climate change 20 years ago. It's a new topic, that the link of Islamic finance and the SDGs. So I'll provide some framing. We do know that the sustainable development challenges of poverty, social inequality, environmental risk far outstrip the capacity of government to support. There is a sort of statistics that says before COVID, there was $2.5 trillion of required resources to achieve the SDGs. Here now we're talking about $4.2 trillion. At the same time, we estimate there's around $115 trillion of assets under management of institutional investors in sovereign wealth fund, pension fund. I heard the gentleman before talking about creating a health city in Bosnia. This is a potential significant source of financing for sustainable development. But for example, when we look at the portfolios of the largest pension funds, less than 3% is invested in infrastructure, and it is lower for sort of countries in this part of the world. So what we need, and there's at least $10 trillion in negative yielding assets. So this is the big picture. How do we reorient this money? How do we provide the de-risking sort of ways for money to be channeled? It is in the climate change, for example, area. We know that there's going to be at least $23 trillion of investment opportunity, such as electric cars, renewable energy, in line with the sort of growth of prices of oil. So in this context, for example, UNDP has launched one tool. It's called the SDG Investor Maps. It's a cartography of investment opportunities in each countries. We have done it in over 14 countries. It'll be fantastic to do one for Bosnia and Herzegovina. I saw a sort of mapping for Sarajevo, but we can look at what it is done in terms of investment opportunities in the health sector in different areas. Just one example of the type of opportunity. In Brazil, we showed that if you install LED technology for urban public lighting, you could have an IRR of 27% with 6.5 years payback return. There are other ones, cold storage. So very much I encourage you to look at it. So this is from the conventional side. From an Islamic side, it is an important source of financing for the SDGs. Islamic finance assets are around $3.4 trillion, and they're growing at 8% per annum, with a footprint in Asia and the Middle East, but also potential in other areas. Given its emphasis on risk sharing, linkages to real economic activity, partnership-based, equity-focused approaches, but also wide geographic reach, Islamic finance can serve as a potent but underused source of financing. Related to this, impact investing is also growing, sort of as an asset class. We think there's around $2 trillion of impact investing, and is an effective means of sort of leveraging socially oriented projects that are bankable, through rigorous sort of impact management and reporting. So we do believe that this is an opportunity to bring Islamic finance and impact investing as they share a broad understanding of the relationship between business and society, and in this context, linking it to SDG sort of sector. This is where our center's work is coming together, and we have launched this platform with the Islamic Development Bank called the Global Islamic Finance and Impact Investing Platform. And in this context, we're very delighted today, for example, to launch a massive open online course on Islamic finance for the sustainable development with the support of the Islamic Development Bank, the ICB Transform Fund, and in partnership with the Islamic Development Bank Institute, Durham University. It has, so I very much encourage you to sign up for it, to deep dive. There's 27 subject matter experts who have contributed from 11 countries and 3 continents as course instructor. And it's the first of its kind course in this space. So very much look to your engagement on this. And I really look forward also to work with in collaboration with our UNDP office here, which is very much looking at a financing framework for sustainable development in the country, to be able to figure out what are instruments like strategic investment funds, syndicated loan, diaspora capital mobilization facility, energy savings insurance instrument, support for energy companies, that we can also look from an Islamic finance and SDG perspective here in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sabah, thank you very much. I think this is a great opportunity to know that as a significant stakeholder of impact investing and Islamic finance ecosystem, how UNDP can support, enable the sector with its technical services and the products and service lines. Thank you very much. And my second question will be to Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, especially for financial inclusion and the SDGs, considering your good institution, Islamic Relief. We know Islamic Relief is fundraising for and implementing humanitarian and development projects around the world, including its Islamic microfinance programs. How does this both strategically and practically contribute to the SDGs? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fatima, and I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon. First of all, I want to also thank, of course, you as the audience. I think all of you actually deserve a round of applause. So can you please put your 2 hands together and give yourself a round of applause for being here this afternoon, this late. And also, I think it is really important to thank the organizers, leading from the front with the chief executive of Bosna Bank International, also here in the front row. So can you also please put your hands together for Alec, the chief executive of the BBI, who leads from the front here. He's not just slipped out after lunch, so really fantastic. But first of all, I want to ask you also a question. I'll answer it too, but why are the SDGs important? We hear about the SDGs, but why are they important? Well, because you, all of us, actually we face the greatest challenge that humanity has ever faced. Simply put, we are sitting on an unprecedented and highly explosive mix of social and economic inequalities, of globalization, and also of technological advance. The SDGs focus everybody's minds on solving this existential challenge to make the world, and not in a cliched way, but to make the world a better place for all of us. And if we fail, the whole world will fail. The SDGs are equally important and mission critical for civil society, governments, of course, and also the private sector. And this is the Sarajevo Business Forum. So the private sector plays a very, very important role in achieving the SDGs. But we perceive them all in different ways. So what does the SDGs mean for Islamic relief? You might say that's easy. You know, Islamic Relief is a large humanitarian and development organization working in over 40 countries in the world with a budget of 200 million euros per year. And Fatima said, you know, you are implementing projects all over the world. But NGOs and government organizations alike have been building bridges to nowhere, spending taxpayers and donor money for years. Therefore, the SDGs also help to focus our mind, i.e. they help us to understand contemporary problems and to conceptualize solutions for those problems in order to make the world a better place. And I'm serious, I'm not a naive, young, blue-eyed, as we say in English, a blue-eyed boy, okay? I'm talking about making the world a better place because we are facing an existential crisis. The SDGs dictate our business strategy, if you like, and we are a charity. They dictate where we should build those bridges and where should they go. But, okay, let me stop boring or confusing you with these abstract ideas and show you how we are doing the SDGs practically, especially in respect to Islamic finance, as Fatima has invited me to kindly speak about. So starting at the very root cause of this existential challenge, global poverty, which is represented in SDG number 1. It's about eradicating global poverty. Or ending hunger, the SDG number 2. If the international community can come together, governments, civil society, business alike, and they can tackle these problems, the world will be a better place. The Ukraine war has actually brought the immediate human suffering to the forefront on all our television screens. But we also know that the effects are wide-reaching. The Ukraine is the world's breadbasket, and hunger will cause instability in countries thousands of kilometers away from the Ukraine. A lot of Islamic Relief's work focuses also on SDG 8, promoting economic growth and jobs. As we all know, the global refugee crisis is not exclusively caused by war and natural disasters, but people are also fleeing their homes because they do not have an opportunity to make a decent living. Therefore, we are deploying, Islamic Relief, deploying 50 million euros every year worth of zakat, which is a critical Islamic financial tool to help some of the poorest to become economically empowered. And don't think zakat is some 1400-year-old instrument. It is absolutely a contemporary, important development, official development assistance tool, or it should be, because actually the international zakat flows are larger than what the OECD counts in terms of official development aid by some of the most developed countries in the world. So it's also something that UN actually has started working with, because, as Fatima said, the development finance gap is very significant. And if we can put Islamic finance, including zakat, to work, we can actually, again, make the world a better place. We also carry out social investment through our multi-million euro endowment Waqf fund to create small enterprises and employment opportunities. And importantly, we are also one of the global pioneers in Islamic microfinance. We've done this for 25 years now. And it is really a sustainable development intervention that now, in our work, covers 10 different countries, including also the only Islamic microfinance organization in this very country in Bosnia, called Prva Islamska. And we founded Prva Islamska over 20 years ago, and now altogether in our programs we have probably invested some 100 million euros in economic recovery and growth in this country. So Islamic finance in action. But as only a start, really, and of course the SDG 8 particularly helps us to focus our mind and keeps us going to help the poorest at the bottom of the pyramid to become self-sufficient. Now, we need your help, and I'm not just talking about donating to us from your corporate social responsibility funds, for example, or you may also pay a corporate zakat. Now, we're happy for your donation, but actually, I'm not coming here today for fundraising purposes. I'm actually coming to make a business proposal to you, a business proposition to you, because business is absolutely critical in us achieving the SDGs, and also, of course, specifically SDG 8, for example. Now, what is your own role in this? And you might say, well, you know, my primary role is to, as a chief executive or as a senior manager, my primary role in my business is to create or maximize shareholder value. Okay, we're not disagreeing with you on this. Shareholder value is, of course, for a commercial enterprise the raison d'être, you know, this is why you exist. But because it's your existential reason, you also have to bear in mind, of course, the kind of threats on the horizon to your existence and you creating shareholder value. And as we said, and as I hopefully have tried to illustrate, if you cannot create shareholder value, then you're out of business. And the main challenge at the moment for you in the medium to long term is, of course, achieving the SDGs. Very briefly, there is about 400 million people in the Muslim world and beyond, and a lot of the financial exclusion actually is in the Muslim world, that we, my organization and many other NGOs are actually working to make financially and economically sustainable. But I want you not to see them just as recipients of your charity, your CSR programs, but I also want you to see them as your future customers. We will put them on the first rung of the ladder, and these will then be a viable future customer base for Islamic finance. And if we can work together, we can actually make the SDGs happen, and we can make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mohammed, thank you very much. It shows that coming from just donation or funding perspective, now we have a common purpose as SDGs. And we are very well aware of, as like this stage, we are the hand by hand member of this ecosystem and talking about models and collaboration opportunities. And this is another opportunity to communicate Islamic finance, not just with quotations or some successions, but also models, products, and contracts. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. Now, I would like to come to Mr. Ismail Ural. He's representing Islamic banking industry from Turkey. Mr. Ural, Islamic banking sector plays a crucial role in sustainable development when we look at the global perspective. How can the Islamic banking sector contribute to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development? And in Turkey, from your hometown, the participation finance system has shown rapid growth in the last decades. Could you please tell us about the Turkish participation bank's work on advancing the SDGs? Floor is yours.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for participating in the Sarajevo Business Forum on behalf of the Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Thank you for your question, Mrs. Fatma. Your question requires a comprehensive answer for the engagement of Islamic banking sector for sustainable development, but I will try to answer it within my time, inshallah. With the support and increasing support shown in the participation banking sector by private and public institutions, Turkey has become a significant actor in the global Islamic banking sector. As TKBB, we continue our efforts to expand and strengthen the participation finance model and achieve a sustainable future for all of us. When we consider participation banking with its core values and principles, we see that it meets common sustainable finance principles. When considering the principles such as interest-free finance principles, social benefit principles, mutualization principles, etc., which are among the essential banking principles published by our institution. As you see, the current values of participation banks can significantly comply with social and environmental development. In addition to the support to be given to sustainable development, the participation banks, which aim to increase their total share in the banking sector to 15% by 2025, expand their product range through sustainable finance activities, appeal to a broader customer base, and increase their reliability, awareness, and prestige at the counter of the public. We observe that the share of participation banks in sustainable development is gradually increasing. With the new coronavirus pandemic, a more sharing, inclusive, embracing, and more balanced sustainable economic model is required. In this period, where only profit-oriented business models have lost momentum, the participation finance system, with its unique structure, take its position as a sustainable and innovative alternative within the traditional economies. With the mission of contributing to the production and the real economy, I think that the participation finance sector's adoption of sustainable development models will have a transformative effect on our country's social and economic structures. We should remind that participation banking, which is an economic and financial approach that envisages the protection and survival of not only human beings, but all living and non-living beings, will be at the forefront. The alignment between Islamic finance and sustainable development attracts further attention from actors on the both sides. To benefit the potential of this synergy, UNDP's Istanbul Center of the Private Sector in Development, in collaboration with the Islamic Development Bank, established the Global Islamic Finance and Impact Investment Platform. As TKBB, we have been among the members of this platform since 2021, and we have been working on joint activities together with the UNDP team. The Turkish banking sector and participation banks in particular carry out important activities in banks in terms of awareness, capacity, and practices in the field of sustainability. Activities in this direction have intensified in the last period, taking an essential concentration at the bank's international activities. Areas such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, projects that produce social contributions and improving women's employment are factors where our banks implement sustainable finance and banking practices. Working with the responsibility of transferring by scarce resource of the world to future generations, participation banking adopts a fair and shared financial understanding based on the balance between production and consumption in all its economic activities. The growth strategy, which goes beyond financial figures, play an active and essential role in realizing sustainable development by adopting environmental, social, and economic sustainability as a principle. In this sense, I would like to talk about the efforts and activities of TKBB and participation banks in Turkey. As TKBB, we care about establishing active collaboration with national and international institutions to serve for the sustainable development goals. With this, in the first quarter of 2021, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the UNDP Istanbul Center for Private Sector in Development. With this agreement, we aim to utilize Islamic finance in the implementation of SDGs, as well as to collaborate to support existing initiatives and explore new cooperation opportunities. In 2022, we opened a special section for sustainability in our Participation Bank annual report. Our annual report, prepared with the slogan for a sustainable world, won a double award at the UK-based International Annual Report Design Awards. Among participation banks, steps are being taken to internalize sustainability and transform into a management and finance approach. Participation banks' green, blue or sustainable sukuk issuances stand out among these steps. For example, in 2021, Kuwait Turk made a pioneering move with the issuances of the global sustainable tier 2 subordinated sukuk for the first time in Turkey and the world. Moreover, Emlak Participation Banks has added a new version to the innovative sukuk models as it issues for Turkey's first green sukuk based on the labor capital partnership through the special fund pool participation account. Having successfully implemented the sustainability approach in all components of its organizational structure, Al Baraka Turk became the first participation bank to be included in the Borsa Istanbul Sustainable Index. In addition, the more consolidated linkage of Islamic finance to the SDGs will further strengthen the industry's commitment to the environment. Furthermore, we believe that Islamic finance resources will support and come to the fore in COP 27 and 28 meetings to take a more significant role in the transition to a low carbon economy in the transition process. In summary,
yeah, Mr. Vural, within 1 minute, yes. Please.
In summary, we can say that Participation Bank is based on 3 sustainability principles, namely sustainable finance, sustainable benefit, and sustainable development. And in this sense, the banking principle determined by participation banking form the basis of sustainable finance. We can say that many innovations that directly or indirectly contribute to different axes of sustainability and SDGs in all products, especially in sukuk, will come to the fore in the coming period. Thank you.
Mr. Vural, thank you very much for your deep sharings, comprehensive sharing about how Islamic banks can contribute SDGs. It shows that as a bank, in addition to financial return, the banks also caring about social impacts, social returns. The reflections from the banking industry you share with us, especially the focus of the balance as a banking system, the balance between production and consumption. This is really very important to highlight as a key stakeholder in the society, as a bank from banking sector, which is very critical to enable sustainable developments. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to come to Mr. Amal. Mr. Amal, as you are representing Islamic finance sector in Albania, I would like to today talk with you about Islamic finance industry in Albania and what is the potential role of fintechs in achieving Islamic finance for SDGs.
Thank you very much for, first of all, invitation to this successful event, traditionally successful event in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm on behalf of United Bank of Albania conveying you best regards and wishes for success of this event. And I would like to convey as well greetings from very welcoming people of Albania and beautiful Mediterranean, still yet undiscovered germ, which is going to be a powerhouse in food production, in tourism, and in service industries. To say a little bit about Islamic banking sector in Albania, since 1990s, there was establishment of one bank, which is actually now United Bank of Albania. This is the only Islamic bank, or the bank which is striving to be operating according to Islamic principles in banking legislation of Albania. And this bank is trying successfully to transform itself in the last few years in order to improve its products, processes, technologies, and customer experience in order to be able to provide up-to-date and superior banking products and services to the general public of Albania, irrelevant to their religious inclinations. Having in mind that this is the bank which is one of the smallest in Albania, our aim and our mission is actually to increase public awareness, and through the public education we are trying to achieve much more awareness about what is Islamic banking and why Islamic banking is important to mankind rather than only to the particular group of people who are practicing Islam. And in that case, sustainable development goals are actually really a very great tool for us to explain what Islamic banking and Islamic finance is. Because what we can classify it as in these 17 goals, more or less we can subscribe to all of them and in a different way contribute to mankind through implementation of these strategic sustainable developmental goals. I would like to say a few more things about the Islamic finance industry and the trends in Albania. Due to this public education which we have started and initiated very comprehensively, systematically with different educational institutions, public arena, news and TV stations with the regulators as well, we have induced a movement of Islamic finance in Albania, and one of the major market maker in Albania, Credins Bank, which is going to be launching Islamic financial windows in their organization, their institution, is going to be a really great step forward in making Islamic financial instruments and Islamic services a mainstream activity in Albania. Another very good development is actually registration of an Islamic investment fund in Albania, which is going to be actually providing people who are willing to invest in different portfolios, investment portfolios according to Islamic principles. United Bank of Albania is also aware that digital transformation is something which we have to embrace, and that we should be actually creating strategic partnerships with different, especially Islamic fintechs, which are providing a different type of services and different type of added value, which conventional or commercial banks are not yet in position to do. So what we are now actually doing is exploration of possible business strategies with different well-established and recognized Islamic fintechs who have success in different markets, to bring them to Albania and to try to actually contribute to development of Albania, as well as to create certain added value and accessibility to different type of products and services which are globally available to the local market. Apart from that, we are also actually very proud to announce that in 1 month time or so, we are going to launch the first Islamic fintech in Southeast Europe, which is actually Murabaha-based platform that is going to help us financing our new customers in third parties, vendors, which are actually retailers providing different type of consumer goods to be sold. And this is going to be fully digital process, which is going to be from authentication to scoring and approval and disbursement, fully digitalized without paper, and it is going to happen instantly in a minute. So it is going to be a really a revolution. And this was possible due to very conducive environment we have in Albania. And I have to actually really express a gratitude and to say that authorities of Albania are very much aware that digital transformation is something that is going to bring accessibility and economic development to all, and ability to have different type of interaction with different governmental institutions in Albania, such as Central Bank, such as e-government of Albania, and other sources for authentication digitally and through the electronic signature. We are enabling to have fully automatization and of our financial services there, and we are the first one to be introducing it in Albania. It's not only Islamic fintech, but it is going to be one of the first fintechs in Albania. I would like to say a few words regarding this effort of the government of Albania towards this digitalization. From 1st May of this year, it is possible to have 1,200 different public services available online and to acquire them electronically. So they have closed actually their windows in their offices across the country, from the municipality level to different type of ministries and institutions. And this is going to be, and you know, this is like, how can I say, enforced digitalization is happening right now. Last week I had a meeting as a director of the bank with the Prime Minister of Albania, and he was urging the banking sector to actually further invest in the digital developments and transformation so that Albania can be a leader not only in the public administration, digital public administration, but also in banking sector or mobile payment applications. They have enacted the law which is related to digital payment services, and this is going to be actually a platform for all of us to democratize banking or financial services to be available to all. Our strategy as a bank is to actually embrace these reforms, these challenges, these technologies. And since we are not able to do it alone, we are going to collaborate. We are going to find a leverage with people and the institutions who are able to provide us added value, which are complementary to our business, so that we can create an ecosystem which is going to be actually satisfying different type of needs of customers who are digitally literate and who are actually not willing anymore to go from the office to office to check the different things. We have established already strategic alliance with EasyPay, which is one of the fintech in Albania who is providing payment services, peer-to-peer activities and so on. So our clients are going to be actually connected directly to those services, and we are trying to create convenience for them and to protect our portfolio and to protect our business by opening ourselves to everybody in order to create a convenience so that we will be specialized in different things which are going to bring us a profit. Another development which I would like to say a few words of is SDGs and Islamic finance, and what is my understanding of it. Islamic finance or Islamic banking sector as a project was developed in order to actually create a world better. To create a world which is going to be protecting environment, protecting society, protecting individual. And if we are, as Islamic financial institutions, not able to answer those questions, I believe that there is no reason for us to exist. because there are financial services already available in the market which could be better, much more stronger than us. So if we are not able to answer those critical questions, primary questions for socioeconomic problems which we are facing in the world, there is no need for us to exist. So apart from, let's say, providing Islamic financial transactions or services according to Islamic legislation, in a sense whether they are correctly contractually developed, I believe that we should be opening ourselves much more to the world and to try to understand allocation of our resources in a right way so that we have a better world and to avoid harm to our society, to our environment, and to our future generations. This is a great opportunity for Islamic banking institutions and sector. Why? Because we have a leverage of technological developments, and we have a leverage of understanding that Islamic principles are actually important not only to the Muslims, but that they are United Nations certified through sustainable developmental goals. And I believe that such kind of interaction, collaboration has to be in place in order to actually all stakeholders, from the governments, businesses, civil society, individuals, contribute to survival of this humankind. Because otherwise we are going to exhaust our resources, we are going to spoil what is given to us to be a vicegerent on the earth, to protect what was given to us, and to actually keep it for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amal. I very first time heard about this innovative product, Murabba-based platform in Istanbul, in a fintech summit, and very happy that as an Islamic finance, which is opening new paths and new areas to follow all the sector driven, not just Islamic finance ecosystem, the global financial ecosystem can take role models from Islamic finance industry. Thank you very much for your valuable sharings. Now, after finance sectors, first UNDP, NGO, and two Islamic banker, now we will come to real sector. My colleague, Mr. Tamim, representing Chamber of Industry in Jordan, and owner of a food factory. From the real sector perspective, Mr. Tamim, could you please share with us the importance of real sector for sustainable development, and also your experience as an owner of a food factory for enabling SDGs?
Yeah, thank you very much. And sorry to interrupt the chain of Islamic banking speech, but this is my specialty, the industry. But just to state that I'm a big fan of the Islamic banking sector, actually for a good reason. I remember on COVID-19, when we used to discuss with the government the instrument for companies, and they want to respond it. With Islamic banking, we did not discuss murabaha or interest. We just discussed the time and reorganizing or scheduling the money payment. On the other hand, the commercial banks, we used to discuss more complicated things, and I think the risk is divided between the customer and the bank in the crisis with the Islamic banking. So I'm a big fan of it. For the Jordan industry, I'll state some information and I'll explain the relationship between Bosnia and Jordan and how we can get out of this successful forum. Actually, it's a big hand actually for the organizer for this meetings. It's a great, and I think we have as a group from Jordan benefit from this sessions and forum. In Jordan, the industry sector is one of the most important sector. We actually contribute with 25% of our GDP. and we export 9.5 billion US dollars yearly. We have almost 14,000 with different sizes, of course, organization under the umbrella of Jordan Industry Chamber. 40% of the economy, direct and indirect contribution is by this industry. We have 10 subsectors in the Jordanian industry sector. We produce almost 25 billion US dollars yearly. Yes, and ranking as first between Arabic countries as in terms of added value. We have a total 45% of added value of total production. Another thing, we employ 280,000 people. 8 of them are Jordanian. And I think we are improving very fast. The relationship between Jordan and Bosnia is new, and we would like to push it forward to have more trade between the two countries. So Jordan exports almost 1.6 million to Bosnia, and we import almost 0.8 million from Bosnia. So we need to improve that. Because of this, we have our friend, our colleague has established a new organization, a friendship between Bosnia and Jordan. We'll work about collecting all information and opportunity, and we'll work on it to increase. We had very successful meetings today with the Ministry of Economy and the Foreign Investors as well committee. So to push for a free trade agreement eventually, after determining what this, where is the best for both countries. In terms of SDGs and our contribution in it, I think after COVID-19 everything has changed. Not the goals itself. The goals does not change, but the application to achieve those goals has changed. We used to look at the industry from point of costing, and which is best to produce it inside Jordan or import it from outside. And we used to emphasize on the product that has higher added value. After COVID and the inflation after that, we start to think differently. We start to think of food security, and start to think we have to produce more food inside, because the chain of supply has broken many times, and we're facing more difficulties in the world. And after the war with Russia, obtaining food from outside becoming more difficult, and Jordan living in it's very hot surrounding around us, Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. Now they having economy challenges. So we're receiving more than 3 million for the last years. Brothers and sisters, welcome them in Jordan. That put a huge challenges front of the economy again. So we start thinking we need to protect our citizens more and more. So we have started putting in a new plan. His Majesty the King Abdullah has created royal committees to collect all the challenges in the different sectors. And we have finished out from the committees a month ago. And now we're changing it to strategy with the SDGs goals to achieve lower unemployment rate, and having more food and drugs necessarily for our citizens. This is how we change our mindset after Corona, and hopefully we'll will increase our trade with Bosnia and will work with it, and wish you all the best for the coming year. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tamim, thank you very much for your sharings from the industry perspective. Yes, after COVID-19, we are much more motivated for caring about SDGs. We are not just talking about prices, now we are talking about supply chains, shortages, and the issues and the future and resources. Definitely, as we are all need each other, as in person and also as an institution. Thank you very much for your sharings. Now I want to come to Dr. Admir. Dr. Admir, social impact of Islamic banks and BBI. This will be my question for your good self. What are the social impacts of Islamic banks, and what is BBI doing to make a positive impact in Bosnia-Herzegovina? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatma. Thank you everyone for attending the last panel of Sarajevo Business Forum. I know you all had very exhausting day. I hope it will be fruitful throughout the year, not only for yesterday and today. Indeed, this social impact and corporate social responsibility became a very important question and, let's say, issue during and after global financial crisis in 2008, and also, as other panelists mentioned, now during COVID-19 crisis, it is becoming increasingly important. Of course, position of Islamic banks is specific when compared to conventional banks, because in conventional banking there is this CSR. But when we look at the theory of Islamic banking, Islamic finance, Islamic economics, we can see that theory itself asks Islamic banks to be more socially oriented, to even have dual objectives, not only profit oriented but also social orientation, and this social impact is in the core of the Islamic banking operations. Unfortunately, it's not always the case when we look at the banks globally. Of course, there are cases when Islamic banks simply mimicking conventional banks. And when we ask ourselves why, we can think about the probably regulatory requirements that requires banks to simply work in a similar way as conventional banks. However, position of BBI is very interesting because of regulatory framework, we cannot use all financing modes of Islamic banks, but this made us to start thinking about how we can achieve this social impact. How can we make impact? How can we make this country a better place? And this has brought many interesting and very impactful initiatives. For example, establishment of the BBI Academy, that is not only our internal academy, but BBI Academy facilitated the public education of the whole country when it comes to Islamic finance and Islamic moral economy, overall moral economy, and ethics in business. Of course, Sarajevo Business Forum is probably one of the most impactful our initiatives. We don't have to explain why. And if we have to say regarding Islamic finance, we can say that we promote musharaka, mudaraba, we promote trade, like murabaha, but we don't have to mention that it is musharaka. And even if we go to the West, we see very well-developed venture capital investments, investment fund industry. They don't say that it is musharaka, of course, but it is the same way how the things are operating. So we don't have to always use the terminology, while on the other hand, there are banks that use the terminology, but they are technically compliant,
but it doesn't make them impactful in terms of social impact. Of course, BBI VIP Business Club is facilitating all these investments throughout the year, not only for Sarajevo Business Forum. We have Sarajevo Halal Fair to facilitate trade in country, but exports outside as well. SBF Startup Challenge that helped many startups to establish, and also probably one of the most impactful initiative is subsidized financing lines. We have many of them, and they helped our corporate clients to develop their business, some of them from startups, some of them being already very large clients with 0% profit margin. It looks very interesting to some guests who come from some other countries when they hear that the companies here can get 0% profit margin from a BBI bank to support their businesses and to create more workplaces. Of course, we are in Europe, and we are competing with the banks that are members of the large European banking groups. These are very competitive players, so we have to compete with them. They are bringing the best practice from European Union to here, and we have to see what they are doing, and we also need to incorporate some of their best practices. For example, BBI is probably one of the first Islamic banks that incorporated ESG principles into its financing operations, because when you look at the GCC, nobody talks about environmental responsibility, you know. But looking at these practices of conventional banks made the BBI even more impactful. So it's not a shame when we see some good practice in conventional banks to incorporate, of course, if it is appropriate in terms of Sharia compliance. So BBI somehow took the best from both conventional and Islamic finance. And so to kind of conclude, let's say, to make the world a better place, to make higher social impact, regulatory framework is, of course, important, but it's not a crucial condition. What Islamic banks need, it's honest implementation of CSR in its core mission and vision, in its practices, operations, governance. And of course, we can take some good practices from the best as well, such as ESG and this orientation towards sustainable development goals, to make higher impact and to better support achievement of sustainable development goals. So this is what BBI indeed is in practice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sabah, considering the audience profile, our younger colleagues, Mr. Sabah would like to add some reflections.
Thank you very much. I was very impressed to see a large group of young people coming in the back and sitting very patiently listening. So I'll just recap just what we did. It's always exciting to have, and we're at 5 p.m., so very close to the end, so kudos for being here. Basically, today we talked about the Sustainable Development Goal, as you might be familiar, which is a globally agreed set of goals by all member states around their 17 goals, over 164 targets in areas like biodiversity, renewable energy, trying to expand job, access to education. This is the broad umbrella. You can also see these goals as a risk map of the world. For example, if in the UN we say, if you encroach on forests where there are animals and you build homes and all these things, the interaction between human beings and that will create zoonotics, like things like, you know, what we saw with COVID-19. So from a business perspective, you also should look at the SDG as a risk map of the world. In this context, if you're thinking about Islamic finance, the approach of Islamic finance is very much through sharing of risks and sharing of profit and losses. In this context, I mean, just interest is not is prohibited. also the model is very much equity-based, real assets. You know, this is the farm you're investing in. This is the thing, and then, you know, rather than debt-based. And I had a very interesting anecdote to end this. When I was coming on the plane, there were 2 young people sitting beside me, and I'm always curious what young people do, although I'm not that old. So and then they started getting very excited and happy. I said, one was Bosnian diaspora from Europe, the other was an Arab. I said, why are you so excited? They said, well, we found out we have the same hobby business. I said, what is your hobby business? We buy Rolexes and we sell it through crypto. I said, what? And they explained the whole thing to me. I said, wow, this is a systemic risk I see when I see young people doing these kinds of businesses. So I hope we hear more and more people looking at the kind of business models that we're thinking about. I do see the value of, you know, let's say non-fiat currencies. But the point is, end of the day, I said, what happens is everything collapses. Well, we just have a bunch of watches. Are they as worth as what it is? Not really. So I think as we're working together, this is an opportunity for the whole of society, and the role of business is very important to ground ourselves in the reality. I mean, if you see in the last 24 hours, there's been a lot of things going on in the financial markets. So we need to look at the risk map of the world, look at what the trends we want to do, and Islamic finance and SDGs can play a very important role. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sama, thank you very much for your also sharing and consideration for young generation. And also, I would like to thank you, Dr. Admir, that as an Islamic bank, your care, your efforts for social impact. This organization is a concrete example of social impact. This is an enabler organization. We are together under Sarajevo Business Forum. And as a bank, as a practitioner more than 15 years in Islamic finance industry, the development banks of the Islamic finance industry is Islamic Development Bank. For example, next month, Islamic Development Bank will just invite all the Islamic banks to annual meeting to come together and create synergy and share the common issues about the sector. And out of Islamic Development Bank, as a supranational institutions, we have BBI as a private sector representative from Bosnia as a uniqueness of your good institution globally, not regionally, not local, globally. Your efforts as a bank definitely should be recognized with a great appreciation, and a very big thanks to BBI for having us to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big applause, please. Thank you, Ms. Chinar. Thank you, everybody. This was our last panel, and great one. Thank you, and let's make a group photo, please. You can continue, because this was the last panel for today. I honestly believe you enjoyed it, but we're not done yet. Please don't go. We have a short but very special event upcoming. And of course, closing words, so many reasons to stay with us. Bravo. A few more photos. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Don't leave us. And you don't leave me. Ms. Chinari will stay with me. Not those seats, but seats, yeah, in the hall with the audience, please. Because, as I announced, we have a special event in the next 10 minutes. Isn't it, Ms. Chinar? Yes, indeed. You're ready. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dame y gospodo, we're continuing with a special event, as I already said. We're gonna launch the massive open online course on Islamic finance for the SDGs, and it's gonna be presented by Ms. Chinar, so please give her one more round of an applause. She's very excited about this, and she should be. Yes, please, go on. Yeah, I'm going to sit here. Okay.
Thank you very much again. I mean, accompanying with me this excitement after 2 years dedicated efforts for this project. This project generated by UNDP IICPST, Islamic Development Bank, Transform Fund, Durham University Partnership.
Just a second, please. Please, can we be quiet? Some attention, ladies and gentlemen especially. Thank you.
And the intention is to increase financial literacy about both Islamic finance and SDGs. The project targeted the development professionals, bankers, government regulatory bodies, universities, and also private sector. So this is a very comprehensive production. And I would like to give a very brief presentation about the product, and the product will be on live by June, and I would like to also deliver this product also to you. Maybe we can also, from SPF partnership, we can also deliver this platform to this distinguished panelists and a distinguished audience. Yeah, I will just very quickly go over this. Who generated this product? Just to give you an idea, Mr. Sabah also give more details about the center. As Istanbul International Center for Private Development Sector in Development, this is one of the global policy centers of UNDP based in Istanbul. And under the thematic areas of the center, there is impact investing. As you see, there are several focus thematic areas, and impact investing is one of them. And under impact investment, we have Global Islamic Finance and Impact Investing Platform. This platform established by Islamic Development Bank and UNDP IICPST in 2016. And the vision is to enable Islamic finance for sustainable development goals. As today we discussed this in more details, the platform aims to have all related counterparties within one platform. And this platform is open to all the private sector and the international institutions. What are the facilities of the center, the team, Islamic Finance Portfolio Team under UNDP? There are main activities. I will shortly go over. Maybe some of you may be interested in about our technical services. We are actively working with Green Sukuk initiative. If any country is very first time, we will plan to issue any Green Sukuk transactions from sovereign side or private sector side, the center, the team supports with preparing a pre-assessment study about the Green Sukuk initiative in terms of project-wise and also legislation-wise at the related country, and also providing support for training of the personnel at the related institution or country, and also providing support for second-party budget for second-party opinion document. And the other one is evidence-based research. The team is actively doing research activities. We are working with both practitioners and also academicians at the center. And also we are providing Islamic finance and impact investing training facilities like we already done in Pakistan, Indonesia, Morocco, and Turkey. And today, which I will touch more, this is massive open online course for Islamic finance for SDGs. And finally, technical assistance services, the live current one for Afghanistan and for Djibouti. As you see, I will just pass those quickly. We will talk about them. By the way, coming week, myself planning to go to Afghanistan for the validation meeting of one of our technical assistants to Afghanistan, UNDP Afghanistan office for conversion of microfinance institutions in Afghanistan to Islamic microfinance institutions. And Djibouti, last year, we actively worked with Djibouti government and the UNDP Djibouti office for providing microfinance facilities and also digital services for Djibouti practitioners and economy. Yeah, we are, I think we are coming, sorry, this is wrong way. No. I am sorry. Could you please? Yeah, it's coming. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, it's like quite excited to see the massive open online course. Just a break. This course it's a unique, very first globally course, Islamic Finance for Sustainable Development, Sustainable Development Goals, from 11 countries. 27 lecturers joined this project. And interviews done with local production teams at those lecturers. And the program completely organized in-house with UNDP Islamic Finance team. As I mentioned, with the partnership of Islamic Development Bank and UNDP, the project conducted. As you see the details, there are 5 modules and 5 modules and also 11 courses at the program. And what is very important, maybe you will question how we will deliver this course, because this is totally 740 minutes of production. And this is like a course you can embed your internal training system. As a bank, for example, BBI can integrate this training to its local or internal training program, or as a university, one university can also deliver this course to the students as at their curriculum documentation and curriculum plan. This production will be delivered from ISTB's edX channel, UNDP's Learning for Nature channel, and also we consider that maybe some let's say participants would like to get some documentation. As it is a long production, just having PDF copies or details of the documentation of the production. So we will also deliver this all the archive documentation to SDG Academy Library. Those are some secrets from the real lectures production. This will start with welcoming remarks and also introductory sections from the prominent lecturers. Then we will talk about sustainability and Islamic finance. So we will go over the Islamic finance contracts. This is not just a sustainability-oriented production. With this production, anybody else who doesn't know Islamic finance products, services, and contracts can have opportunity to learn more about the details. Then we will talk about the commercial side of the Islamic finance and also social empowerment, how the institutions use Islamic finance contracts, what are the issues, challenges, models at this module. Then at module 4, we will come to impact investing and Islamic finance relations, because this is an area, what is the convergence? How is the relations with impact investing and Islamic finance? Because we talk about social impact, impact measurement, but there are specific terminology and issues about impact investing and Islamic finance. This is a very good clarification about from different perspectives, from private sector, from university, and also from a multinational organization. What is the relations from different perspective, Islamic finance and impact investing? And also this side is really, I mean, very informative, because we just consider that just lecturing would be not enough. Let's have some case studies. The experience of institutions from different countries, especially from microfinance institutions, digital fintech institutions, from a banking perspective, how they utilize or how they practice Islamic finance and SDGs. let's say, the source of the activities, from their CEOs, from their key contacts, the participants will get detailed information about their experience for this area. And what is very important, today we are here also to share the excitement, the outreach. We know that there are many productions, but the outreach strategy is very important. For that reason, with ISTB team, we generated a strategic MOOC outreach plan. And to be here is one of them, because we know that the profile of SPF, which will be very interested about the capabilities of the production of MOOC. So we planned 4 outreach scheduled program. One of them just conducted this week again with COMSEC meeting. We launched this training. Then this is second one. And we will be in ISTB annual meeting at the first week of June. And then in September at the UN National Assembly, we will launch the program. So as you see, considering the profile of the audience and participants, this is not just addressing Islamic finance ecosystem. As Mr. Amal highlighted, in Albania, SDG is very well known, but Islamic finance limited awareness about Islamic finance products. So both sides, any ecosystem knows very well SDGs, can connect Islamic finance through this training, or Islamic finance ecosystem who doesn't know SDGs can connect and accumulate themselves about SDGs. This is the mapping of our outreach plan. As you see, all related institutions, both ISTB and UNTP, will strictly follow outreach plan. Now we are in connect with Participation Bank Association of Turkey as an association experience. We are planning to also communicate with BBI. They show their interest for this training. We are in connection with some universities as a pilot stage in Malaysia, Indonesia, and United Kingdom, having this training at their programs. As finally, I'm very happy to be with you today at this launch program, and this production will be live starting from June, and you can follow, and we will also inform our let's say, ecosystem about the production through our social media accounts from GIFIP. GIFIP is Global Islamic Finance and Impact Investing platform, and also a UNDP private sector platform. We will inform all the followers. Thank you very much for your patience and accompanying with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Chinar, for the panel and the presentation, of course. It was great to have you here at the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chinar. Thank you, everybody. We came to the end. I'm kind of sad and happy at the same time. I don't know about you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, as I said, same feeling, happy and sad at the same time. It's over, we came to its end, but with great reflections, I'm pretty much sure. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Many thanks to all the panelists for their time, for their valuable thoughts. Many thanks and congratulations to the organizers, guys. This was a great, big, awesome job. As I've heard, this has been the biggest Sarajevo Business Forum so far. That deserves the biggest applause, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm pretty much sure it's going to be even bigger next year. So before I say see you next year, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Mr. Dino Selimovic, my dear friend, and something that is much more important at this moment. He's going to talk, he's going to say something, closing words on behalf of the organizing committee of Sarajevo Business Forum. Are you happy and sad at the same time? Yeah, please join me and take the mic.
Wow. I have a brief speech. It will take only about 45 minutes, don't worry. We'll end soon. Thank you, Emela, and also to your colleague Naida for outstanding job as Master of Ceremonies. You've done an outstanding job with our program and agenda team for keeping everything on time and as we have planned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and attending the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum, which was organized in a very difficult circumstances caused by, after a 2-year pause caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and in the shadow of the recent activities and aggression of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And so we thank you very much for coming and supporting the event. It is an honor to close this year's Sarajevo Business Forum, and I would like to thank everyone from the BBI team for doing what you have done over the past several months and organizing, which is a record high in numbers, Sarajevo Business Forum. Over these past 3 days, we have organized more than 400 business-to-business B2B meetings, so I congratulate our B2B corporate team for that. We had more than 1,500, to be exact, 1,584 participants coming from 37 countries. We have presented 313 projects, investment projects and business opportunities. So this really deserves an applause for everyone working on the Sarajevo Business Forum. I wish to thank our shareholders, Islamic Development Bank, and especially our shareholders, Dubai Islamic Bank and Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, for their support. I wish to thank the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Chairman of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, His Excellency Mr. Šefik Džaferović, and his cabinet for supporting the event, for sending out all of these invitations. I wish to thank also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and every embassy and consulate of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who has over the past few months invited participants from these 37 countries to come to Sarajevo. I wish to thank also foreign embassies in Bosnia, in Sarajevo, for their help and support. I wish to thank the government of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina for their support, and to our strategic partner, Ministry of Economy of Canton Sarajevo as well. Also, our gratitude goes to our sponsors, to our media partners, and once again, I would like to mention our BBI team, our corporate team, B2B team, project team, press and media team, sponsorship team, administration team, legal team, logistics team. I hope I didn't forget anyone, and especially our program and agenda team for doing an outstanding job. And last but not least, I apologize, our protocol team, I'm sorry, and I would like to invite everyone, because I'm just a small part of a big machine called BBI organization team, SBF organization team, for everyone from the bank to join us, to join me on the stage, so that we recognize everyone working here. So please, Mr. Saleh, Alek, Azra, Emina, Nejad, let's make a group photo. Ahmed, Suva, Dedina, Vesna, Alma, Amir, Leila. Don't be shy. If I don't say your name, you can come. Thank you, and I hope to see you all next year in a bigger and bigger event, the 12th Sarajevo Business Forum. Thank you very much, and see you next year. Everyone at the BBI, I see you are sitting down. Come and join us. Kenan, Leila, Aida, Mohammed, registration team. I hope I didn't forget anyone. Amir, Amina, Sabina, Alisa, Elma, Maida. Our volunteers, everyone, please join us to make a group photo. Almir, Amir, Nedim, Admir, come on, join us.
So everybody.
You can play some funky music now, it's over.
Evo sam ja izmakla ovo. Bravo i čestitke svima i vidimo se, nadam se, sljedeće godine. Hvala svima. Thank you everybody. See you, I hope so, next year. Ma hej.